Yeah, I announced my pick for Vice President Nicole Shanahan, and our whole team is still buzzing from the amazing speech she did in Oakland and the new energy that she's brought to our campaign. You may have seen all kinds of opinions about her now online and about me. The Democrats held a press conference calling me a right-wing extremist, and President Trump called me a left-wing lunatic. And you can tell that neither of the establishment parties understand what is happening here. The Kennedy-Shanahan ticket is neither right nor left, nor are we even in the center. We're here to change the political conversation entirely, replacing partisanship and tribalism and demonization and rancor with common sense. We are putting issues on the map that both parties have neglected. We stand for clean government and against corruption. We stand for peace and against war. We will end the chronic disease epidemic. We're going to free our agencies from corporate control. Are these priorities right or left? I don't even know. The pundit class might be confused, but millions of our supporters know exactly what we stand for. We're already above 20% in the polls, even though our campaign budget is a tiny fraction of theirs. To take the White House, in addition to your votes, we need financial support. Now that we have a vice president pick, 18 states are open for our ballot access drive, and that takes money. We have an important FEC filing deadline, so please make a donation today. I'm confident that we're going to win.
Yeah, we got a damn Kennedy in this bitch.
Thank you.
It's good to meet you. Kevin, great to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell us apart already. Bet you Biden couldn't do that. What the hell is a woman?
A woman?
Yeah.
You know, I've never had any problem answering that question.
You're political royalty. Why do you think the Democrat Party didn't embrace your run for president?
The Democratic Party has been taken over by its corporate funders. I'm the first candidate in history that has requested Secret Service protection and been denied it.
So you're actually saying to us today that big corporations actually determines who's going to run for president, not the people. What do you think their end game is?
Klaus Schwab said, our agenda is what they call the Great Reset. It means that you will own nothing, but you will be happy.
Holy shit.
I think
Well, there's a lot of people that don't own anything and they're still not happy. Why is that going to... They used to say that was a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that are conspiracy theories.
I want to talk about JFK, his death, and why do you think he was assassinated?
Yeah, welcome to episode 7. Yeah, we got a damn Kennedy in this bitch. We doing it big. Got political royalty. Yeah, before we get to Mr. Kennedy, we got to pay the bills. This video is brought to you by Optimal Human. Man, it's a damn good drink. It's a green supplement. It's got all your fruits and veggies. Yeah. Good for your gut, your brain. Yeah. Man, it's good for everything. You got some Biden brain, just sip on some of this green juice. Have you ever drank a green supplement? Man, it's like drinking a tree. It's like licking it's like licking the blades in a lawnmower. No, this actually tastes good. Yeah, it actually tastes good. Yeah. Go to optimalhuman.com. Let's get to the show. Yeah.
Man, this we got a Kennedy here. Yeah. I mean, political royalty. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. This is absolute pleasure for us.
Yeah, I'm honored to be here, Keith and Kevin. I'm really happy. I've heard a lot about the podcast. I watched your podcast with Vivek.
Okay.
And anyway, I'm happy to be here.
Right. Okay. Yeah. First question is, you've always polled really well, and like I said earlier, you're political royalty. Why do you think the Democrat Party didn't embrace your run for president?
I think they didn't embrace me the same reason that they didn't embrace Bernie, because the Democratic Party has been taken over by its corporate funders, by BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, by the military contractors, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed, the big pharmaceutical companies which now fund the party. And I'm an existential threat to those interests.
Right. Exactly.
So you,
I think Bernie was too, to the big, Wall Street interests, particularly that call the shots now at the Democratic Party, and I think that was I think they would have rather lost the election than have Bernie Sanders as the standard bearer, and I think the same is with me because they'd lose their funding, they'd lose their loyalty from those corporate patrons.
So you actually saying to us today that big corporations actually determines who's going to run for president, not the people, not their constituents.
I think that actually is a way of saying it that I think is accurate because I don't think it's directly. I mean, I don't think the board of Raytheon says this is the guy we want. I think there's a system in place that makes sure that people that they don't want do not get on the ballot.
Yeah, they've always portrayed. Well, they portray Trump as a threat to democracy.
Is that
even though
hyperbole?
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask them, like, they literally kept you from running for president. The Democrats did.
Well, they did keep me from running on their ticket.
I mean, they say
So-
Trump's a threat to democracy. It sounds like they're being hypocrites.
And they're trying to stop me from running now because they're trying to block me from getting on the ballots. And then, I think part of the strategy of denying me Secret Service protection is to keep me from running a viable campaign because, I have to pay for security. We've had a number of very, very realistic threats, plausible threats. And so $1 out of every $3 that we raise goes to security.
Right.
And that's money that can't be spent on ballot access. It can't be spent on advertising. And, it's a way of crippling my campaign. When my uncle ran, President Carter, who didn't like him, they really didn't like each other. They had a loathing for each other. But President Carter gave my uncle Teddy Secret Service protection. This is in 1980, 550 days out. So even before he announced, just because that's what you do.
Yeah.
And I'm the first candidate in history that has requested Secret Service protection and been denied it. Since my father was killed, but prior to my father was not entitled to Secret Service protection. Because prior to 1968, you only got Secret Service protection when you were the nominee of the party. So nobody got it during the primary season except for the president himself. And then when my dad died, they immediately changed that law, and they gave it to everybody who was running that year. They gave it to George Wallace, they gave it to Humphrey, they gave it to McCarthy, and they gave it to everybody on the Republican side, to Nixon. And ever since then, they've given it to anybody who requested it. They're required to give it to you 120 days out. But they've given it to over 30 people. They gave it to Barack. They gave it to Jesse Jackson. They gave it to, Trump gave it to Biden. Biden gave it to Trump early.
There's been a lot of firsts over the last several years. Trump's been first president to be indicted, be impeached twice, and now it seems like they betrayed you and your family because your family has given a lot to our society, as presidents, politicians, and then you want to. I'm assuming you're running for president because you think you could do a better job than Biden. For them to not put you on the ballot, not even give you the opportunity to run against Biden, I just look at that as a
Makes
a
them
betrayal.
hypocrites. Yeah. And a betrayal.
Yeah.
Of you,
Well,
the country,
it's just,
and every.
I don't like to complain about my situation, but what I would say is it's not good for the Democratic Party. It's not good optics for the country. We're supposed to be the exemplary democracy, on earth. You guys went and served our country, and because you're proud of our country. It's the world's exemplary democracy, and we're supposed to be modeling how the rest of the world does it. When we became a democracy in 1780, we were the only democracy in the world. And by the Civil War, by 1860, there were 6, and they were all modeled on us. And by the mid-1960s, there were 190, all modeled on us.
Right.
And so, we really were the exemplar. We were the template for the role model for the rest of the world.
Right.
And people looked at our institutions, our courts, our regulatory agencies, like most of the countries in the world, most of the new countries in Africa and Asia, they didn't have a scientific agency like NIH or a health regulatory agency like FDA. And a lot of them, for their constitutions, they just say whatever FDA says, if FDA approves a drug, it's approved in this country.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So, we were really, the institutions of our democracy, everybody looked to us about how do you run a democracy? How do you create it? How do you build it? And, now we're showing people how to sabotage it. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, this world would be a lot different place if the United States was never established. I mean, Germany would probably be in power. And now for us to betray what this country stood for, we're just going in the wrong direction. Like you brought up BlackRock, like the middle class is all but gone in this country. And I think kids that are born today, they'll never be able to buy a house.
No.
Never, right? But I see BlackRock buying up all these homes. What do you think their end game is?
I think it happened to me before you answer. I'm renting a home out here, and been there 2 years, but then the owner said he wanted to sell the house. We sell the house, we move out, and it's been almost 3 years. Nobody lives in the house. I'm like, why?
And they sold it.
Why did someone buy the house and nobody's living in it?
Yeah, that's happening all over the place. The other thing that people see is that when they go to buy a house, they're about to buy a house, they're about to go into escrow, sign a contract, and at the last minute, somebody comes in with a cash offer, 20% over the asking price, and snatches the house from under them, and then you do some research, like who bought this house that was, my house. You're already thinking this is my house.
Right.
And if you find that it's an LLC with this kind of ambiguous name.
Yeah, it used to say the LLC, now they removed it.
Yeah, and then you look behind who's behind that, and it's these big investment houses like BlackRock doesn't actually buy itself single-family homes, but it owns Blackstone, and Blackstone is buying the single-family homes of Fidelity, State Street, Vanguard, and they're now about 30% of the homes that were purchased in this country last year were purchased by these big investment houses, and they're on track to own about 60% of the single-family homes in our country by 2030.
What do you think their end game is?
I think they want to turn us into a nation of renters. They want to own everything. They said it. The head of BlackRock, Larry Fink, is on the board of the World Economic Forum in Davos. And the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab said, our agenda is what they call the Great Reset. And when he was asked, what does the Great Reset mean? He said, it means that you will own nothing, but you will be happy. So,
Holy shit.
I think
There's a lot of people that don't own anything, they're still not happy. Why is that going to
I don't think that they really want to make us happy. I just think they're saying we're going to be happy. Don't worry about it. We're going to be happy, but we're going to own everything. They're going to own everything, and we'll own nothing. And I think, but when you turn America into a nation of renters, when we go from being a nation of owners to being a nation of renters, we go from being citizens to being subjects.
Sounds like they're using capitalism to turn us into a socialist country.
Yeah.
Because who's going to own all these houses? It's going to be owned by these
I
corporations.
wouldn't say it's socialist. I would say it's it's a feudal, aristocracy, a corporate kleptocracy.
Okay.
With the rest of us working for them, or on some kind of, now they're going to control AI, and AI, when that happens, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, and then what do you do?
Yeah.
What Elon Musk said. He said that AI is going to take our jobs first, and then it's going to kill us. I was talking to somebody yesterday who was talking about accountants, that CPAs in this country, and they now have an AI program that has the entire tax code in it.
Right.
So you're going to be able to just show your, your financial information to the AI, and AI will tell you how to take all the tax breaks that that are available, and they'll be able to do it better than any CPA.
Yeah.
Or put all the CPAs out of business.
That's crazy, man. They're gonna turn everybody into hookers and pimps.
Exactly. That's the only thing that you're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
And there's certain jobs. The only job when we used to think that AI was going to take the jobs, the sort of the blue collar jobs,
Right.
but the lawyers and the accountants, the artists would be safe. And what they're finding now, what we're seeing now, is that those are the people whose jobs are being, are the first to go. The artists. I mean, my wife just, got off his strike. She's an actress. And one of the big issues in that strike was AI, that they can just take her image and they can create a film from it, and it's scary.
This is my first time hearing all this. Yeah. I knew it was a big issue, but I didn't know it would go that deep.
Yeah. Oh, the jobs that they can't take are the trades, because if you need
Manual labor.
Right? If your toilet cracks. You need a guy to come over and fix it. The AI can't do that. He can't, the electricians, the carpenters. They
Just give them time, I guess.
What?
Yeah, you seen that movie, I, Robot, right? They was chopping and making food, drawing pictures. That was all in the movie.
Hey! I used to like a white guy. Hey! We got these Jeep Wrangler, Rubicon, 20, 24, 37-inch tires, 18-inch wheels. Y'all know why we do this, right? Wow. Not just because we're just great black guys, because we're giving back. Yeah, we used to give thousands of dollars each month advertising our giveaways on Facebook, and all they was doing was censors. I said, no, I'm not doing that. Let me talk. I said, I ain't doing that no more. I'm going to incentivize the people that support us. That's why we give back. We gave back how much? About $2 million in trucks and cash? Yeah, something like that. Man, it's a bunch. Go to FisherHorseTwins.com. Anything you buy from the site, get you automatically entered to win. Yeah.
No purchase necessary. Forward where prohibited. See official rules for details.
Yeah.
But I think those companies. I mean, you're right. Our kids. I have 7 kids. 6 of them are between 20 and 30. And there's no way they're going to get a house.
Yeah, like the Democrats, they portray it like billionaires, like evil and horrible for society. But you have their biggest donors are the people they detest.
Yeah.
It's like, I just found it to be so
The
hypocritical.
Democratic Party.
Yeah. I just find it to be so hypocritical of them. Like, I just don't understand that message. But it resonates with their base, their voting base.
Yeah.
But they're literally buying up houses. Inflation is through the roof.
Well, I think the Democratic Party that I grew up with was on the side of the poor in this country.
Right,
and was
right.
on
Do
the
you think
side-
that's changed?
Yeah.
The message is still
Absolutely.
the same, but
I saw a clip yesterday of Joy Reid. You know who she is?
Oh, God, the one with the Trump hair. Yeah, I know exactly who she is.
Yeah.
The only black woman with Trump hair on MSNBC. Yeah, I know her.
Yeah.
Okay, Rachel Maddow and Jen Psaki. And they were laughing at people in Virginia who were they did an exit. MSNBC did an exit polling where people came out of the exit polls and said, my biggest concern is the border.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were ridiculing these people. They were laughing at them and saying, were they worried that, the only border they have is West Virginia.
Right.
They worried people are coming across that border. These are people who have been brainwashed by Republicans. This was the Democratic base that they're talking about.
Right.
These middle-class people
Right.
who are actually seeing what's happening, who are watching the social safety net. In New York, they cut police by 5%. They cut health care by 5%.
What, to provide for the illegals?
Because they had a budget shortfall because they had, I think, $12 billion budget shortfall over a 3 or 4 year period to pay for the immigrants, the cost of the immigrants, and people are upset.
Yeah.
It's crushing the city. It's destroying quality of life. And you have MSNBC laughing at this. The top spokespeople for the Democratic Party
They did a really great job spinning that narrative to say if you are worried about immigrants coming to this country is xenophobic. And I could care less who's coming to my country, but I will expect them to at least come in this country legally.
By the way,
Mhm.
when I went down to the border, I've been down there a couple of times, but
Mhm.
I spent 3 days down in Yuma, and the people who were coming across were not people from Latin America. I only saw 2 people. Watched 300 people come across.
Mhm.
And one family was from Colombia, one was from Peru, but the rest of them were from like Ukraine, and they were from Europe, Asia.
Yeah.
They were coming from, there were Africans.
Right.
They were coming from all over the world.
That's a long swim, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that's how
Well,
they're getting here,
yeah.
but they are getting
Yeah.
here.
Why do you think the Biden administration has adopted this approach of catch and release instead of catching
I
and
don't know.
returning them back to their
I
country?
don't know. But it is baffling. But the most innocuous explanation for it is just political pettiness. That, they came in the day they came in.
Mm-hmm.
They said, we're going to stop building the wall. There were still about, I think there's 27 parts of the wall that need to be built. You
Right.
don't need a wall all the way from San Diego to Brownsville, Texas,
Right.
2,200 miles. But
Right.
they definitely need a wall in the urban areas where
Hot
people can
areas.
come across and disappear in seconds.
Right.
So those parts of the wall had 27 gaps in them. And they had already bought the material. You can go down there and see
Right. All the materials is
the
there.
materials there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Biden administration ordered it all stopped. The construction stopped.
Yeah.
And then they ordered that the fences that they'd already put up with the cameras, they had these long-range surveillance cameras, they had night lights, and they had sensor systems, that they be torn up.
Right.
They actually did that, and then they changed the program from catch and return to catch and release.
Yeah.
You know what, Rob? It's almost like their strategy is to do everything the exact opposite of what Trump's doing or
Well, see,
Republicans.
I think that's the most innocuous explanation. Other
Yeah.
people say, they have other
Mm-hmm.
sort of ulterior, nefarious motives for
Right.
bringing all these people in the country, which I can't comment on because I don't know.
Right.
But I think the most innocent is really not a very good, explanation. Is they just want to do whatever Trump didn't want. But I'll tell you just one instance of that. When I was down there, I spent a lot of time with Chris Clem, who was the former head of the Border Patrol in that region. And he said to me, he pointed to these gaps in the fence and all the pile of, Trump's
Mm-hmm.
and the stuff on the ground at work that was meant to fill those holes, right?
Right. Just collecting dust.
Right, collecting dust and rusting.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, look, we tried to get Mayorkas to come down here, who's the head of DHS, who's the guy who ordered it stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayorkas wouldn't come. Finally, he came down. He saw these people coming across, and he said, okay, I'll fix the fence.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, I'm not going to use Trump's material. We're going to put new stuff. And it's got to be a different color.
Right.
So you go there.
What, they want the wall blue or something?
It's like a metallic color. It looks
Okay.
like a chain link fence, whereas Trump stuff are these big kind of red girders,
Right.
that are, and the Trump fence goes about 12 feet below the ground.
Right. That's a damn good fence.
Yeah, it's a good fence. But they still cut it.
Right, right.
There's still places where they cut it, but they need a bunch of welders there to cut it. They're pretty well organized, the cartels are.
Right.
And they don't need to cut it. The only reason they're cutting it is when they want to get really bad guys through.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people who are not criminals can just walk across anytime they want. But when
Right.
they're trying to smuggle drugs, when they're trying to get, bad individuals across, then they have to cut holes in the fence.
Yeah.
Like, it's so many people, like the black community, that's easily the poorest demographic in this country. And they closed down a lot of schools in Chicago area. But they're moving these illegals in.
Yeah.
And when they say they didn't have the money for the schools in these black communities, they now have the money to house and feed illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
Can you please explain that to me?
I can't explain that to you.
I mean,
It's an oxymoron, right?
It's not. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we do need workers in this country. I think there's 97,000 jobs that are empty that they can't fill, small businesses and medium-sized. So you need to have a program where people can come through.
Right.
Legally, they can have green cards, they can work. But it has to be regulated by the government like every other government in the world regulates immigration.
Yeah. Like these people that's coming through, how long, okay, they catch and release and they get a document to show up to a court date. What, 7 years from now?
Yeah, it's 7 years in the future. They're given, if they have an asylum claim, they're allowed to go. They're given an asylum court date. What happens? They're brought across. They come and they walk across. They're right there. They know exactly what's going to happen because the drug cartels charge them about $10,000 to $15,000 a piece to come across.
Yeah, AI is not going to replace that.
No, the drug cartels meet them in, they fly them into Mexicali. They give them a Mexican visa, a temporary visa for Mexico. The cartels get it for them. And then the cartels, that allows them to transit through Mexico. And the cartels have these big bus station at the Mexicali airport. They pick them up in these big white buses, and they bring them in. They're luxurious looking buses. It's not like, it's pretty, it's very well organized. And then they bring them 55 people in a bus to these gaps in the fence, and then the immigrants, when they come across, know exactly what's going to happen to them because the whole thing, the cartels are out recruiting them from all over the world on TikTok and on YouTube.
Wow.
And they tell them every step of the way, here's what's going to happen. Well, they know the guys who came across had total confidence. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They weren't looking like confused or scared. They were like, okay, now the next step, the Border Patrol is going to process us, fingerprint us, they fingerprint them. And then if they don't have a criminal record, then the Border Patrol brings them to the Yuma airport and asks them what destination you want to go to and puts them on a plane. And
Red carpet service.
If they don't have the money for the plane, the Border Patrol will pay them, and then they get reimbursement from FEMA. If you can imagine this, 7 million people have come across.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
And all these videos on YouTube?
Yeah, the video. Apparently, I haven't seen the videos, the recruitment videos, but apparently they're in every different language.
Wow. I believe it.
The first group that I saw come across was 110 young men from West Africa.
Uh-oh.
That sounds like some good work.
There goes the neighborhood. Just joking.
and the second two buses that came across were from Europe and Asia.
Man, it's
But the Democrats are claiming that these people are seeking asylum. They're running from persecution.
I asked, listen, I don't know. I don't think that's true. And the reason I don't think that's true is because I interviewed 110 people at the border, and only 2 of them even claimed to have asylum. Now, everybody who comes across should be saying, I want asylum.
But they just want a job, right? That's all.
They all just said, I want a job. I'm here for a job.
So the Democrats are just pretty much lying about what's going on at the border.
Yeah, they are lying about it because every time I see Yorkers or President Biden or or anybody from the administration saying there's no problem, this isn't happening, I've seen it with my own eyes, and it is insane. It's really surreal when you're down there. And the Border Patrol, 9 of them have committed suicide in the last year.
Really?
They're totally demoralized. And
because they know what they're doing is wrong. And they can't live with it.
They know it, and they've been told not to do their job. They've been told, their job is to protect the border, to keep people from coming across, and they're told, bring them across and put them on an airplane. They're utterly, utterly demoralized. And, it's sad.
Yeah.
And by the way, the immigrants who are coming across, they've been exploited, extorted. They robbed. The Peruvian couple said, before they came across, the cartels took their whole life savings from them. A lot of them are beaten. A lot of the people are raped. I went and spent a day at a child rape center there, where they're treating children, 11, 12-year-old kids, who've been raped, and a lot of women, of course, who've been raped. There's a tree called a rape tree that you can see from the fence where the cartels extract the final payment, from, it's just, it's a horrible situation. So we've created a humanitarian crisis there. We're not solving a humanitarian crisis. I have, great compassion for the immigrants who are coming over, but
What's that one guy from El Paso? He was going to run for senator in Texas. What's his name? He's a fake Mexican guy. I forget his name.
Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. Tell me I'm having Biden brain right now.
He was,
he's about as Mexican as Taco Bell.
but he's got a nickname. I don't know why.
He's a white guy too. Robert Francis something.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
What's his last name? I can't think of it. Y'all know
Robert. Y'all know.
What's his name?
Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke.
Okay.
Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah. The reason why I bring up his name, like the message coming from the Democrat side is so disingenuous.
Why'd you say his name is Robert Francis?
That's his real name.
I think that's his Robert. That's his real name. Yeah. He's actually Irish, I think, but he goes by Beto because he does that for the Latino vote down in Texas. But I'm not even trying to go into that. The reason why I bring up his name, I just find the Democrats' message about what's going on at the border so disingenuous. Like he posted a picture when Trump was in office of these migrants. I think it was a father and a daughter, or it was a couple of people drowned in the Rio Grande. And he literally stood on their graves and blamed that all on Trump. When I know for a fact there's probably hundreds of people that die at that border every year just trying to make it here. Why do you think when Trump was in office, Democrats did that?
Why do they blame Trump?
Yeah.
Well, obviously.
When it's happening all the time.
We just find the
footnote,
Democrats
but
very
I had a
disingenuous.
I had a friend, a good friend of mine, who I used to kayak with a lot, and he kayaked the entire length of the Rio Grande River, which is hard because a lot of it's dried out. But he said that he found more bodies in that river.
It's something that happened a lot.
It happens all the time. And
It's been
he
happening
said,
for decades.
yeah, and neither side wants to claim them, and so he had all kinds of these really kind of sad adventures on on that river. Yeah, you can't blame it on any president. It's happening every day, and it was 20 or 30 years before Trump.
If you was president, what would you do about the border?
I would close it.
Right.
I would use the physical barriers. There's a number of things I would do. One, first of all, you need physical barriers. There's some places I would reconstruct the fence. I would put up immediately these surveillance cameras and the censoring equipment, and then you need to send about probably 200 or 300 asylum court judges to the border to adjudicate the cases. I would reinstate the catch and return program. I would reinstate the Migrant Protection Act, which requires people who are seeking people who come from another country into Mexico, then come to the border demanding asylum, that their cases be adjudicated in Mexico. So they would go to the U.S. Embassy rather than the border. And then the other thing that I would do is I will, what I'm going to do the first day that I get into office is I'm going to order the post office and the State Department to issue passport cards to every American who wants them for free if they can't afford them. A passport card is a federally issued photo ID. That and it doesn't have your vaccine or your medical information or your economic. It's just an ID, but it's a federally issued ID. That solves a lot of problems because there are millions and millions of Americans who do not have an ID. They're mainly Democratic voters.
Why is that?
Well, because it's blacks and minorities in cities, in urban areas who don't need driver's licenses. It's elderly people whose driver's licenses have expired, and it's students who don't have licenses, and those are all Democratic demographics. So that's why the Democratic Party gets mad when Republicans say we should have voter ID at the voting booth, because the Democrats are saying, well, a lot of our constituents don't have IDs, and that's a way of disenfranchising them. So there's a conflict there. But we've talked with Andrew Young with the civil rights leaders, with Reverend Al Sharpton, and said, if I do this, if I issue passport cards so every American can go down to their local post office, get that passport card for free. There's no barriers. Right now, you have to get someone to go to DMV, which is, as you know, is a nightmare.
Yeah, anything the government touches is a nightmare.
Right, and you have to pay a lot of money to get it. And if you don't have a driver's license, nobody's going to go through that nightmare at DMV.
Now, some states is already enforcing this, right? They already providing IDs.
Yeah, but the problem is it does disenfranchise people because a lot of people won't have IDs. So you need to get them IDs. And the civil rights leaders have told us that if I do this, they will lift all their objections to IDs at the voting booth. So that diffuses
I would like to see that, actually.
Yeah, that's
but
actually
also,
a great
if
solution.
you're not if you don't have an ID in this country, you're a second-class citizen because you can't get a bank account. Which means 10% of your Social Security check, 10% of your wages are going to a check casher.
Right.
You can't visit your kid at school. You can't go to a hotel. You can't get on an airplane. So that'll solve that problem. But also, right now, it's illegal for an employer to hire anybody who is an illegal immigrant in this country.
Right.
You can face jail time for that. The problem is that law essentially doesn't exist because all they have to do is check the box and say, I saw their Social Security card. A Social Security card has no picture on it.
Right.
They're easily fabricated.
Right.
They're passed on construction sites in New York. They're passed from person to person. They pay in cash, and they just say, I saw his Social Security card. So what I'm going to do is say we're going to change that so you have to see a government-issued photo ID in order to hire a worker.
Right. Yeah.
And that will dry up the border overnight.
Yeah. Start arresting some CEOs. That'll change overnight.
Yeah, you arrest the employer.
I heard the employers Republicans. They ain't doing that. I think both sides has played their role in keeping this disaster going.
That's just a common sense solution. Everybody should jump on board with that. I don't understand why Trump hasn't did it. I don't understand why Joe Biden has done it.
Yeah.
Instead of arguing about it, why don't you just come up with a solution for it?
Yeah, I heard the press secretary. She's actually, how true is this? She's blaming the Republicans for what's going on at the border. Says that because we won't participate in new legislation. I think we already have the legislation to fix this problem at the border.
Just need to
in my opinion, but I would like to hear what you got to say about that.
That is true. He can fix it himself without the legislation. But it is also true, I know this because Mitch McConnell admitted it, that they stopped that legislation. The Republicans stopped that legislation from going through because they wanted the crisis to continue because they think it's going to help them in November. And I'm not making that up. I'm not speculating. I was shocked. You can call it up, but McConnell actually said that.
What I
spilled the beans, huh?
What I heard from Republicans is the reason why they didn't support that new legislation is because it was going to make the problem worse. It was going to aid. It was going to increase the processing of illegals into our country. It wasn't going to keep them from out. It was going to keep them.
I don't really know. I know that there was also.
It was the aid to get them in the country.
At least one of the bills was linked to funding for Ukraine, and
right. It's like stuff in the bill that shouldn't be in the bill.
And they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have. Coupled those. They need
right.
To
Democrats good at that, right?
Yeah.
Let's sneak some shit in this bill real quick.
Well, they all are.
Yeah, we got a damn good episode going on. Hey, before we get to that, over 94% of y'all are watching, but you ain't subscribed. What kind of bullshit is that? Did you forget? We got a lot of damn good shows coming.
Yeah.
I mean, famous people.
Yeah.
I'm not having a bunch of plumbers and got some real people. Well, they real too, but
No, they ain't.
they ain't famous. I got famous people coming on. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications so y'all get notified whenever we got a damn new show coming.
Well, these people, they got brains. They know how to subscribe. And
Well, the white producers is telling us to say that shit.
Why do you, Rob? Why do you think the situation in Ukraine evolved in a war under Biden's presidency and nothing occurred while Trump was in office?
I mean, I think they wanted the war.
Yeah.
Who wanted the war?
The people specific. I think Biden has always been in league with this group called the neocons, he's always been a warmonger his whole career. He was the Democrat who led the charge for the Iraq War. My uncle was leading the charge against it. And my uncle was very close to Biden, but Biden has always been like that. But the U.S., the people who wanted the war, who wanted the war, there's a group who've been dominant in the State Department for many, many years, since at least 2001, called the neocons. They're the same people who got us in the Iraq War, which was just dreamed up.
Right,
Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with bombing the World Trade Center.
Yeah, what did Bush say? They got weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, so they just lied us into it. But he was surrounded by neocons. Dick Cheney was one. Paul Wolfowitz.
Got to throw a Bush in there.
Yeah, Bush was the neocons who were running that administration. They were then discredited. But a lot of them had high places in the State Department, including Victoria Nuland, who is the person who had essentially orchestrated the war in Ukraine war, and then who really wants that war? The war is about the extension of NATO into Ukraine. The Russians don't want the extension of NATO, like we wouldn't want Russian bases in Mexico.
In Cuba or
Or in
exactly.
Texas.
Exactly. I was involved, when I was a kid in the Cuban Missile Crisis. My dad was, spent 13 days on a cot in the White House, and we were, the U.S. Marshals came to our house to move us to underground bunkers down in Southern Virginia, down in the Blue Ridge.
Blue Ridge Mountain,
Yeah. But what happened with Ukraine, the people who want to extend NATO, see, when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1992, Gorbachev, who was then the premier of Russia, went to President Bush and and John Major, who was the prime minister in England, and said, "Look, I'm going to do something that is going to mean I can no longer go back to Russia ever again, which is because the Russian people are going to hate me, but I'm going to do something that is good for the world, which is I'm going to allow Germany to reunite. There was an East Germany and West Germany at that point. Well, East Germany was communist, West Germany was, and there was a wall between them. And he said, I'm going to allow them to unite under NATO, and I'm going to move out 450,000 Soviet troops, and we're going to give you our barracks, and we're going to give you our bases, and you can move in there. But I want to promise, because this is going to destroy me, I want to promise that you will not move NATO to the east after that.
East Ukraine.
But
You say East.
anyway, anywhere, because Russia was going to walk away from all of its former Soviet states, from Georgia, from Poland, from all of these communist states who are now going to be freed.
Yeah, that's a huge sacrifice.
And these were all part of the Russian coalition. And Russia and Gorbachev said, we don't want you moving the U.S., a hostile army to circle Russia.
Right.
And so, and James Baker, who was then the Secretary of State under Bush, famously said, we will not move NATO 1 inch to the east.
Right.
And 5 years later, the first neocon, who was Zbigniew Brzezinski, during the Clinton administration in 1997, published a plan to move NATO into all of the former Soviet states. And at that time, the most important diplomat in American history, George Kennan, who was the architect of the containment policy during the Cold War, said, this is insanity. If you do that, you're going to force a violent response from Russia. Russia should be our friend. We won the Cold War. The people who are running Russia are people who are allies now. Why are we turning them into an enemy again? Why do you want an enemy out of Russia?
Right.
And Bill Pierce, who was then the U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union and is now the head of the CIA, he also threatened to resign. He said, if you do this, it's insane. You're making Russia an enemy. Bill Perry, who was the Secretary of Defense under Clinton, threatened to resign because they said this is insanity. Who wants this to happen? It's the neocons ideologically, but also the big military contractors. General Dynamics, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed. When a new state joins NATO, the part of the contract is that they have to conform their military purchases to NATO specifications.
Wow.
And that means billion-dollar markets, automatic markets, trap markets for those military contractors. And then they have Congress people who are, in the districts where their plants are, who they basically, dictate orders to. So that's what's driving it.
Money.
Money. And
It's not a threat to democracy for Ukraine. That's what I'm hearing from CNN.
No.
It's a threat to their democracy.
So they've pretty much demonized Putin because he's trying to defend his own borders and way of life.
well, what happened is Ukraine, first of all, Russia has a legitimate security interest in Ukraine.
Mhm.
Russia has been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time they were invaded, Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, imagine that. So,
Right.
imagine if that had happened here. Of course, if they, people had come through Mexico, we'd say nobody goes to Mexico and nobody.
Right.
Why do you think the mainstream media don't point that out?
Because I think they're all,
It makes them like government-ran media.
yeah, they're government run, essentially. So then, so we put also, we've moved NATO now 1,000 miles to the east, not 1 inch, 1,000 miles into 14 new countries. We put Aegis missile systems, which are nuclear capable Tomahawk missiles, in Romania and Poland, 12 minutes from Moscow, from the Kremlin. We could decapitate the entire Kremlin leadership in 12 minutes, which destabilized. And then we walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russians. The Russians wanted to keep those treaties.
Right.
We wanted to put missiles in to hit Russia. So we put these systems in, and Russia's going, this is crazy. You can't do this.
CNN paints Putin as like this maniac, murdering person. Why would you get that close and put some?
And what we did, and Ukraine, what Putin kept saying, and what the whole Russian leadership was saying is, whatever you do, and we don't like what you're doing, we think it's terrible and it's destabilizing, but you can't do it in Ukraine. Ukraine is a red line for us, and they said from the beginning, we're going to go to war if you do it.
Right.
So then, Ukraine had a government, an elected government.
I heard it was fixed.
2014. No, they had an elected government that was neutral. That was trying to walk the line and not go too west and not go too Russian. We overthrew it. We spent $5 billion. Victoria Nuland ran the project to overthrow that government.
Aren't we a threat to their democracy if we don't?
Of course, we destroyed their democracy. And
That's crazy.
there's a tape recording that we now have. You can look it up on the internet, where Victoria Nuland is screaming at the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, and she's handpicking the cabinet for the new government. This is a month before the overthrow.
What?
And he's saying, well, NATO's object, and she says something like, screw NATO. So we put in a new government. Putin says, okay, what's going to happen now? I have one warm water port, which is in what is it, Sevastopol or Vladivostok, on the Black Sea. And they said, and now the U.S. fleet is going to come in there and take our port because Ukraine's going to invite them in there. So in Crimea. So he said, I'm not going to do that. We're going to go in. He goes into Crimea without firing a shot, not killing a single person, because the people of Crimea, half the people in Russia on the eastern part, in Ukraine, are all Russian.
Right. They speak Russian. Yeah.
Right. And they're ethnic Russian, and Ukraine welcomed the Russians in. So we said, oh, look, he took over Ukraine, but he took it over, and they wanted to be taken over. Then Donbass and Lugansk vote to join Russia, these 2 eastern provinces. And because as soon as that new government came in, which was, a lot of them were these ultra-right people who were glorifying the Nazis. Stefan Bandera, who was a Nazi, they put a statue of him up, and they're very.
Yeah, there's a Nazi problem in Ukraine, right?
There's a huge Nazi problem. Well, the new government says, okay, we're going to ban the Russian language, which half the people in Ukraine speak.
Right.
And so there's now mass protests in Donbass and Lugansk, and they said, you just, got rid of our language. And the Ukrainian government starts shooting them. They killed 14,000 of them. And Putin the whole time is saying, these are, Russian. It would be like if Mexico
Right.
started killing American expatriates who were living in,
Right.
know,
Right.
and
I was talking to a banker. He's from Russia, Ukraine. And he told me to my face, he said, everybody in Ukraine hates Zelensky and they're pro-Russia. I don't know how true that was, but he said that's the sentiment he shared with me. Yeah.
yeah, well, I think in part of the Ukraine that is true.
Yeah.
And my son actually went over and fought in Ukraine.
Oh, really?
He and I differed on that war, and he was in law school and he left and
Wow.
he disappeared.
Your son got balls.
Joined the Foreign Legion, and he
Yeah.
was a machine gunner in a special forces unit. He fought in the Kharkiv offensive, and we never knew where he was. He was just disappeared.
So that whole conflict in Ukraine and Russia, that was all because the United States went back on their word. United States government and NATO.
Yeah, I would say yeah, but
And
but
money.
I'm not excusing Putin, and I'm not saying
Yeah,
Putin's a good guy.
Right.
I'm saying Putin is, but
But Putin responded just way the United States will
Putin
respond.
responded
If,
rationally.
Right.
The way that we would respond if somebody did the exact same thing to us, we would respond the exact same way. How do I know that? Because we did in 1962,
Right.
during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
right, exactly.
We were ready to go invade Cuba, and we did an embargo and a blockade, and of the ExCom committee that was then advising my uncle, 11 out of 13 of them said we need to invade, and my uncle was like, hold off for a while, let's see if we can do it another way, and then he agreed secretly. He and my father did a secret agreement with Ambassador Dobrynin at that time, and with Khrushchev, that if Khrushchev removed the missiles, Khrushchev put the missiles in Cuba because we had put missiles on his border in Turkey.
Right.
And he was saying it's tit for tat.
Right.
And so my father and my uncle said, look, if you remove them tomorrow from Cuba, we will, within 6 months, quietly remove them all from Turkey.
That's when politicians in this country were sane.
Yeah.
As president, how would you think you could fix this situation in Ukraine?
Yeah, I would negotiate a peace. I mean, Putin has repeatedly tried to negotiate a peace, and in fact, he negotiated 2 peace agreements with Zelensky. Zelensky is a U.S. puppet, that we put in there, and he's our puppet there, and he knows if he crosses the U.S., his own ultra-right people will kill him, and the U.S. will stop protecting him. So he does what we say. So he ran in 2014 or 2019. He ran saying, "I'm going to sign," because Putin said, "Look, I don't want to go into Crimea. Let's negotiate a peace, right? And the peace will be." You agree 3 things he wanted. He wanted to keep NATO out of Ukraine. That was number 1. He wanted to denazify the Ukrainian government, and he wanted to make Donbass and Lugansk and Crimea semi-autonomous regions of Russia, just like Quebec is a semi-autonomous region of Canada, right? Where they can have their own language and they can protect their citizens, but they're still part of Ukraine. So he negotiated that with Britain, with Germany, and France, and they all agreed on it, and with Ukraine. Ukrainian parliament refused to ratify it, and Zelensky ran in 2019. He's an actor, right?
Right, yeah.
You know what he did, right?
What? What did he do?
He had a show. He was a comedian.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And he had a show
Right.
about a comedian who by fluke gets elected president of Ukraine. How was his show?
Right.
Okay.
I seen him in a video. He's wearing high heels and he's like,
yeah. So
now he's leading the war. And CNN is calling him George Washington.
Yeah, he's the
Of
new
Ukraine.
George Washington of Ukraine.
Yeah.
so he then wins the presidency because he ran on one issue, which was peace. I'm going to sign the Minsk Accords. And he gets in there and for some reason immediately pivots and says, I'm not going to. So then Putin says, okay, I'm going into Crimea. He goes into Crimea. He sends 40,000 troops into Donbass and Lugansk. And we say, oh, he's trying to take over Europe.
Right.
There's 44 million people in Ukraine. You can't take over Ukraine with 40,000 troops. He clearly did not want to take over. He wanted Zelensky back at the negotiating table. So Zelensky came back, and the U.S. wouldn't help him. So he went to Naftali Bennett, who's the prime minister of Israel, and he went to Ahmed Erdogan, who's the prime minister of Turkey. And he said, will you help me? And they said, yes. So they negotiated a new deal that was kind of Minsk Accords 2. The Russians agreed to it. Zelensky agreed to it. Zelensky initialed it. The Russian negotiators initialed it. And then Putin began withdrawing all of his troops from Kiev. And then Biden sent Boris Johnson over. Boris Johnson, the former prime minister of England, sent him over and told Zelensky, you can't do it, tear up the agreement. And they tore it up, and since then, about 500,000 Ukrainian kids have been killed, totally unnecessarily, because of Biden making that order.
That's a lot of deaths. Why?
Now, you're very close to Joe Biden, right?
I was.
Yeah. I wouldn't be close to somebody like that.
Yeah.
What?
I wouldn't be close to somebody like that. Personally, somebody
I don't think I don't think he's in possession of his faculty. He's not the person that I knew. Right. I mean,
do you think he's running this country?
I don't.
He's definitely not on Twitter.
You know what? I don't think he would deny me Secret Service protection.
Right. Yeah.
It's just like he was a decent person, and a decent person wouldn't do that.
So you think he's not mentally fit for office?
I think my son Connor says the government's being run by anonymous men in lanyards. A bunch of guys who, who got their feet on the desk and saying, "Guess what? I'm president," and nobody knows it.
I think the Republicans know it. Democrat voters don't know it. Everybody knows it but them.
Yeah.
I want to change gears.
Jake Sullivan and Avril Haines and Victoria Nuland, who now I think 2 days ago announced her retirement. But I think those are the people who are calling the shots, and then DNC people who we don't even know about.
Yeah. Sounds like our democracy is dead.
Yeah. Well, very close to it.
I think when we go vote, it's just because it's theater.
Yeah, it's kabuki theater.
Yeah. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about JFK and his death, and why do you think he was assassinated?
I mean, the people who, first of all, the evidence of the CIA involvement in my uncle's death is now so not only in the murder, but also then the 60-year cover-up. The fact that the CIA still is violating the law and not releasing, the last few thousand documents is itself evidence of culpability.
Right.
And, that the big question is Trump and Biden both ran saying we're going to release it all. And why didn't they do it? Why didn't Trump do it?
Right.
I didn't know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And somebody should ask him that question.
Right.
If I can get him on the show, I'll definitely ask him.
Yeah, you ask him that
Yeah,
question.
I had Robert over. He was talking shit about you. That's what he told me. And I want to hear your answer.
Listen,
We got an important announcement for y'all. A damn important announcement.
Show do.
The value of the American dollar is getting weaker and weaker, and Don't believe Biden and his lying media.
He's a liar.
Yeah, when he tell you there's no inflation.
Inflation's going crazy.
Look, you see it all around you. You got grocery bills, real estate market, gas prices, everything's going up.
Everything going on.
Yeah, it's because the strength of our dollar is going down. Just like y'all, we've been trying to find different places to put our money, keep it secure, because every day the Fed is printing money.
Yeah, like
Non-stop.
Like it's monopoly money.
And of course, mainstream news outlets.
Yeah, they ain't gonna talk about it.
Yeah, they're not going to cover it. So we go to Dr. Kurt Elliott for all our economy updates.
That's a damn good white man.
damn good white
That's
man.
a damn good white man.
And he's smart too.
yeah, he is.
Dr. Kurt Elliott is a precious metals expert and has been working in the gold and silver market for over 20 years.
That's a long time.
Yes.
20 years?
Yeah, that's why we partnered with Dr. Kurt. Go to HarshTwinsGold.com. Signing up is totally free, and Dr. Kurt's team of advisors will listen to all your concerns you may have about your economic future, talk you through the right plan that especially fits your needs. Go to HarshTwinsGold.com. It's not our gold. It's just our website. Go to HarshTwinsGold.com right now and secure your economic future today for you and your family.
Man, I wish I had me some gold in my basement.
Yeah.
I have a long relationship with Trump. I
Oh, okay.
sued him twice, and
You sued him twice.
I sued him to prevent him from building golf courses up in the New York City reservoir watershed, and I won both lawsuits.
Oh, okay.
But even then,
He didn't owe you money. Nothing like
oh no. There's a lot of people who are in that situation. But even then, I would see him, and we always got along. And he was always, he was very kind. He was very generous. He gave money to my siblings, two of my siblings who were running for political office.
Oh, really?
Contributor, yeah. And so, and I always got along with. During the time that I was litigating against him, he offered me he offered my wife a ride on his airplane to Palm Beach. He goes,
He's hitting on her.
and we, and my wife took it, and I ended up going on the airplane with him. And I was litigating against him at that time. So it was weird, but
He done punched Trump right in the face.
You're making a move on my woman?
Do you buy into the
but
fact?
anyway, my uncle. So there have been a million documents released now, and and many of the people involved in the assassination have confessed. Many of them, and so if the evidence is so abundant and so definitive and dispositive. I'm an attorney. I was a prosecutor. If I had to try the case, where the CIA was on the dock, I could. I know that I could win in front of almost any jury in America beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. I saw that video. I said, why would a president of the United States be riding in a convertible? That's a huge
Well, back then,
superior-
people weren't killing presidents.
Yeah.
So, now they wouldn't. But
Do you know the reason? Do you
yeah,
know the
because we know the reason, because the people who were involved were all people who were part of the Miami station who were angry at him for not invading Cuba, and they were also angry at him for ending the war in Vietnam. And he had 30 days earlier, he had signed National Security Order 263. Ordering all troops home from Vietnam.
Okay.
At that point, there were 60. My uncle never sent a combat troop to Vietnam. He sent 16,000 military advisors, which incidentally is fewer troops than he sent to Oxford, Mississippi, to get one black man, James Meredith, into Ole Miss. He sent 20,000. So he only sent 16,000 to Vietnam. They weren't allowed to participate in combat, although a lot of them did. They were mainly Green Berets, and they were special forces people, and then they were mechanics. They were people who work on helicopters, those kind of people. So he found out in October 22nd of 1963, he heard that a Green Beret had been killed. And he asked Walt Rostow, who was his aide, for a casualty list. And Walt Rostow came back, and there were 75 Americans who had been killed over their servicemen. My uncle saw that, and he said, that is too many. We're bringing them all home. And he signed that afternoon National Security Order 263, which ordered all troops home from Vietnam, all military personnel by 1965, with the first 1,000 coming home in December of 63, which would have been a month later. So 8 days before that withdrawal would have started 30 days after he signed that order, he was murdered. And
Because it would hurt the military
well,
contractors' money and stuff? Or?
look, Vietnam was a CIA project. CIA from beginning to end. The CIA ran the government, and I think 16 of the provinces in South Vietnam, and they, from beginning to end, it was a CIA project. And the same people who were involved in his assassination, people who were later part of the Operation Phoenix program, David Morales, David Adley Phillips, E. Howard Hunt, the people who were kind of the masterminds of the assassination were, and Bill Harvey, were involved principally in Cuba, but also in Vietnam. These were the same people who had run the overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954. And they ran the Bay of Pigs, and they ran the assassination programs, Operation Mongoose, Alpha 66, all the assassination programs for Castro. So they were professional assassins, a lot of them. And those are the guys who killed my uncle. And as I said, many of them confessed, did mainly deathbed confessions.
Yeah, so a bunch of neocons who was hurting our money with the
these were people, they were ideologues, they were, and they were all involved with the mafia. Because there are three mafia families, the Trafficanti, Santos Trafficanti from Tampa, Sam Giancana from Chicago, and Carlos Marcelo, who's from Dallas and New Orleans, who had casinos in Havana. That were their principal sources of income. And Castro had closed all the casinos, so they wanted to kill Castro. And that's why they were recruited by the CIA. But Bill Harvey was the Miami station chief. He hated my father, hated my uncle. And he had befriended a mafia chieftain whose name was Johnny Roselli. And Roselli became a liaison to those three mafia chiefs. And so they were collaborating with the CIA in how to murder Castro. And all of the projects were joint collaborations between those three mafia families and the CIA. All of those characters were involved in my uncle's assassination. There was a guy. I'm very good friends with Woody Harrelson. His father was a hitman, and who died in prison in Texas in Maximum Supermax.
Woody Harrelson, the actor, the comedian?
Yeah, His father was a guy called Charles Harrelson, who was involved in my uncle's assassination. Wow. And he was he was a very gifted, talented, brilliant guy, and who was recruited from when he was very young. He was in the military. He was recruited out of the military. He was a sniper by the CIA. He was not involved in the shooting, but he confessed to it. And he told Woody about it, and I've talked a lot to Woody about it. But also, there's pictures of him there. If you look up the Three Tramps in Dallas. These were three men who were found hiding in a boxcar. I mean, the boxcar was right behind the grassy knoll. There was a rail station behind the grassy knoll, and there were three men who were described as the Three Tramps, and they were photographed being walked by the police through Dealey Plaza. There was a temporary police station there, and one of those is Woody's dad.
Wow.
Oh, but so my uncle, and
they used to say that was a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that are conspiracy theories. The word conspiracy theory means something the government, doesn't want you talking about. So, I mean, I was told it was a conspiracy theory that glyphosate from Roundup caused cancer, and I won. I was part of the trial team that won 3 jury verdicts, $2.2 billion.
Right, a lot of your work you've done in the past years as an environmental lawyer.
Yeah.
You're fighting for what corporations do to American citizens and
Yeah.
just ruin their health.
We have experience with that because we lost our father. I actually lost my father on my 14th birthday. He's working at a factory called Fieldcrest Mills. There's a lot of cotton dust. He developed a condition a lot that was very similar
Like
to
mesothelioma. Right?
yeah,
That's
very
exactly
similar
what it
to
is.
black
No,
lung.
it's the
coma.
same as white lung.
Yeah, they told him no, it's because you used to smoke 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. And
they denied liability and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't have you back then, man.
You should have called me. We would both be rich today.
hey, I gotta ask you a question. I would want that fucking money anyway. You killed my dad.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question. And I'm only gonna ask you because you're a Democrat. I would never ask a Republican this.
Yeah.
But I have to ask you, what the hell is a woman?
A woman.
Yeah.
A woman is biologically what is a woman.
Yeah.
That's what I would say is.
Mm.
I don't think I've never never had any problem answering that question.
Yeah. You consider yourself liberal, progressive, or
I consider myself a traditional liberal, which was somebody who was for free speech, somebody who supported the Constitution, somebody who supported, a vision of America, an idealistic vision of
Yeah.
America.
We're liberal, but we had no
Yeah.
choice. So we're conservative now because the Democrat Party did.
Yeah, I tell people when Democrats ask me, are you conservative now? I say, no, I'm the last liberal. You guys are the ones who are doing something else that I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
right.
But it's not liberal. It's not, censoring speech. The word liberal means freedom of speech.
Right.
When you start the government, I just won
It's progressive now.
a case against Biden, and that's going out of the Supreme Court. But I won in the Court of Appeals that he was, that orders him to stop censoring me.
That's who censors you. It's not
That's-
big
yeah.
tech. He's working on the.
37 hours after he took the oath of office, the White House was ordering Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Google to take down my accounts and to censor me.
Wow. The President of the United States.
Well, his White House. He
Yeah.
wasn't on the phone,
Right.
with Sergey Brin. He was, but they were, and what they were threatening them with, they said, if you don't do it, we're going to take away your Section 230 immunity, which is existential for those companies.
Right.
Those companies have immunity, from defamation suits. So
They would get sued out of business if they take that away.
it would get sued out of business, right? Well, they couldn't even function for a day because, what I used to write editorials all the time for the New York Times, and every time the night before the editorial was published, you'd spend an hour on the phone with lawyers, and they'd go through every line to make sure there was nothing defamatory. Because if I put something defamatory in that editorial, the person who I defamed could not only sue me, but they could sue the New York Times for publishing it.
Right.
So that's what publishing houses do. Well, if Facebook and Instagram and Twitter had to get lawyers to read every post before they put it up, they could not. Their business model wouldn't work.
Right.
Right.
So Congress gave them Section 230 immunity, which says that you're a platform, you cannot be sued for publishing defamation.
Right.
And that's how. So the White House was saying, we're going to take that away from you if you don't censor these people, including me. And they were specifically mentioning me.
Wow. But before we let you go, I just want to say, we're Trump supporters. But in the true nature of our political ideology, where we lean, we are essentially liberals. But it's just the left has went so far. Left is just they abandon a majority of people that did support them. But I just want to tell you, if Trump wins the presidency, I feel like our country is going in the right direction. If you win our presidency, I think we're in the right direction. If Biden wins, I think we're going in total wrong direction. And I just wanted to tell you that before you left.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Where can people go to support your run for president?
Kennedy24.com. And we're collecting signatures here in Nevada. And, we need to get on the ballot. I need to get on the ballot. And
That's crazy that you even have to struggle to do that.
Democrats are trying to keep him off.
Who's the real threat to democracy?
It's just like when I look at CNN and the news, and it's so infuriating, and it's like it doesn't make sense to me, and I just can't believe Democrat voters they can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
It's really disheartening. But I had a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
It was an excellent conversation. I mean, you're a sane, intelligent, rational person.
Damn Kennedy. What you expect?
Thank you.
He's good to meet you. Kevin, great to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell us apart already.
Bet you Biden couldn't do that.
You're like, what? Kevin? Me? Oh, fuck it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, this is what I want to ask you about, because I've heard you talk about this recently, and we don't. On May 26, 1968, your father made a statement that we must defend Israel against aggression from wherever source. Our obligations to Israel, unlike our obligation towards other countries, are clear and imperative. The U.S. should without delay sell Israel 50 Phantom jets. Okay. A day later, Kennedy's strong plea for the defense of Israel appeared in the Pasadena Independent. The article enraged a Palestinian named Sirhan Sirhan. He wrote in his diary, Robert F. Kennedy must be assassinated before June 5th, which was the first anniversary of the 67 Six-Day War in Israel. The Pasadena Independent was in his pocket when he committed the act. He was killed because of his support for Israel, says Kathleen Kennedy Townsend. That's not the case? That's not the truth?
Well, he was, Sirhan was involved in the murder of my father, but he did not fire the shots that killed my father. Oh, and that...
Didn't he want to, but according to this, is that wrong that he read this story, was enraged as a Palestinian? I mean, it's the idea that the article was in his pocket when he committed the act, is that wrong?
That could be right, and I don't speculate as to what happened. All I say is that Sirhan himself could not have killed my father. And that's what Thomas Noguchi, who is the coroner, and by the way, my entire life, I believe that my uncle was killed not by a conspiracy, by a group of people. And I had doubts about that from when I was little, because when the day that we were waking my uncle in the East Room of the White House, and I was standing in the foyer of the White House with my Aunt Jackie and with my dad and my mother. And Lyndon Johnson came in and told us that Jack Ruby had killed Lee Harvey Oswald. For the people who are young people, Lee Harvey Oswald was the person who was charged with arrested for killing my uncle. And a day later, he was killed in the jailhouse by a guy, who came in.
A nightclub owner.
What?
A nightclub owner.
A nightclub owner
named Jack
who was,
Ruby.
deeply involved with the mob.
Not the worst nightclub owner I ever worked for, but
Yeah.
an asshole nonetheless.
Anyway, and I had said to my dad and my mother at that time, why did he do it? Did he love our family? Because even as a little kid, it didn't make any sense to me. Why would you go do that in public when when you're putting your own life at stake? And so that story never made any sense. And then, when I was older, I researched it. Somebody gave me a book called The Unspeakable, and I read it, and the whole story that made sense. But I still believe my father had been killed by Sirhan. Sirhan confessed to the murder. He pled guilty. And, his story is that he has no memory of it. And he stuck with that story for 60 years. So, but Paul, there was a man standing, one of my father's best friends, was standing beside him when my father was shot. And his name is Paul Schrade. He was the deputy director of the United Auto Workers, and he's the guy who recruited Cesar Chavez to the labor movement, to the United Farm Workers, and then introduced my father to Cesar Chavez, which was one of the most important relationships that my father had. And the first shot that Sirhan fired hit Paul in the head. Paul survived, and he just died less than a year ago. And he spent the last 20 years of his life trying to get Sirhan out of jail because he did not believe that Sirhan killed my father. And I just sort of dismissed what, over years, I'd hear that Al Lowenstein, who you may remember, was trying to get my father, Sirhan out, because Al Lowenstein was a congressman, a great friend of my father's, started the Dump Johnson movement. He was later assassinated himself. He became a congressman, was killed. But he fought for many years to get Sirhan out and get the case reopened because he did not believe that my father was killed by Sirhan. But I never looked into any details. I just assumed there were 77 eyewitnesses. Sirhan killed Robert Kennedy.
Right.
And then Paul Schrade made me come over to his house one day and read the autopsy report. How did he make me? He told me, you have to do this. And because he was such a close friend of my father's, and because he himself had been shot, I felt like I couldn't say no to him. And when I sat down and read the autopsy report, it became clear to me, as it would to anybody who read that report, that Sirhan could not have killed my father, which is what Thomas Noguchi, the coroner, the most important coroner probably in American history, concluded also and said in his autobiography. And here's what happened, the short story. Sirhan fired 2 shots at my father. He was 5 feet away. There was, as I said, there was absolute mayhem in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel. My father just won the primary. He said from the stage, and now it's on to Chicago, which was where the convention was. Then he walks off the stage and he went into a route that was not expected. He was led into a route through the kitchen, which he was not supposed to go to. And waiting in the kitchen in an ambush was Sirhan standing in front of a steam table. And as my father approached the steam table, Sirhan fired at him 2 shots. One of those hit Paul Schrade. The other one went past my father's ear and hit a door jamb behind my father, a wooden door jamb from which it was later removed by the LAPD. Sirhan was then grabbed by 6 men in a dog pile, and he was backed onto the steam table. And his hand, Rafer Johnson, who was a great friend of mine, one of my father's close friends, he was the decathlon gold medal winner in 1960. He was one of the people who grabbed it, and he was the one who actually grabbed his hand. And he said that Sirhan, who's a tiny little man, I've been to meet him and visit him in prison. He said the tiniest little guy. But Rafer said he had superhuman strength, and he could not get that gun out of his hand. And Sirhan now was pointing the gun away from my father and fired 6 more shots. So there's 8 shots in the barrel. He fired 6 in the other direction, the opposite direction from where my father was. All of those shots hit people. So we know who they hit. We know what happened to all of those bullets. One person got shot twice, once through his once through his clothing. And my father was shot 4 times from behind. And
so it's the same scenario as Oswald.
Well, let me just finish.
A patsy and a real shooter.
Right. So he was a distractor. And the real shooter was behind my father. He was a man called Eugene Thanes Cesar, who was a security guard who worked for Lockheed. He was a CIA operative. He was a vocal racist who hated the Kennedys. And he had been the one who led my father through the kitchen toward the ambush. He was holding my father's arm. He drew his gun.
Right.
And my father was shot 4 times from behind. One of the shots passed through the shoulder pad of his, harmlessly through the shoulder pad of his coat. The other 2 were into his back. and then one behind his ear, which was the fatal shot. And all of the shots had an uphill trajectory. So, and all of them, and this is what the autopsy found, were contact shots. So the barrel of the gun was touching my father's body or his clothing, and they left the discharge left carbon tattoos or less than an inch from his skin. So they left carbon tattoos on his flesh. And the autopsy was an exquisite autopsy. It's called the perfect autopsy. Thomas Noguchi, who knew what had happened at President Kennedy's autopsy, which was, loaded with scandal, did not want the same thing to happen in LA. And he said, we're not going to do Dallas again. So he flew in the top coroners from all of the armed services, the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, to observe what he was doing. And his autopsy is called the perfect autopsy in the medical literature. And, he concluded that the shots had come from behind. And there were 77 eyewitnesses who saw that Sirhan was never behind my father. He was always in front of him, always about 5 feet away. And all the shots that killed him. Now,
It seems so open.
he fell, and as my father fell, he must have known he was being shot from behind because he turned around and grabbed off Cesar's clip-on tie. And you can see pictures of him lying on the floor, and he's actually lying on top of Cesar with the clip-on tie in his hand. And there's pictures of Cesar without his tie on. Cesar pushed my father off him and stood up. He was knocked down when my father fell onto him. He stood up and was seen with his gun. The police did not confiscate the gun that night, and they asked him what he was doing, and he said he drew the gun to shoot at Sirhan. And, and then that's the beginning of the story. And then Cesar made a series of changing, deceptive, lying statements after that in the different times he was questioned over many, many years. I cannot tell you what happened. I can speculate about it, but I can tell you that I cannot see any way that anybody can read that autopsy report and believe that Sirhan killed my father. And that's, my point is that it ought to be investigated. There was no trial. It was a show trial. So, an attorney whose name was Grant, I forget what his last name. He appeared, nobody knows how, and became Sirhan's attorney. Who was he? He was the attorney for Johnny Roselli, the mobster who was implicated in John Kennedy's assassination in Dallas 5 years earlier and was later chopped up and put in a barrel when the assassination committee summoned him to testify. When the church committee summoned him in Biscayne Bay, Miami, his body was found in Miami. He disappeared the day he was supposed to testify in front of the church committee on the assassinations. And he was involved at that time in the Friars Club scandal. So you know what the Friars Club scandal is?
No.
You know what the Friars Club
I
is?
certainly do that.
Right. Okay. And you've probably been there and followed
yes.
the roasts and stuff.
Yes.
So that statute was run by Roselli, was one of the people who was running it, and the Mickey Cohen, the L.A. mobster.
Yeah.
And they were doing card games there. So they had poker. It was a place where the famous people,
Sure. Yeah, it's a club.
Comedians went
Friars
to play.
Yeah, it's a
poker.
club.
And they had installed cameras in the ceiling so they could read everybody's hands.
Oh.
And they got busted for it. And that trial was going on when my father was killed. And the attorney for Roselli at that time was the guy who weirdly showed up, nobody can explain why, and became Sirhan's attorney. And he was under federal investigation because somehow Roselli had been able to obtain the grand jury testimony, which is that's a jailhouse sentence. That is like stealing the U.S. mail. If you steal grand jury testimony, it's such a serious crime that you're going to go to jail. the lawyer got blamed for it. So he himself was under federal investigation and was about to get disbarred. And he then ended up representing Sirhan. He was involved in concealing evidence. He was the one who told Sirhan to plead guilty. And he blocked the ballistics evidence. The bullets that killed my father were different than the bullets, came from a different gun than the bullets that killed other people or shot other people. Nobody else died.
So,
Anyway, there's a lot of questions that should be answered, and if you look at the evidence, it doesn't make any sense. And then the LAPD.
I will never trust a guy in a bow tie again.
It wasn't a clip-on tie.
But so it just must be so frustrating that this seems like so clear-cut, but like the whole world thinks the reverse. I mean,
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah. But it's not. I mean, you convinced me. Anyway, I'm going to let you go. I hope this does well for your campaign. I really think you in the mix is a great thing, because certainly somebody's got to keep them honest. And the one thing I can count on you, like, will we ever agree eye to eye on everything? No. Who do you agree eye to eye with? Nobody. And you shouldn't. We're humans. But, somebody has to keep them honest. And the one thing I think I can count on you is you're not a guy who's going to shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Remember Mitt Romney? You're not going to attack. I don't think, or maybe you will. I don't know. Maybe if you get close, it's going to be very tempting to, go more to the center and disavow. Nothing in your past tells me you'll do that. You are a guy. You love me or hate me, disown me. I am sticking to what I know, or what I believe I know. That I think I can count on. I think that's gonna count a lot. Counts a lot with me. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for watching the clip. Hit the subscribe button now so you never miss out on our Club Random content that's posted daily.
Sure, I have to admit, I've never been more nervous about guests than you guys.
Why?
I've had everyone. I've had Judd Apatow, Jordan Peele,
Well, why would
so
you
many
be
people.
nervous?
I don't know.
Because he's in politics?
I think because he's in politics, and I feel like I'm dumb. You know what I mean? And I feel like I don't know what to say.
No, you don't have to say anything. Oh, here comes.
Shh, we were talking about you.
Madge.
Did you meet Kalika? Is it Kalika?
Kalila. It's like Delilah, but with a K.
Hey, Kalila.
Yeah.
I hear people sing that
All
song.
day. I love it, though.
But I do love that song.
I do, too.
When I first met her, I was trying to memorize her name, so I said Kalila 1,000 because she lived in Long Beach. I said it 1,000 times in the car so I wouldn't mess it up. Kalila.
You got it right.
I know because I said it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Your system works.
Yeah. All right, so how you two? We don't start. I'm not gonna. Don't say anything until I say your names, okay? Until I introduce you.
You don't have to, Cheryl.
I kind of like it, though.
No, I like it
it's a
too,
good look.
Cheryl.
Yeah.
I like it too.
It's a good look.
So much better.
Thank you.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Honey, you don't want to listen to it on the thing?
No.
He doesn't like
I
it.
can hear you guys.
Yeah. He doesn't like it. Go ahead.
Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Welcome to Tiger Belly. I'm your host, Bobby Lee. Welcome to another episode of Tiger Belly. I am your host, Bobby Lee, the king. Hello.
Yep.
And I have my queen here, Kalila. And I have whatever he is. Filipino. Big head.
Thank you.
You got to get that fixed.
I will get surgery.
Yeah. Maybe take some of the fat out. Too white for this guy. Way too white.
Yeah.
We got some shady Asians, and we also and I have to. I have to be honest. I was you guys. I've never been so nervous with guests. I mean, we had all kinds of guests on this thing. Important people. I slept 2 hours last night, right? And I was just like wide-eyed. I couldn't sleep.
He's been pacing.
I've never seen Bobby Lee pace up and down the stairs.
Pace up and down.
He usually isn't even awake at this time either.
Because I know your family history. I know you. Can I say I'm a liberal? What up?
What up?
What's up? Papa's a liberal, no?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I swung a little right every once, but but I'm a huge fan, and I know Mike Binder, our friend, but he's running for president of the United States. Give Robert Kennedy Jr. a round of applause, everybody. But I also want to introduce our other guest. She's from the Groundlings, and I know a lot of people from the Groundlings. I was on Mad TV for 8 years, and I worked with a lot of your friends. And I'm going to ask you a question after, but you're on one of the greatest shows of all time, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Cheryl Hines, give her a round of applause, buddy. The most important question I want to ask is, do you remember me on your show, Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Oh, shitballs. What season?
Season 5, I guest starred.
Give me a hint.
Something about.
Well, okay, he's Korean.
I would hope so.
Season 5. This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, what
That's
happened?
me.
Yeah. What was the storyline?
Oh my God, you're breaking my heart.
See?
Because I thought I killed it. I thought you were.
You did. I'm still talking about it. I just can't remember exactly when or where or what was said.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. Then.
Okay, tell me.
Larry thinks that I ate Jeff Garland's dog because I'm Korean.
Oh my God.
No, it tracks.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so then I bring meat to this like wedding or whatever, and Larry tells everyone it's dog meat.
Wait, were we on the beach?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's dog meat.
And everybody starts throwing up.
Yeah, people start throwing up, right?
I remember that day.
And then Larry drives home and he sees the dog on the side of the street, right?
So it's awkward to talk about it now.
Yeah. So, he thinks I ate the dog.
Yeah.
And I want to say something,
Yeah.
Cheryl.
Yeah, please.
I've never eaten dog.
No, of course you haven't.
I have 4 dogs at home.
Yeah, of course. You're not
And
eating
3 cats.
dog.
I don't eat
No,
dog.
It's a ridiculous thing to say.
It's ridiculous, right?
That's why Larry David, he can get away with it. I don't know how he is the only person that can
amazing.
keep saying.
And also, you're Asian, right? Yeah. Have you eaten dog?
No.
You've wanted to?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Never. Anyway,
Well, no.
it was a great episode. And when I was on that show,
Yeah.
I was like, it's a dream come true because rarely am I on a show that I like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I was there, I was just like, holy fuck. Can I swear?
I
I was like, holy fuck, I'm on a great show.
Well, wait, did you audition? Or they? Yeah.
But can I say something?
Yeah, please.
Once I walked into the room, because it was Larry Charles was there too.
Yeah, I love Larry Charles.
And he directed me in later The Dictator. I was in The Dictator, some other things that he's directed.
Yeah.
And as soon as I walked in, they kind of basically gave me the job.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they just kind of looked at me like, oh, that's the guy.
Yeah.
Now to you, sir.
Oh,
Wait, is that how you guys met? Is
Cheryl-
through?
Yeah, we met through Larry, but you should know that Cheryl, I think, can I describe you as a little bitter about your experience with Mad TV?
yeah.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by that, Robert? Robert, what do you mean by that? I don't like your tone.
For members of your audience that don't understand why Cheryl and I would be on your show together, we're married.
Yes.
Yes, that's true.
They are married.
Yeah.
We are married.
They have children.
We do.
We have 7 kids.
7 kids.
Between us.
Yeah, and Larry David introduced them. I know that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but not in a way that was like, whoa, you guys should get together.
Yeah.
It was just
it
like,
wasn't like a blind date.
no, it's just like, here, you guys.
But when you first met, did you want to smash or no?
No.
No,
It was a
because
long time ago, and we were
It was, we were both married at the time.
to different people.
Whoa.
Yeah, but so it was.
And then it wasn't, I think, 7 years later when we were both getting divorced, and it was on a ski event that I put on every year for my organization Waterkeeper, which is a big water protection group, and we did
Is water in danger?
water.
I've never seen water in danger.
We're protecting the water. From
waterways, water
Waterways.
sources. So
we have patrol boats on 350.
But the water's fine.
The water's good. Yeah.
Okay, that's because I don't want to worry.
From polluters.
Oh, from polluters. My bad.
Yeah,
okay. Oh, yeah.
polluters.
Environment stuff.
Yes.
environmental stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
Because people fish in these waters, Bobby.
Drink these waters.
They drink it. I thought that they were like, being destroyed. Or I don't know. Anyway, I thought there was a war on it. I thought there was a war on water all of a sudden. But okay, go ahead. So you're on a ski thing?
So it was a pro celebrity ski event.
Well, who's there? Who's there?
Name drop.
Well, Larry David, for one.
That's a big one.
JB Smoove was involved at some point. Marcia Gay Harden.
JB, he's black, right?
Yeah,
I like him.
He is. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
But there were lots of people that would come.
Yeah, we had a lot of. We got a good turnout.
Good.
I could go through
No, but don't.
a list, but it would sound like I'm name dropping, which
Weird
All right,
question to
sorry.
ask.
Sorry, that was a dumb question. So you're at the ski resort. You guys see each other.
they didn't want to ski. You didn't want to
Oh,
ski.
me and Larry. No, we weren't going to ski. We were just going to go and say hi. And Bobby was like, the next thing I know, we're being fitted for skis, and we're like
and by the
shoved
way,
onto
I had
a
lived
ski
with
lift.
Larry for spent 2 summers living together, and we were going on. We went on our vacations together.
Oh,
Families did.
That's very sweet.
Oh, and our kids attended the Hebrew summer camp together. So my daughter was best friends with Larry's 2 daughters, and yeah. So so he had just started Curb, and he brought Cheryl with him to the ski event, and they didn't intend to ski, but they ended up skiing.
Yes. That was at the very beginning. So then I didn't really know him for years.
I know, but when you first met him, did you think he was attractive?
I thought, you know what? He wasn't really my vibe.
In your face. Oh, man.
How does that feel?
sad is that, man? Holy man, you got to live with that.
What?
Hello.
I just remember.
Surprise!
A surprise.
I remember him wearing pleated khakis, and I was like, "Whoa, okay,
Whoa, dude.
that's not my vibe." But
No
also-
one's vibe. That's no one's vibe.
No one's vibe.
She got me out of those immediately.
Well, that sounds weird.
Because you look great now. What you're wearing now, I love. You know.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool jeans.
This was my uniform, blue jeans before I got sober.
Oh, okay.
It was part of my changing the spiritual realignment when I came in. I switched to khakis, but then she
broke your spiritual life.
But it was like a slow burn then.
Well, I never saw him. I never really thought about him, no offense, for years. Our lives were just in different places. And then at some point, like years and years later, I was going through a divorce. He was going through a divorce. And so I saw him. I was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then
she came to another event, another ski event.
Yeah.
7 years later.
And then there was like a little connection, like, oh, hi.
And then I went.
And he is
I went to Larry. I knew when I wanted to date her, when I could tell how attracted she was to me.
In heat. She was in heat.
You could tell that, huh? Your senses, okay.
I went to, because I know Larry has a lot of rules about that kind of stuff. So that since she was his television wife, that it would be important that I ask his permission. So
It's something that.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That sounds
right.
normal.
Yeah.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah. So then,
I went to the Carlisle Hotel at 11 o'clock at night and had a meeting with them about
Is that real?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I said, I want you to know that I'm attracted to Cheryl. And what would you think if I was dating her?
And what did he say?
He shocked me, and I know this isn't what he was thinking. I know now that this is not what he was thinking because he later reenacted this in the show, and where Ted Danson kind of
asked for permission to date.
And then it came out what he was really thinking.
In the show it was coming. Wow.
In the show.
Yeah.
In the show, he told Ted no. He was like, no, you cannot date her.
Wow.
But he did anyway.
He acted very excited and happy, and he said some things about Cheryl that I now know to be true, and that I suspected then, which he said that she was the most perfect human being that he'd ever met.
heaven's sake.
and that he said she was beloved in her industry. That she was the only person in the industry who didn't have a single enemy. That's true. Those are true quotes that he told me, and that should be widely known.
Yeah. Because I have so many. I don't know how.
so many
I really do.
Yeah,
You do?
he's beefing with
I beef with
everybody.
everyone. Yeah, I have wars constantly through
That
30
they're
years.
involved too, or is it just you against them?
It's me against them. they're not aware. If I'm driving on the street, I see them on a billboard, there's a war.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah. How dare they get
Yeah.
more
If
successful than me?
someone gets like a star on the Walk of Fame,
Yeah.
it's a
lose
war.
sleep. I'll lose sleep
He'll
for a
lose
week.
sleep
Yeah,
over
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway,
She's got a star. Did you know that?
do you want to start a war with me?
yes, that's why I'm here. That is why I'm here.
Wow. So, but like you guys obviously lived together for years.
Yes.
Okay.
You mean now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're married, live together.
We do.
Because I want
We
to
do.
ask, and this is maybe an inappropriate question, but I mean, do you guys do human things like fart on each other?
On each other?
Or like fart. No, you fart and then you go, "Oh, that was a good one, baby," or whatever. Do you,
That is not.
I don't think we've ever had that discussion.
No, that's
well,
not.
you guys
part
hide.
of
You
our-
hide it.
I would say I hide it.
I'm
Good.
a hider.
There we go.
I'm not.
She
I'm
hides.
not.
She
like,
So in the
hides.
10 years we were together, not
Yeah.
a single fart, not a single
Yeah.
anything. I'm
Yeah.
a hider for
Yeah.
sure.
yeah. No, that's not our household.
I'm like, like it's war. Yeah.
That's like my brother. That's like my brother.
That's like your brother. Yeah.
They do a lot of weird things, but that's not one.
Okay. But you guys snuggle. Do you guys watch a movie and snuggle together?
Yeah.
We do.
They're human beings.
I don't know. I mean, because I asked the fart thing, they were like, "What are you talking about?" And now the snuggling thing is a thing. Out of your mind? I don't know now. You know what I mean? So you guys cuddle then, and you watch
Yes,
a
we
movie. You
cuddle.
cuddle. All right.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
sorry, but you know,
that's-
It's settled.
That's
it's
fair.
settled. I mean, I just didn't think I'm saying, did you think the fart? Do you think the fart thing was inappropriate? A little bit. Okay, sorry.
That's
My
You
bad,
know
my
who
bad.
doesn't cuddle?
Who?
He doesn't cuddle.
Oh,
I
He is
refuse.
not.
I refuse.
you don't like
refuses
skin on
to
Time
cuddle.
is money.
you've got things to do. Are you just like when is this over?
Don't you think it's a waste? You're just sitting there, and don't you think it's a waste of time a little bit?
How?
Don't. It seems like a time to connect with someone. No, is that
Thank
crazy?
you, Cheryl.
But
Thank you.
Robert, can you back me up on this, right?
Oh,
Just listen to me.
okay.
Just
go
listen to
ahead.
me,
Try to
right?
convince him. Try
Yeah,
to convince
yeah.
him.
30 minutes, fine. But don't you think that because there's 24 hours in the day, right?
Yeah.
There's people
got
you got to
things to
call. There's things you got to write. There's things
Yeah.
that you got to do, right? Doing this for more than 30 minutes is a little. Come on.
But don't you think it like slows things down? It's just like okay.
Oh, like meditation. you mean.
Connection.
Connection.
Restoration.
I mean, what do you think the point of life is?
Ooh, good question.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah.
Holy crap, man. I think the point of life is to live in the moment
Okay.
and to, I think that the number one thing is just to be centered in here.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the future and the past. They don't exist. And to be here. And I think the whole point about life is helping others, to me.
Yeah, and don't you think having intimate connections with other human beings is kind of the apex of that aspiration?
Yes, sir, I do. But I also want to tell you that I do that. But I'm just saying that some women want 3-hour cuddle.
I have never asked.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, but women have done that.
It's a 15-minute sesh would be great.
And that's all I was asking. You know, I mean, 15 is fine.
But
You
you
know,
never give 15.
I do 5s.
You do
Ooh,
5.
fives. You can't do anything in 5
And then
minutes.
you
Can
just count.
you?
You
Oh,
can
can
feel
you?
him counting it down.
Can you?
Yeah, he's like, I can't wait till this is over.
Yeah.
No, sometimes I have a stopwatch.
Yeah, you're like, and done. And time. We're out.
All right, so you guys watch movies and you cuddle and stuff.
Yes.
And do you guys, these are weird questions,
No,
but
please.
do you guys shower at night or in the morning? That's a very good.
Fair.
Yeah,
that's
that's
fair.
I'm dating a girl right now. She doesn't shower at night. In the morning, I'm like, you sleep dirty?
No,
I would say both.
both. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, both is important.
Yeah.
Wait, so repeat that again, Robert?
Both.
So you shower at night and in the morning.
Well, I exercise in the morning, and so I'm going to shower after I exercise.
Okay.
You wash your hair in the morning and get dressed for the day. And then you go out and you do all your stuff. And then you take a bath before you go to bed. Because I'm not going to go through my hair thing again.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. And then, what I also didn't get is why people brush their teeth in the morning. Prize Picks. It's fun. Prize Picks is my favorite. It's the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season.
And we know you love football.
You just select 2 or more players. It's so easy. Pick more or less on their projected stats, and then you place your entry, my friend.
And testing your skills on Prize Picks this football season is the most excited I've ever seen you when you play the daily fantasy sport.
Oh, I love it.
And I know with your skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps, Bobby.
I've done even more. I'll tell you that. I'm good at it.
And you know what you're really good at? Quick withdrawals. It's quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types. And this is what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Like, for instance, Bobby, you know Saquon Barkley, right?
I love Saquon.
What's your prediction for more than 60 yards and maybe Patrick?
Maybe 70. And Patrick will do it the same.
Say his last name.
Patrick Dimsley.
What about Aaron Rodgers, Bobby?
Aaron Rodgers is the best of all the Aaron Rodgers. Prize Pick offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Pick discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value.
And Prize Picks now offers Apple Pay for quick and easy deposits into your account this football season.
Go to prizepicks.com/belly and use code BELLY for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/belly and use code BELLY for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
And then, what I also didn't get is why people brush their teeth in the morning.
I brush my teeth in the morning.
I brush my teeth a lot.
Well, I'll tell you why. You want to listen to my theory now?
Yes.
All right. I brush my teeth at night. Okay? I didn't eat a roast beef sandwich at 3 in the morning.
Well, what about coffee? Do you drink coffee in the morning?
I do, but it's
so
like...
you don't brush your teeth after coffee?
Well, that would mean, I'm sorry to argue, but that would mean I would have to brush my teeth after every meal or everything I drink.
But you should.
That's what you do?
After every meal, if I can.
As she does.
Well, I've got such big teeth.
Your teeth are great.
I know they're really big, so I have to really take care of them. Otherwise, it would be crazier than they already are.
You know what? You're right, because...
And he's got like 18 missing teeth, so...
You want to see?
Oh, yeah.
Look down here.
Oh, you didn't want to get an implant?
He didn't want to brush in the morning.
Ooh.
Well, okay. All right. I rest my case.
Wow. He's good.
I guess you're right. He's good. Robert, I think you got my vote. you got my vote, buddy. Wow. That was really good.
How long have you guys been together now?
We been together since 2011, so that would be 13 years.
Are there ever some things you so strongly disagree with in terms of like, and vice versa, that have either changed the other person's minds on everything, just like ideology, politics, all of it?
I
mean, anything we disagree on, I lose. So
no, that's not
that
true.
Is the
that's not true. But I do think so, because sometimes, Bobby is such an inclusive person, and he says yes to whatever you want to ask. I have a cousin coming in. He needs a place to stay for 2 months. Can he stay here? And I'll be like, can we talk about this? And next thing I know, the cousin's at the door with this.
we had 2 guys this year who spent, I think, 2 months each in our house recovering from surgeries.
Yeah, so...
And I didn't ask permission before.
Oh, you have to ask, Robert.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have to ask.
Thank you.
Well, I know that now.
And then you slowly build a resentment.
Well, I try to get it out. At night I'll just say, look, this can't happen again. If this ever happens again, and then it happens again. But he
Nice.
definitely taught me, because if somebody asks me something that I think will be difficult to do, before I met Bobby, I would say, let me think about it and get back to you. And he always says yes. And he's like, we'll figure it out. Like, if this person needs something, just say yes, we'll figure it out. So I've started to come around to that idea more and more. So sometimes I think, what would Bobby do? And then I'll, just say yes and know that we'll figure it out.
You know, I think it's sobriety that you'd learn that from. Don't you think the 12 steps and AA maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I made a conscious decision at some point that whenever anybody asks me to do a favor, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
And then if I can't do it, then I'll say, well, I can't do that because I'm in Boston on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like if Cheryl asks me, will you do me a favor? I don't ask her, what it is. I say yes.
Yeah, he says yes.
Wow.
No, he says yes.
Yeah.
And I need to know what it is first before I can.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you need? Yeah.
But I think that's the whole idea of when I said helping others is because it's like, for me, I was so self-centered, thinking about myself. And then as soon as I got sober, or every time I get sober, it's just not about me. It's about going out of myself and helping others. And that's why I go to meetings, not for myself, but to say hi to a newcomer or shake their hand. Like I started my own AA meeting on Wednesday mornings for comedians because I just think that comedians need it. And I see that in you, in your life, you know what I mean? And like I don't know if we've had any presidents that practice the 12 steps in their lives. I don't know of any, but I mean, I would love that. You know what I mean? Because they would apply that.
It's interesting because Ulysses S. Grant, who's not given credit for what an extraordinary president he was, but he was a hopeless alcoholic. He was really debilitated by alcohol, and he lost every business that he got involved in. He was probably involved in between I'd say a dozen and 20 business ventures, and every one of them failed.
Wow.
He was a very hardworking guy, and he ultimately joined a group that was called the Washingtonians, which was a predecessor of the Oxford group, which was the predecessor of AA.
Wow. Oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's what influenced Bill W.
Bill W. joined the Oxford group.
Yeah.
And the Washingtonians and the Oxford group both collapsed because they took very strong positions on prohibition. And that's why in the AA traditions, they say we don't get involved in any public controversies.
Wow, yeah.
Because the two predecessor groups that were very much like AA both collapsed as they had gotten involved with that, very public controversy. But Grant had a guy who was the Washingtonians did a lot like AA. They didn't have the steps, but they went around and they talked. They tried to help other alcoholics, and they understood that connection that you had. The only way you stay sober is by helping somebody else.
Yeah.
And so they went around and they did a lot of public speaking, and it was very sort of Christian oriented. And then when the Civil War started, his life was utter failure, and then he stepped into this position where he instantly showed himself to be completely indispensable. He basically could not lose a battle, and the battles that were being lost that he walked in on, he turned them around immediately.
Wow.
He had this extraordinary capacity to lead men, but he also was fighting alcoholism his entire time. And he had one guy who was his best friend in childhood, become a lawyer, and that guy could keep him sober. And so when he became the commander of the Union Army, the one demand that he made on Lincoln was that this man who had no military experience be appointed a brigadier general and his aide de camp, so that guy would be with him at all times, because he knew when that guy was with him, he wouldn't drink. And that's
like a sober
companion.
companion.
Sober companion, yeah.
Sober companion,
Yeah.
But he
Or
also
it's cool.
lived.
That's old school, yeah.
He lived the AA principles and program. He was. People said the only time he was ever seen to lose his temper was when he saw a man beating a horse. He could not, even though he ordered 350,000, and there was 669,000 Americans died during that war,
Wow.
and most of them had battles in which he was involved. So he was able to order men to give orders that would result in people's deaths, but he couldn't stand cruelty. And the only time he got angry was when he saw a man beating a horse.
I'm the same. I mean, I think I know a lot of AA people that are like so empathetic toward animals. I mean, for me, it's like animals are such a big part of my sobriety in terms of just like connecting with, you know what I mean, with something.
He does cuddle the animals.
I know. I was
a
just
lot.
thinking.
Oh, I'll cuddle for
he
hours.
won't cuddle with a woman, but an animal.
Yes.
Yes, that's
all
worth it.
day.
You should tell Bobby Lee and about the emu because you had a wonderful.
An emu.
I want to know about the emu.
Tell me about emus.
Well, he loves animals.
Me
I
too.
like them. Fine.
What's an emu?
An emu is like an ostrich. It's like a giant bird.
They're flightless.
They're flightless.
Yeah.
And their brains
Long
are
nets, long
tiny.
necks?
Yes.
Okay.
They're
About 7 feet tall.
Their brains are tiny and they're angry.
Oh, I like it.
They're so cute.
So we had a pet emu.
No.
Yes.
At your house?
Yes.
In the backyard?
Yes, when we lived in Malibu. And this
The emu loved me.
The emu like you?
it imprinted on
And it
him
would
Really?
It go swimming in the pool and do laps, and it was.
and hated everyone else.
And when
It was
I came near
aggressive.
it would lie on its back to have its stomach scratched, and it would come in our house, and just
Yeah.
hang out with us.
Yeah, and listen. No, nobody wanted it in the house. but somehow the dogs were able to open the doors, and then the emu would come in.
Oh, so they had a relationship. The
Yeah.
dogs, they're
Yes,
in cahoots.
They were in cahoots.
Wow. And how many dogs do you have? 2?
Now we have 3.
Wow,
We
okay,
have
great,
3.
great.
But at the time, we had an emu. We had
3 dogs.
turkeys. Did we have
Oh, we had a
turkeys?
turkey. Yeah, that would come in the houses too.
Yeah. So, but this friggin' emu
Yeah.
was mean.
It
And
was jealous.
he would chase you around the backyard, and would pet you.
Really?
And I kept saying, "You've got to get rid of this friggin' bird."
Yeah.
Because
I would come home and she'd be in front of the computer, and I'd see over her shoulder that she was looking at lifespan of emus.
I would look it up. I would look it up. What? Because
Wow.
they lived for a
How
long
did
time.
Yeah. Wow.
And,
That's funny.
and one time I was pitching this. I was pitching a film to this investor.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for this call, right?
Yeah.
And the call came in. We had bad cell reception, so I had to go outside. And I'm outside, and it was hot. And I talking to the guy, and I'm like, "Here's what the film is about." And this fucking emu.
You never named it, by the way? I mean,
It was his
Toby.
Toby. So say Toby, please. Respect.
Toby.
Yeah, Toby.
Toby starts coming at me.
Yeah.
And he starts chasing me around the yard. And I'm trying to keep my voice calm.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to tell this guy,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being chased by an emu around my yard."
Yeah.
So I'm like, anyway, there's a woman and this fucking bird is coming at me. And we go around the yard, and I finally chased him into the house and closed the doors and finished the pitch. And then Bobby came home, and he's like, "What's going on?" I go, "I'll tell you what's going on." It is that
Toby,
or
yes.
me.
Oh.
And he goes-
Ultimatum.
And it got to that point, and he was like, "Listen, if it means that much to you, all you have to do is say something." And I said, "I've said something to you a lot,
Wow.
and I'm done."
Yeah.
So he goes, "Well, I always thought it was, you were kidding." I said, "No, it sounds like I'm kidding because I'm mad at you about an emu, but it's not a joke anymore."
Yeah.
So we found another home for
They
it.
got eaten by a lion.
That was not on our
that's you.
watch. That
Did you
was
really
not
get eaten by a lion?
A mountain lion. A mountain.
What?
Was it P22?
Cheryl, what have you
had
done?
nothing to do
What have
with
you
it.
done?
There was not a long mourning period afterwards.
Oh.
Listen, it was not on my watch.
You guys, hold on. Stop, everyone.
Yes.
Everyone, rest in
A
peace.
moment,
Toby.
Toby.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rest in
Toby,
peace, my friend.
Toby.
Yes.
Holy moly.
This reminds me of a time my dad was really similar with animals. I grew up in the Philippines, and one day he just brought home a monitor lizard.
What? How big is that? What is a
They get
monitor
pretty big, like think Komodo dragon, but with a less infectious mouth. And same thing. My mom was like, "You cannot have that reptile. We have 2 young children," and he would feed it like chunks of raw meat. And then
Disgusting.
one day he severed my sister's finger. just split right in half. She needed to get it stitched back on.
Okay,
And
that's
Stitch
then,
it back on. They stitch it back on.
but then my
not
dad then
okay.
donated it to the zoo.
Thank
and
you.
so that's where it went to
Yeah.
live. But
And
it
did
took
it get
this.
eaten by a mountain lion? Like
Is
Toby.
that how big? That
Yeah.
Yes, they get big. Yeah.
That's
Robert, are you
insane.
mad at her? Do you miss Toby? Let's get there. Do you miss
Yeah.
Toby?
I do miss Toby.
And you think of Toby often, right? What's the matter?
That is-
allow an emo in the White House?
Ooh.
well, I wouldn't allow him into the White House, but I'd keep one in the Rose Garden.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Tiger Belly fans, listen here. You heard it here first. Emos at the White House.
Emos.
Whatever they're called. Emos.
Emo.
Emo is us. We're emo.
Don't they have black hair and they're like cool and sensitive?
Very
They're going to have
sensitive.
emos at the White House, guys. And a hot topic. He's going to be great. But
The one time the emu got in the front yard,
Yes.
and she couldn't get in the driveway.
It wouldn't let us in the house. And every time the gate opened, he would come after us, and then the gate would close, and it was just this ridiculous game. And I was with my friend, and her friend daughter is standing on top of the car screaming because she's like, "We're all gonna die!" And then the sheriff came by.
But tell them about the surfers.
Oh, well, we had these like 19-year-old surfer dudes next door. And they heard the screaming and they were like, "What's going on? Can we help you?" And I said, "Yes, you can. There is an emu on the other side of the fence."
wow.
And they said, "Okay, why don't you open the gate and then we'll distract it and you guys can run inside." I was like, "Great." The gate opens, the emu starts coming after them. They scream like babies and run home.
Yeah.
And so now we're still, locked out of the house. And then the sheriff comes up and he's like, "What's going on?" I go, "There is an emu on the other side of this gate that's, really terrorizing us." And he said, "Is it your pet?" I was like, I guess so. I said, "But nonetheless," and he's like, "All right, have a good night," and drives off.
Oh, wow. Well, how did you get the emo Toby in the first place?
We got him. I got him. A friend of mine breeds them, and he gave me a couple of eggs.
Oh.
Hatched them out.
Were you going to make
That was
omelets
sweet.
or?
You guys are like, "Oh, sweet."
It's fine.
Because there must have been a point where you were like, "Oh, baby emu." You
Well,
don't-
he was cute when he was
then
little. He was like, when we got him, he was little,
He was only this big, maybe 4 inches.
like a
Oh,
little shit.
cute. Wow.
Toby.
Very-
But he gave him to my daughter, Kat. My daughter's name is Kat.
And then we had to get him from the East
Try to make
Coast.
friends with her. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
enough of, we could go on and on.
No, I'm so
about
riveted. I'm so.
Tobias is his real name.
Yeah, Tobias. Yeah.
Yes.
But I want to be honest. Like listening to all that with your family, Malibu, how the
Yeah.
emo, this, that. It's just like people just don't know about that, and I think people want to know about that. I mean, that sounds like fun people. You guys are fun people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This
I mean,
was-
you're a little evil about, but it's
yeah.
fine.
Well,
You like to kill animals.
no, it was.
I totally get it.
I know. I wanted it to die of natural cause, but I just wanted to know how long I had to put up with him. But there was.
She used to keep saying. She used to say to me, "I don't want today to be the day that I kill an emu with a
No,
shovel."
because I had to start walking around with a shovel if I went in the backyard to keep him away from
Really?
me. And so I would wake up in the morning, I'd have a cup of coffee, I'd walk in the backyard with a shovel, and I'm like, "Is this how I'm going to start the day by bashing him?"
Yeah.
Like my family comes home and they said, "What happened?" Well, he came after me and I hit him with a shovel. I was like, what life am I living right now?
I
Have
guess
you
you're
been ever
right.
chased down by a bird?
No.
Or pecked by a bird? Oh my God, it's scary.
Like a pigeon. A
goose.
pigeon.
No, like a goose even.
Okay.
No, they'll
No.
chase you down and they'll peck the shit out of
Yeah.
you.
Our
Okay.
turkeys would do that.
Yeah, I had a pet chicken named Kokok for 7 years.
Oh.
And
I didn't know they lived that long.
Or
Yeah.
Wait. Coke?
Kokok.
Oh, Cook.
Kokok.
Okay, Cook.
And my dad would watch TV in the living room with Kokok. Kokok would drop the wing and
Did it
flirt
have a
with my
diaper
dad.
on or no? They just-
When it was indoors.
Was it a hen or a rooster?
It was a rooster. It was a white leghorn.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Like-
so everyone
In the Philippines, they do a lot of cockfighting.
cockfighting. Cockfighting is a really big thing. I low key we still go to them when we go to the
Yeah,
Philippines.
they're fun.
They're brutal, but
Yeah. I close my eyes at times, but it's
yeah.
I mean, it's bad. It's bad. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, but I get dragged.
I'm
to them.
protesting. I have a sign.
Yeah, you're like, don't do it.
Stop. Yeah.
You guys don't
No,
do
but
it.
it gets pretty brutal. Like
Yeah,
my,
of course.
my uncles, they drag me to the cockfights, to the coctagon, and with a losing chicken, they mop the blood with a losing.
No.
They
What do you
do.
think they should change the name?
The cockfight.
I just don't like cockfights. I just it's a
What
weird
would you rather
thing.
call it?
Just like cockfights.
Chicken wrestling.
That's it.
Chicken wrestling. That
Chicken
sounds
They
wrestling.
hardly
Thank you.
wrestle.
I
They
know.
have this sharp blade underneath, and it's
No.
yes.
On their spurs. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You mean they strap a
They strap a little
blade?
sword at the
Oh,
end of
no.
the
I don't want
Yeah.
to know this.
Like a
And then-
UFC, but unified, whatever. But to see the chicken.
It's a coctagon.
Yeah.
A coctagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the name of the place that the cockfights take.
No,
little
it's,
stadiums.
yeah, it's like a little arena, but then it's not even a little arena because now some of them are pretty massive. People get really into
Really?
it. Yeah.
Okay. Aside from I want to change course now.
Yes, okay.
We're not talking about cocks,
Yes.
bird fighting anymore.
Yes.
We want to get into why Robert's running for the presidency.
Oh,
Don't you want to do that
Of
before he
course.
goes? Don't you think we should do it? You know what I mean? And already, can I just say this,
Yeah.
sir? Can I call you sir? can I do this, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never met anybody that's
Why
running
are
for
you
president.
sweating?
I'm
You're sweating
so
so
bad.
much.
I know. Because, sir,
Are you swimming?
I gotta bow. Sir,
What is
I
that?
want you to win so bad now, sir. You gotta win.
For Toby.
Yeah, for Toby.
Yeah, because you want
Yeah.
that emu in the roast.
And I expect a position. I'll do whatever.
Wait, that's a good question.
I'll be a janitor.
Yeah, like, don't you want to be appointed? What would Bobby be appointed?
How about ambassador to some sort of island?
Yeah, the Philippines.
No.
Head of cockfight.
Yeah. Wait. So,
get him in.
when did you decide to run?
About, I don't know what it was about. We decided together, by the way, because, but I had the idea first.
Yeah.
I have a favor, honey.
Like, let me hear it. This is why I need to hear them first before I say yes.
Well, so you're late at night, you're laying in bed, and you just kind of said it?
No, what happened was
You're
because
cuddling?
I was being censored, and then I was being very, very heavily censored on the social media, and then when the war started, when the Ukraine war, I was very critical of that, and that stuff was being censored too, and I felt like I saw that the Democratic Party, my party, had abandoned some of its key principles, including its alliance with the middle class, with the working poor in our country. That it was becoming increasingly allied with Wall Street and with the war machine and the censorship industrial complex. And so I thought, well, one of the ways that I could talk to the American public for the first time is if I run, because there's rules that make it much more difficult for people to censor you if you're running for president. But I also knew that it would not be fair to my family, and it would not get by my wife if I was just running because to push a principle But then a guy called Jeremy Zogby, who runs one of the biggest polling firms in our country, who I didn't know, but he was polling me without me knowing it.
Wow.
So he was putting me in a lot of his polls, and the numbers that were coming back, despite the kind of constant attacks on me, the numbers showed that I had the highest popularity rating of any political leader in the country. And so he sent me an email saying, I need to show you these polling results. And then he came over and showed them to Cheryl and me. And at that point, she started thinking, well, if there's really a path to victory, that she might, buy into it. And that we had that discussion for several months before finally she green-lighted it.
It's so funny because what happens, we know even as podcasters and as a comedian, as an actor, I'm online a lot. And what happens online, the things that you hear, say, and all the stuff that you is not really reality.
No,
When you go out, when you go out in the world,
know.
that's
True.
reality.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So I think that's what I think. Yeah.
That's a scary part too, though. Like
is.
whatever you say, you could talk for 3 hours and it can be reduced to
Right.
one
They'll take
single
out 2 words,
thing. Yeah.
and then that's what they'll go with.
Yeah,
and it's not even what the conversation.
I mean, I was just dismissed as anti-vax. I've never been anti-vaccine.
Yeah.
But that was the
Label
You know,
that
that
they
was the
wanted.
label that was put on me in order to censor me, to silence me, to discredit me. I'm not complaining. I don't want it to sound like that, but that's what was happening. And for me, I think it's better to have a dialogue.
Yeah.
And to be, have respectful, congenial debate with people, which was the kind of democracy that I grew up with.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when Bobby was talking about, right now the country is so divided, right? There's so many people, we hate each other. We've been pitted against each other for so long. So when he started talking about a place in the middle where can't we bring 2 sides together so it's not just fighting all the time, but we try to work together, then it started making sense to me. And I thought, yeah, actually, that would be nice. Instead of hating each other, listening to each other, and figuring out how to work together. And especially, like he's talking about with the middle class, it's been ignored for so long. It started making sense. And then now that we've been out on the road together, it's interesting listening to people, real people, because once again, like you're saying, if you're just listening to sound bites, you're not really getting the whole story. But when we go out, we went to South Carolina for a long time, and you're really listening to people and what they're struggling with, and they're struggling to pay their bills, to fill their gas tank. And that's really what people are interested in and what they need.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also a couple years ago, I was in rehab, and I went to a rehab that was like a small group, so it was only 12 people. And there was a guy in the group, he was wearing a MAGA hat. And at the time, I was gung-ho, like anti, you know what I mean? I was just like a bleeding heart liberal. And I was like, in my head, I was like, I'm not going to talk to that guy. By the end of the thing, him and I were very close. And I remember when we hugged each other goodbye, I kind of got teary-eyed. I was like, dude, I'll see you, call me, this and that, right? And I realized we have way more in common than not.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And it was like the media, and it was like social media and all that stuff pitting us against each other.
know.
And it's not even real.
I know.
We're so similar in every way.
Right.
possible.
It's like the jangling keys. There's people who want to keep Americans apart.
Yeah.
And it's like, watch this.
Look over here.
While I'm robbing the bank and stealing you all blind.
Yeah.
And we're all looking at the keys and, not seeing that he just stole the Tesla or whatever. You know, and we're all distracted by hating each other. And then, the kind of the central organizing theme of my campaign is finding values that we have in common rather than these little issues that keep us apart.
But how do you change that? How do you change, false information online? How do you change all these?
Or even how do we change ourselves from being so easily attracted by the dangling keys? Like, is there something like inherent about why it's so easy to kind of be distracted?
Well, my dad was campaigning. My dad was in really the same position I am in many ways. Because he was running against a war. He was running against a president of his own party. He was running against an entire infrastructure that was a power that was aligned against him. The unions were against him. The big city mayors were against him. The liberal press was against him. Even the university students at that time were against him because he was ending draft deferment. And the people who he had brought into power in 1960, 8 years earlier, were all working for Johnson. So they were against him. But he was able to put together this coalition by just telling the truth to people and telling them truths that they didn't want to hear. And he went against all the kind of political wisdom of, you have to tell people what they want to hear. And he would go to colleges like Creighton University in Nebraska and the students asked him, are you going to keep our draft deferments? That was the reason most kids were in college, because they didn't want to go to Vietnam. And he said, no, I'm not going to, because it's unfair that 50% of every paratrooper unit in Vietnam is black, because they don't have access to the college. He said, I can get my 11 kids into college and get them out of the draft. But that means that the war is going to be fought by black people alone, and that's not, a good result. And so he got booed at first, but then at the end he'd get a standing ovation. And he did that all over the country, telling people news that they didn't want to hear. And as it turns out, it worked. The last day of his life, he won the most rural state in the country, South Dakota, and the most urban state. And when I was, when we rode on that train and brought his body from, I was with him when he died, and then we brought his body from Penn Central in New York to Union Station in Washington. It was it should have been a 2.5-hour train ride. It was a 7-hour train ride, because the tracks were lined with people, and the people were the whole cross-section of Americans. They were whites and blacks and people in military uniforms, hippies. And he had, and rabbis and priests and nuns. I remember going through Delaware and seeing 7 nuns standing in the back of a pickup truck outside of Wilmington, waving their rosary beads at us. And it was this entire cross-section of the American experience that he'd been able to unite, really by telling people the truth, and instead of appealing to their anger and their greed and their xenophobia and bigotry, he had tried to remind them of the hero that's inside of all of us, and that we're part of a community, and that we've got to resist the seduction of the notion that the only way to advance ourselves as a people is by leaving our poor brothers and sisters behind, that we have to go together. And people were willing to put aside, to transcend their narrow self-interest and see themselves as part of a larger community and a noble adventure. And I think we have to get back to that vision of bringing Americans together, the Trump people, and as you said, when you start talking to people, you find all these things we have in common. And part of the censorship regime is to keep us from talking to each other.
Yeah. That was the first time where I was like, what's the matter?
No, I just want him to stay close to the mic. I am trying to.
I thought you were doing the emo thing again. I was like, I thought you were doing the Toby thing. And I was like, that's over, Cheryl. We're not doing that right now.
Terrified.
Wow. Yeah, yeah, and ever since I met that dude, right? I want to say his name, but the MAGA guy that was in my rehab, it's opened my eyes, because then I went to Dollywood. Remember I went to Dollywood? And in my mind, it was like, I went to an amusement park. Where is it? In
Tennessee.
Tennessee, right?
Tennessee.
And I'm like a Korean loudmouth, kind of a crazy comedian. And I went in there, and there was just love there.
Yeah.
Even for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these are people that probably generally vote right or whatever, but I felt like this kinship with people, and I just kind of went, you know what, dude, I think I'm gonna change my whole worldview on this thing.
Yeah.
Well, there's the internet, and there's just real life.
Yeah.
There's internet vitriol. Even us podcasting for as long as we have, it's like there's that, and you go out into the world, and you're like, I'm not hearing, insults thrown at me all day. People are generally decent.
That's true.
And hardworking and kind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And inherently good, I think.
Yes.
So how do we get? So what happens now? I mean, because I don't know much about politics. Here I'm going to ask a dumb question.
No.
Okay.
No dumb question.
So you're running in the Democratic primary. What happens? How do we do this? How does Biden step aside? I mean,
and then is there a debate?
Is there a debate? How does this
it would
happen?
be good if there was a debate. I don't think that President Biden wants to debate me. And he, ultimately I can't force him to, but I think it's important that he get out, because there are, people are, he's going to have to debate Trump at some point. I think a lot of Democrats are going to want to make sure that he can do that.
If they become the candidates.
Yeah. And, so I think that he needs to do some unscripted, town halls or whatever. But, my numbers are now are growing very, very strong.
Yeah.
And, and so then we fight primary by primary. We start with New Hampshire, go to Iowa, and then South Carolina, Nevada, Michigan. And, and so we have campaigns in each one of those states.
Yeah, and I think people need to just keep showing up. I mean, when Bobby speaks, he's drawing these huge crowds. And that says something. That says that people are really listening and getting behind him. And I think at some point, the DNC will not be able to act like he's not running because they keep trying to look the other way. There are no other candidates running, but Bobby is running, and the more hundreds and thousands of people are showing up, the less they'll be able to act like he's not.
Right. We got to pack even more. We got to get more people in there.
Yeah, pack it in, you guys.
So listen here, Tiger. Go
in.
check this guy. Good speaker, man. Go check him out right now. You know what I mean? Whatever city's in it, go check. Right?
Yeah.
Check him out.
Check him out.
Is there a cover or charge? I don't know how these work. How is that $5 Fugazi? Is that $5?
There's no cover charge, but you can go
That's
to
free, man. Free show, man.
Yeah,
free show. Yeah.
Go to Kennedy24.com.
You look Kennedy24.com and see where he's doing it.
Yeah.
Are we rapping? Because I still have a couple of questions.
No, we're not rapping. I'm just doing a promotion to the people, right? Go check him out, man. Okay. Right? You know how you guys go see us on the road? Go see him on the road, man.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
It's cheaper
than Bobby Lee's
and it's a better show. He doesn't get naked like I do, right? He's like, it's good, It's clean, family fun,
Yeah, family fun.
It's clean, yeah. Not me. I'm like, you know what I mean?
Do you actually get naked?
Yeah, I do.
Not fully. Well, not fully. He doesn't show the front bits.
But I used to.
Just the little star tattoo on your butt.
Yeah, I do. I'll pull out. I'll show.
He dances.
I'll dance into my underwear. Okay. I'll show a little crack.
Yeah, why not? Give the people what they want.
Some people go, why, too? You know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead.
Is it like when Kenny Chung came out of the trunk of the car during Hangout?
Well, I want to say something. I want to say something about that. All right. I wish they would have CGI'd his penis.
Because what do you think it did, showing his penis?
Because
it perpetuated.
I have to be honest, because I've seen his penis. I mean, I don't know if we can talk about this.
We can.
We've all seen it.
Yeah. I've seen, well, in real life though.
Okay.
And you've seen mine and stuff. Like mine's way bigger. And I just want to put out.
They're friends.
I just want to put that. We're friends. Look, there's a photo of it. I just want to put that out there. Mine's way bigger.
You guys like in a shower
Yeah,
together?
when were you seeing each other's penises? Just curious. You don't have to answer.
Well, comedians. I mean, not sketch. Not sketch.
Okay,
not sketch. Because you guys are more professional.
Yeah, we keep our underwear on.
I understand that you guys are more professional and you guys have rules.
There's never been a time backstage when we would have to strip down to like nothing.
I know, but Cheryl, It's not like I'm friends with Whitney Cumming, a lot of female comics.
Yeah.
I would never obviously show my genitals unless they asked, right?
Okay, right. That's fair.
But with comics, it's like we're on the road.
Yours. I'm going to show you mine.
Yeah.
That's
What
fun.
does yours look like?
Okay.
And they look at mine. Oh, I have 3 colors or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Wait, but that's how female comics are too, though. Whitney, Esther, Annie.
Yeah, they show each other their
so basically,
vaginas.
The first meeting with any of those 3 girls, it's always like, "Hey, you want to see?" And then it's like full bush out everything. So it's almost like just the comic introduction.
Well, if politicians did that, if politicians did that, maybe we have a better world that we live in. Maybe,
honey, let's get it going.
If Kim Jong Un and like Putin, maybe they
got together and like
maybe there's more of a connection. I don't know.
All right,
let's move on. Let's move on from it.
Okay.
What's the question?
No. You were saying something.
I was done with that. I was telling the fans to go see him whenever he's playing. So I thought you said you had a couple more questions.
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, what are your thoughts on exes being really close friends? Because Bobby and I
dated for 10 years. We're no longer together.
Yeah. But we
still do this
everything
podcast.
Together.
We do everything together. How do you feel about that?
I like it. I'm good friends with my ex.
Oh, good.
Like
and he comes on all of our ski vacations. He stays with us.
Oh, does he really? Yeah.
Yes.
One time, we had a ski vacation planned that he was going to come with us, and then Cheryl got a job and couldn't come, so me and her ex.
A bro date?
Wow.
Bro date?
Went together.
Wow.
Yes, and they just, because I was like, well, you guys, I'm not going to be able to make it, so I thought the vacation would be off. And they were like, okay, we'll go without you. they took the kids
So
skiing.
good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Like, okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
So
I like it. I think it's nice. And I think it's like,
It's good for the kids.
well, it's good for the kids. And even if you don't have kids together, it's nice because you've spent time with somebody. You know them really, really well.
Well,
and
people
you
online, they
love
can't.
them.
They're confused by it. It's like, sex is such a small part
Yeah.
of a relationship, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be attracted. to
I heard a giggle.
Yeah.
Why God?
Because he's the,
He said a small part.
you're saying like it's a small part.
It's a small part.
Yeah, and then
It's a very small part.
And then that's where people's minds
So
go.
and
or it could be a large
big part.
We don't know. It could be a large part.
So anyway, I mean,
Yeah, but I think that people have like very like rigid ideas on like what love can look like.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Bobby and I like struggle with at the moment. We're like, just leave.
Are you
each
talking
other.
about that, Bobby? Or
This.
is it all right if I call you Bobby from now on?
Yes.
That'd be really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, you should.
But people are confused by it. But you know what? I love her as a person. We're friends. I trust her.
And it's
Yeah.
implicitly
so
with things.
easy between
Yeah.
us. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's just been so familiar for 10 years and he's family.
And does it bother relationships that you come into now where
I'm very clear right up front when I meet a guy. It's like, he is a very big part of my life. I love him. I will never stop loving him. Like, if that's not something that you can deal with, then let me know up front,
walking.
Yeah.
I just introduced her. We were in Seattle. We were doing a show.
I just met a girl. He's
and
dating.
I met a
She's
girl that I'm
lovely.
dating, and it was the first time I've introduced her.
Were you
to some-
nervous?
I was petrified because
were.
if you guys
They
didn't
get
get
along.
along, then it's over.
But you got to trust women in these situations.
What do you mean?
I don't know, because this is a girl you like, respect. She was lovely, by the way. And I feel like it went without a
Yeah,
hitch.
but I wouldn't. You know what? You're right because I wouldn't because I've dated some crazies too. You know?
haven't we all? Yeah, no,
yeah.
no.
And I wouldn't introduce you to them.
Right.
But her,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, yeah.
I know. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do. What are some tips on long-lasting love?
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby. I can't wait to hear this.
I would say that, Scott Peck wrote this book, The Road Less Traveled. The first line of that book is that love is effort. And, to understand that love is not that kind of adolescent infatuation, that's a wonderful feeling and it should be part of every relationship. But, the important part of love is is recognizing that it means, making the effort of I try to anticipate what Cheryl wants and what's going to make her happy, and I try to do that. I don't like washing the dishes, but I enjoy doing them because I know it's going to make her happy. I had this guy told me one time when I first got
Starts
sober.
drifting away from the microphone. I'm like,
Yeah.
get back.
But he
to
told me this story that he was staying up all night with the baby, which I knew that feeling well, how exhausting it is and how demanding it is when you have young children that they just keep you up all night. And he was letting his wife sleep, and he said the baby was sick. The child was sick. It was, maybe 2 or 3 year old. And that he was sitting up because the child had croup or something that, was regularly getting them up during the night. He was sitting in a chair in an easy chair, sort of dozing in the child's room. And the baby cried, and he jumped up, but he literally leaped up. And when he landed, he planted his foot on the heel of his foot on a thumbtack.
Oh.
Which buried itself in his heel. And he said that his first feeling at that point was of extraordinary gratitude that he had landed on that thumbtack rather than the child finding it.
Oh.
And, to me, that was kind of one of the first times I started thinking about what love really is, which is not, which is not something that is ego-driven or self-serving, but something that is completely willing to put all of your ego and self-will aside, and to try to really live to make the other person happy.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
That was sweet.
You hear that?
Yeah, I fucked it
Dishes,
up.
thumbtacks.
I fucked it up.
Dishes,
Yeah, yeah.
thumbtacks.
Yeah.
That's
I didn't
it.
do any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put I put no effort in. I'm sorry. I fucked up. All right.
That's why you guys are where you are
Yeah,
now.
but in the next life, you'll see effort.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah, well, you'll see effort.
The next girl's gonna live it up.
Listen, guys. I was petrified about this podcast. I really was, because we've had just silly people on. You know what I mean? But you guys were so silly. You guys were so fun, and I just like you guys so much, man. I really do. I really like you, dude, Bobby. I think you're cool, cool dude. And hopefully, because I'm friends with Binder. Maybe we'll go to a meeting or something one day together. But I feel like I'm going to see you again. But I really want. Thank you.
That's Sue.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sue.
He knew.
I knew Sue. Yeah. But I'm so just glad that you guys found time to come here to do this.
Oh, it was really fun.
And our audience is they love us, and they listen to us, and hopefully some of them or all of them will support you on your venture.
Kennedy24.com.
Yes. And I am rooting for you, my friend.
All right.
I really am. So give them a round of applause. So we're back because we forgot to talk about why you guys, Cheryl, you're mad at Mad TV.
I'm mad at Matt T. Well, I got over it. Because I was at the Groundling. Yeah, go ahead.
But I want to say this.
Yeah.
All right. But if you were on Mad, you would have never gotten curved.
That's true.
Right? So
it is so true.
It's God looking out for you.
It's true, because I was in the Groundlings, which is a sketch comedy improv theater, and some of my good friends.
Hitchcock?
Yeah, who was your
Hitchcock,
class?
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald, Danielle Gaither.
Danielle Gaither. Yeah.
So they were on. They got Mad TV.
They all did,
I had auditioned over and over, and I think the fourth time I auditioned, they were like, "Okay, don't take any other job, because this is going to happen for you." And I'm just waiting around. It's not happening. And then I got a call to audition for Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Allison Jones.
Allison Jones. Love that joke.
Allison Jones. I love her.
And then I got Curb. I got Curb.
I mean-
and then I never, looked back. But at the time, I wanted to be on Mad TV. So
Why?
badly. You guys were funny and you were fun, and it was just
I know, but there was pain.
pain.
Less money.
There was pain, less money. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No notoriety, nothing.
Yeah,
you know?
nothing. Well, how long was it on? Did you say
14 years.
14?
Yeah, why? I was only on the last 8.
I don't know.
I was-
It is a lot.
I was in the
long
dismal
time.
when it went down.
But
I was on it with some great people. I'm still friends with them.
Yeah.
Mike, Jordan Peele, Keegan,
Keegan.
Alex Borstein. I mean, just the
Yeah.
list goes. Will
Yeah, yeah.
The list goes on.
You guys had an amazing cast.
Yeah. So I was lucky in that way.
Yeah.
But it's so. God was looking after you.
I know. I got over it. Yeah, I got over it.
Because as comics go,
Yes.
I'm going to be real, and
Bring it
this
down.
is not. This is truth.
Okay.
It's just one of those shows. You're the show that you're on. That's one of the greatest comedy shows ever made.
Isn't that it's
Ever
amazing.
made.
And the thing about Curb is when I auditioned for it, it was only when I auditioned for it, it was just a 1-hour special. It was
Wow.
never meant to be.
Oh yeah, but he was going to do a special. That was the whole thing.
He was going to do a stand-up special.
Yeah.
And at the end of the 1 hour, he was like, "No, I'm not going on." And then they, called and said, "Well, we want to turn it into a."
Series. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching Larry do stand up around town, getting ready for that special. And then there was a whole thing about the hotel, about the porn thing. Like, did you order porn? Yeah. It was so
Who
funny.
pays for the porn?
Who paid for the porn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then they turned that into a series. It's amazing. But you won the lottery.
I did.
And also on top of it,
Yeah.
you fucking killed it on that show.
That's
You killed it.
But baby, tell them about how you got the audition, about what happened at your audition.
This is a long. Anyway,
Tell us.
We gotta go. Yeah.
We're winding it down.
yeah.
We'll do it next time.
We'll do it
Next
next
time. Next time.
You say next
Wait.
time. Don't.
Yay!
Ay makabululi, purong kaya madugdug na bimbola. Shukumuki ay ito, shukuluki muki sa laman. Fitang bukugani ay makabululi, purong kaya madugdug na bimbola. Shukumuki ay ito.
This is Jocko Podcast number 431 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
We rode behind the gun carriage. Uniformed soldiers and sailors with fixed bayonets marched slowly before the caisson as rows of drummers pounded a mournful beat. The grim sea of people on Pennsylvania Avenue was utterly silent, but for the occasional wail of anguish. Behind us was a long file of black limousines carrying all the other members of our clan. Behind them, the sidewalk crowds stood 9 deep, all the way from the White House to the Capitol Rotunda, where Uncle Jack would lie in state. Mesmerized, I studied the riderless ebony funeral horse that followed the caisson with empty boots mounted backward in the stirrups. The symbol of a fallen prince looking back over his truncated life. The gelding's name, I learned, was Blackjack, after General Pershing. He was tall with the fiery temper of a thoroughbred stallion, and his rioting against the poor soldier who struggled to cling to his bridle earned the horse national attention over the next 2 days. Blackjack never stopped bucking, furiously throwing his head and dancing wildly as his sleek coat shimmered black in the cold November sunlight. I could see the army brand on his neck. I had a million questions. Our mother told us that Jack was in heaven with God, and with God's help, he would watch over us and take care of the rest of the country. More bullets reached my world. As with Uncle Jack, there were many omens. Shortly after my father announced his candidacy, Jackie confided in Arthur, "Do you know what I think will happen to Bobby?" The same thing that happened to Jack. There's so much hatred in this country, and more people hate Bobby than hated Jack. Like most children, I saw my father as invincible. But having lived through Jack's assassination and other violent deaths, I knew he was at risk. Nevertheless, I understood that violence was not going to deter him from his course. We had been raised to live life fearlessly and to fight for our principles without regard to personal danger. The bullets found him as he reached out to shake the hand of a $25 a week Mexican busboy, Juan Romero, in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel. My father died, surrounded by his fiercest supporters. We placed my father's flag-draped casket in the last car of the train, resting it on velvet chairs in the dining section, high enough so that the crowds lining the tracks could view it as it passed. 2 million people lined the tracks to bid my father farewell as we moved through the ghettos of Newark, Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore, and through the rolling countryside of Pennsylvania and Maryland. The mourning multitudes slowed the train so that a 2.5-hour trip stretched to 7 hours. Among the vast crowd that lined the tracks were whites, blacks, Orthodox Jews, and Hispanics. Uniformed soldiers and Boy Scouts saluted the passing train. Cops and firefighters stood at attention alongside long-haired hippies and tie-dyed and adolescents in Catholic school uniforms. Black militants sporting giant afros waved clenched fists, Catholic priests, brothers, and nuns stood with hands folded, including a half a dozen sisters perched on the bed of a yellow pickup truck. A team of Little Leaguers halted its game to salute us. Others, including honor guards from high schools and VFWs and American Legion halls, held flowers or flags or signs reading, "Goodbye, Bobby. God bless the Kennedys. We will miss you, Bobby. And so long, Bobby." I could see onlookers crying, covering their faces and kneeling with clasped hands. In the countryside, people held babies high in the air and shouted, "Pray for us, Bobby." And those are some excerpts from a book called American Values, which is written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And this book chronicles one of America's most prominent families, a family that has served and sacrificed, a family that has led and followed, a family that is surrounded by both commendations and controversy. That family is the Kennedy family. And it is a privilege to have the author of that book, the son of Robert F. Kennedy, the nephew of John F. Kennedy, here with us tonight to share his experiences, his lessons learned, his values, and to discuss his decision to follow his family tradition into the political world. Robert, thank you for joining.
Jocko, thanks for having me. Echo, pleasure to be with you.
So, I grew up in New England, and I've heard about your family as long as I can remember. And it's incredible to be sitting here talking to you, just knowing the lore behind your family. And believe me, I heard from all sides. I heard every bad thing that could be said about your family and every good thing that could be said about your family and everything in between. And so it's definitely was very interesting to go through this book and hear your perspective and the way things looked through your eyes, through your life, and pretty amazing to be able to experience it through the book, what you experience, at least to some extent. So let's talk a little bit about this. And you know, it's interesting, and I was kind of telling you this before we started recording. Like I said, I'm from New England, and I guess I'm old enough. I'm 52 years old, but there's a lot of people that might not fully understand the family itself. So a little bit about the family. So you're born 1954, Georgetown University Hospital. Your grandparents, Joseph and Rosa Kennedy, and she's the daughter of John Fitzgerald, otherwise known as Honey Fitz.
Yeah, he was the first Irish Catholic mayor of Boston. There was actually he was the first Irish Catholic ghetto mayor. There was a hand-picked Irish Catholic mayor before him who was kind of a tool of the Brahmins. The Brahmins were, as you know, in New England, they're the Yankee class, the original sort of descendants of the Puritans who run New England. They call the wealthy ones are called Brahmins. The poor ones are called swamp Yankees. And I know you knew a lot of them growing up in Maine. They run the country stores in all those towns and sell lobster. But my grandfather, Honey Fitz, he had a beautiful singing voice, and which is how he got the name Honey Fitz. And my grandmother, my great grandmother, Josie, who I spent a lot of time with when I was a little kid, hated politics. And so he relied on his daughter Rose, one of his three daughters, to escort him, essentially, to be his escort in political events. And she was a beautiful piano player. And he would have these famous torchlight parades where he would have mules pulling a flatbed trailer. They had a piano mounted on it. She would play the piano, and he would sing his favorite song. His signature song was Sweet Adeline. And he'd sing these patriotic songs and Irish songs, Italian songs, French, Canadian songs to the crowd, and she would play, and then he would give a speech, and he was elected mayor. He was the first mayor. He was elected to Congress, and he was kind of one of the reigning. He had my uncle's seat in Congress, later inherited by John Kennedy, and he was a reigning political patriarch of Boston for a long time. His contemporary, my whole family came over from Ireland in 1848 at the height of the potato famine. And they arrived here with nothing. One of my great-great-grandfather was a cooper. He was a barrel maker. And then his son owned a saloon, which was one of the common things that the Irish did. But the Irish came over from Ireland, where they had been a colony of the British for 600 years, and they were not under the law. They were not allowed to practice law or practice any profession. They weren't allowed to learn to read or write in some jurisdictions, some time periods. I actually visited my ancestral home over there, and there was an article about a priest who had been hanged for teaching some of my ancestors how to read in what they call the hedge schools, these secret schools behind the hedges. And they weren't allowed to own land or participate in politics. So when they landed in the United States, they took to politics like a starving man takes to food. And they became, very adept at it. And they took over Boston, essentially. But my great-grandfather on one side was John Fitzgerald. My great-grandfather on the other side was Patrick Kennedy. And they were both in politics. Patrick Kennedy was in the legislature. He was a political boss in Boston. And their children married. My grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, he won the Mayor's Cup for best baseball player in Boston. And he ended up going to Harvard. He was one of the first Irish Catholics to go to Harvard. He then became a bank examiner. He was the youngest bank president in the country at age 26. And during the Great Depression, or just before in the 20s, he made a huge amount of money on the stock market. He got out in 1929, just before the crash. And during the Depression, he was one of 10 millionaires in the country. People say that he was a bootlegger. He was not. And I show that in the book. And, all the people who've actually seriously examined that say, yeah, he had nothing to do with bootlegging.
Yeah, he had distribution rights for some whiskey, but that really kicked off after Prohibition was over, right?
During Prohibition, when they saw, in Prohibition was passed, I think it was the 16th Amendment or 17th Amendment, I forget which, but it was passed because enough states voted for it to put it in the Constitution. And in order to get it out of the Constitution, they had to have a certain number, I think 26 states had to vote against it. So when they got to around 25 and the other ones were about to topple, he went with Jimmy Roosevelt, who was FDR, Franklin Roosevelt's son, over to Scotland. And they brought one of the leading Scotch companies, Pinch, and they shipped the entire inventory to Canada, and they put it in warehouses like 2 feet from the U.S. border. So they knew that, as soon as Prohibition was over, they shipped it all in, and they made a killing on it. And that was his only involvement with the liquor industry. But he was the first SEC commissioner. He was the only guy from Wall Street who supported Roosevelt. So he was very powerful in the Roosevelt administration, and he became the first commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission. He then became the ambassador to the Court of St. James, which is Great Britain. And his 9 children were raised, at least for that 5-year period, in England, and that was during the war and right at the beginning of the war. So they, developed a lot of relationships over there. My aunt Kik, who was killed in an airplane crash immediately after the war, married into the biggest house in England, the Duke of Devonshire. She would have been the Duchess of Devonshire. Her husband was killed on the Maginot Line, I think 3 weeks into the war. Her brother Joe Kennedy, my uncle, was killed during the war after he completed he was in the Naval Air Force. He completed, I think at that time he had to do 42 missions, and then he came home or something like that. And he completed those. He was on his way home, and they asked him to volunteer for what was essentially a suicide mission, which was flying the first flying bomb. So they had developed a remote control, the capacity to control the controls of a aircraft while it was in the air. They couldn't take it off, but you can control in the air. And so they loaded this plane with bombs, and they were sending it over to the submarine base in Norway, a Nazi submarine base in Norway, and it was supposed to explode on impact. But they needed a pilot to take it off and then jump out in a parachute before they hit the English Channel, and that's what he did. But he volunteered for that job. There was a companion plane that was controlling it, and as soon as they turned the remote control on, the plane blew up and evaporated and hid. No part of him was ever found. So that broke my grandfather's heart. He was kind of the golden child. He was the one that my grandfather had political ambitions for, Joseph Kennedy. And his death, my grandfather never recovered from. 40 years later, if you mentioned his name, my grandfather would cry. And he had everything. He had every gift except for gray hair. He was, he was good looking. He was brilliant. He was charming. People loved him. And he had a lot of, personal courage, etc. His younger brother was Jack Kennedy. And during World War II, he served in the Pacific on the PT boats. His PT boat was cut in two by a Japanese destroyer in the Blackett Straits near the Solomon Islands. It was a corridor known as the Tokyo Express, and his boat sunk. 2 of his crew were killed. One of them was badly burned. He towed the burned crew member, I think, about 6 miles with a lanyard in his teeth. He'd been on the Harvard swim team, so he was a very strong swimmer. And he brought his crew to a little spit of sand where there were some palm trees, and they hid from the Japanese patrol boats for the next week. He was presumed dead. His family was told that he was missing in action, presumed dead. He was hiding on that spit of land. And at some point, some Solomon Island natives came by to gather coconuts, and they were climbing the coconut trees. My uncle came out of his hiding place, and the Solomon Islanders didn't like the Japanese. The Japanese were an occupying force. My uncle communicated with him, and then he carved his coordinates on a coconut, and the Solomon Islander put that coconut at the bottom of his canoe that was filled with coconuts, paddled about 20 miles across the Blackett Straits to the British base, and gave the coconut to the commander. And my uncle was then was rescued. And my uncle had that coconut on his desk during his entire presidency in the Oval Office. But I'll tell you something. At his inauguration, he invited the admiral of the Japanese fleet who had been piloting commanding the destroyer that cut him in two. So I got to meet him there. But he also invited the two Solomon Islanders. And the British governor of the Solomon Islands was embarrassed by their appearance because they were barefoot. They never had shoes. They were not, I think they were wearing like loincloths or something, and they didn't speak any English. So he did not want to send them as kind of ambassadors from the Solomon Islands. So he picked two more presentable Solomon Islanders. And when my uncle met them, he was like, these are not the guys who rescued me. And he was furious at the British governor. Years later, my little brother Max went over with Robert Ballard, the undersea explorer who found the Titanic. And my brother was with him. They went over to find PT-109. And they found, I think the engine block or something. They were not sturdy craft, and so there was not much left of it. But during that trip, he ran into the two Solomon Islanders who had rescued my uncle, and they were both wearing T-shirts that said, "I saved John F. Kennedy." And Max says that when he met him, he fell to the ground and kissed Max's feet, and he kissed his legs, and he had tears coming down his face. And it was just an incredibly emotional and very, very moving moment for both of them. Anyway, it's a funny story.
Yeah, that's one of the many amazing stories. I want to read a little bit from the book about your grandfather, your grandmother, and then kind of what it was like growing up for you. My father, this is what your dad said, Robert Kennedy. My father went on to say of Grandpa, what it all really adds up to is love. Not love as it is described with such facility in popular magazines, but the kind of love that is affection and respect, order, encouragement, and support. He loved all of us. Our awareness of this was an incalculable source of strength. And because real love is something unselfish and involves sacrifice and giving, we could not help but profit from it. His feeling for us was not of the devouring kind, as is true in the case of many strong men. He did not visualize himself as a sun around which satellites would circle, or in the role of puppet master. He wanted us, not himself, to be the focal points. So that's a interesting, or I would say a different take than what a lot of people think. Also here from the book, at Cape Cod, Grandma alternated her afternoon lunches and evening meals with different sets of grandchildren. It took courage to be late for a big house dinner. Like Grandpa, she was prompt and rigid about decorum, elbows off the table, hair groomed, fork placed neatly next to the knife on our plate after dinner, etc., etc. Her love of learning, along with her deep religious faith, were principal remedies against materialism, which she declared eroded everything of value. She was an exemplar of platonic love of knowledge and beauty without the need to possess. Grandma wanted us to be well-rounded, interested in every aspect of life, including politics, music, art, science, religion, architecture, history, sports, and languages. Over dinner of chipped beef, asparagus, and angel food cake, she inquired about our summer reading, or instructed us on how to distinguish Doric from Ionic and Corinthian columns. She led us into discussions of topics ranging from local politics to African topography to Gaelic Renaissance. She would accost us on the compound lawn and grill us about entomology, multiplication tables, or the stations of the cross, or give us spot quizzes on history, astronomy, or religion.
It was scary.
That's definitely.
She'd read the papers every morning, and she would also read all kinds of other reading material. And if she saw an article or a poem or a stanza that she liked, she would clip it out, and then she would pin it to her sweater. So she had all of these clippings, flowing off her sweater. She looked like a Christmas tree, and then she would go on long walks every day. She would walk probably 8 miles a day. And usually she'd pick up one of the grandchildren to walk with her. and then she'd quiz them on stuff. She'd read from these clippings and quiz us on French or Spanish or or American history.
This is what you say about growing up there. This kind of describes life as a young Kennedy in this day and in that day and age. Every day we spent time on the ocean. My mother and father took us on Victoria, a 26-foot wooden day sailor, for a picnic lunch on one of the nearby islands where we fished for sand sharks, scup, flounder, puffers, and sea robins, gathered hermit crabs, periwinkles, and scallops, or dug for tasty steamers that betrayed their location on the tidal flats by squirting. With Captain Frank at the helm, we also took lunch outings on Grandpa's wooden cabin cruiser, the Marlin, crossing the Sound, Monomoy or Cuttyhunk to explore the Elizabeth Islands and gorge from picnic baskets of Grandpa's favorite foods: lobsters with hot butter and lemon, corn on the cob, strawberry shortcake, Boston cream pie, baked beans, and clam chowder. We children talked and caroused up on the bow while Grandpa sat astern with the grown-ups: Uncle Jack, my father, Teddy, my mother, Aunt Eunice, and Sarge Shriver, Gene and Steve Smith, and Pat and Peter Lawford. Hyannisport was a magical paradise for me. I loved the endless palette of colors, the vivid blue sea, the vivid blue of sea and sky separated by rich green landscapes, peppered with roses and daffodils, each in their seasons, the gleaming white houses, and offshore a panoply of brightly hued spinnakers running downwind. The ocean was always changing from blue to every shade of green, to gray and almost black, to match the moods of the wind and sky. Here, surrounded by my family, I could indulge my obsession with the natural world. When I was 11, my father gave me a motorized aqualung, a 2-horsepower compressor wedged in a styrofoam ring that bobbed at the ocean surface, pumping air down a 15-foot umbilical hose into a mask, the perfect contraption for exploring the shallow waters off Hyannisport. I filled its tank with gasoline from the private gas pump adjacent to Grandpa's garage, and, wearing this apparatus, I swam with my little spear gun into dark caverns, the wrinkled rocks below the mile-long Hyannisport jetty.
Yeah, that boat, the Marlin, was like a Hemingway-esque, cabin cruiser on mahogany, and a guy bought it in Capri, and during my honeymoon with Cheryl, we ended up staying at his house. He's a guy who owns Tom's Shoes, and we ended up going back on that boat every day and going to the Greek islands. It was really like a magical, renewal of my youth.
So that's the childhood. I mean, it's kind of amazing. Amazing childhood.
I was very lucky to have that. And, during the White House years, every Friday afternoon, 3 Marine helicopters would land on the football field. We had a football field in front of my grandfather's house where we would play every day. And there was a baseball field near President Kennedy's house. All of the houses were, the properties were all attached to each other. So it was, and there's probably, even today, there's probably 15 Kennedy's owned houses that are adjacent to each other in that town. There's 110 of us, or 105 of us last July 4th that were there. My kids and all their cousins grew up kind of communally too. But when I was a kid, the US-1 would fly up to Otis Air Force Base, which is on the Cape, from Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, and bring, basically the whole White House. And then they would get on 3 Marine helicopters. They'd land on the football field. And my father would get off. President Kennedy would get off. My uncle. My Uncle Steve Smith, who was the chief of staff at the White House. My Uncle Sarge Shriver, who was the director of the Peace Corps. My Uncle Ted Kennedy, who was in the U.S. Senate, who, won Jack's seat after Jack won the presidency. And then their top aides, Dave Powers, what they call the Irish Mafia, Kenny O'Donnell, and they would all get off and spend the weekend at the Cape. And then there was people coming in sort of celebrity guests who they all had in their houses every week. Judy Garland would be there, Frank Sinatra, all kinds of, people. And my grandfather had owned one of the biggest studios in Hollywood. He owned Pathé Studios, which later became RKO. And he made about 1,000 films. And none of them, incidentally, very good. But they were kind of family films that, for all these theaters that were popping up in every little town in the Midwest, and they needed something where there was nothing controversial happening. So, my grandfather made Tarzan and all these, very innocuous family films. But because of his contacts in Hollywood, he could get first-run films, and he had a theater in his basement. So all of the families would gather in that theater on Fridays and Saturday nights with their house guests and watch films. And, after a day outside in the ocean, it was a very kind of magical, idyllic childhood.
And you're born in 1954, so when JFK is elected, it's 1960, so you're 6, 7 years old, something like that.
Yeah.
So you have pretty good memories of
I
these
was
things.
at the convention in 1960. I was at the convention in Los Angeles. I think there's a picture of me in that book. On the way home from the convention, we had a family airplane called the Caroline K, which my uncle used as a campaign plane. And I sat in the seat next to him during that ride, and there's a lot of us, talking, of pictures of us talking intensely with each other on that plane ride. And he sent me a picture saying, that he signed saying, President gets his advice from all kinds of people, and I love Uncle Jack.
And your dad was appointed as Attorney General.
Yeah, my father had been my uncle's chief counsel in the mafia hearing. I had attended the mafia hearings. I saw him grill Sam Giancana. I saw, Joey Gallo. I was there when that happened. My mother would come and we'd sit in the front seat. So my father then in 1960 became the campaign manager for my uncle. And when my uncle won the presidency, he appointed my father to be Attorney General. And, my father then, they then kind of got introduced. He originally was really targeting the mob as Attorney General. That's what he was interested in. By 1962, civil rights became their biggest priority.
You're once your dad becomes Attorney General, then you guys move to a different spot called Hickory Hill.
Well, we had moved there when I was 2 years old, so we moved there in '56.
Okay, so you'd been there for a while. But there's all the time up at Hyannisport was in the summertime.
That's in the summertime, but the winter we were always in Hickory Hill. Hickory Hill was an antebellum house. It had been General McClellan's house during the Civil War, so it was kind of Union headquarters, and there was all kinds of Civil War artifacts that we could dig in the yard. That my brothers and I, when we came home from school, we'd get shovels and just dig up the yard looking for stuff.
Apparently, the Green Berets came and built like a ropes course as well. You mentioned that.
They built a ropes course, which is still there, by the way. I was there recently, and they built a very dangerous ropes course, and we had a lot of people going to the emergency room. They had a zip line. I went from the top of Hickory Hill down into a grove of pines, and there was no real way of stopping it unless somebody grabbed a tail rope on it before it hit the pine tree. And a lot of people got hurt, including Muhammad Ali, who got his face really wrecked in those pine trees.
From doing the zip line?
Yeah, from doing the zip line.
Okay. You also say in the book here, at Hickory Hill, my life revolved around the seasons. In the springtime, it was rare not to come across a box turtle with its blood-red eyes and brilliant patterned shell, or butterflies of a dozen species producing explosions of colors as they danced among the wildflowers. Once teeming populations of bats, honeybees, amphibians, and flying insects have now dwindled to obscurity in northern Virginia. But in those days, we could capture bats by lofting a bandana-draped stone high into the twilight sky and netting the flying mammals as they chased the floating hanky down to the ground. Salamanders and frog eggs crowded every roadside ditch and puddle, transforming them into bubbling cauldrons thick with tiny pollywogs. On weekends, I wandered nearby streams with David and Michael and my sister Carrie, searching for frogs and crayfish, snakes and mud puppies, or spent time with my little brothers digging in the yard for Civil War relics. In the summer, honeybees covered the clover in our yard, making barefoot play a hazard. David, Michael, and I would capture a dozen or so in a jar, then let them go one at a time, triangulating them to track their hive, and then smoking them into sedation to get the honey without too many stings. On autumn weekends, we would often visit Camp David. While my dad conferred with Uncle Jack, we explored the mountain woodland, sometimes with Secret Service guards turning over logs and rocks, capturing red and dusky salamanders. Winter in those days still brought snow to Northern Virginia. David, Michael, and I spent long days building bobsled runs on Hickory Hill or skiing at a neighboring farm that operated a small ski tow. We played pond hockey or practiced barrel jumping on skates, a once popular sport that seems to have lost its mighty grip on the American imagination.
Do you remember the days of barrel jumping?
No, I never have barrel jump. I'm not quite that old. I've seen pictures of it. And actually, skateboarders
It was a crazy sport.
What was it? You just line up barrels and jump them? Is
Yeah,
that the deal?
see how many you can jump with skates on.
No wonder it didn't last very long. So there you are. You're growing up, and again, it's you're like you said, it's very clear in the book, and you talk a lot about it. And obviously, this leads to what you ended up doing in your life. But you were very obsessed with nature, spent all kinds of time in nature. And as you're living this sort of movie-like life, there's also what's going on in the rest of the world, and what your uncle is doing with as the president. 1961, April, you got the Bay of Pigs happens, and the book has great perspective. You did obviously what you remembered, but also what you researched, what you knew, the stories that you put together, and some really interesting dynamics come out of the Bay of Pigs. Primarily, don't trust the generals, don't trust the CIA, don't trust the FBI.
Yeah, my uncle was lied to by, not only by the CIA, by the three top officials of the CIA, Allen Dulles, Charles Cabell, who was the general, the military guy at the CIA, and Richard Bissell. And over the next year, he fired them all because of the Bay of Pigs. During the Bay of Pigs, they had lied to him. Nixon had planned the Bay of Pigs. Nixon intended to be president at that time. He had planned the Bay of Pigs, and my uncle came in and said, my uncle felt very uncomfortable with it because, why? He felt like Cuba's this is before the Soviets were in Cuba, that rose later. But he said, yeah, we don't like the government in Cuba, but, it's a little tiny island, and we don't get to choose what other people have as their government. And he had grown up going back and forth to Cuba from Palm Beach. They'd get on a boat and go over there and go to the casinos and stuff. And he knew that Batista was, who was overthrown by Castro, that Batista was a nightmare, and that he invited the mafia in to run the island, and he was oppressing, torturing people, and he understood that Castro had been revolting against something real and that the U.S. was involved in that. So he had a more nuanced view of it. And he didn't think he didn't like communists, but he didn't think America should be telling other countries, should be bullying other countries into telling them what kind of governments they should have. And Cabell and Dulles and Richard Bissell said, look, we've already armed these guys. They're trained. They've got, weapons, and they're dangerous. And if you keep them here, it's going to be a huge problem. You got to let them go.
And these were Cuban nationals that were in America training to go back and invade.
Yeah. And they were all kinds of people. Some of them became very close to my dad, particularly one called Harry Ruiz, who spent a lot of time with us as kids. He had been an engineer. he had been with Castro in the Sierra Maestre. So Castro had come over in, I think, 57 from Mexico. And I talked with Castro. I spent a whole day one time. I spent a lot of time with Castro. One of the times I visited him with Cheryl and my kids, and we spent a whole day at his house talking about everything, including the assassination, everything. And he's a really interesting guy. But he told my son Aiden, who was then about 10 years old, was asking him about, because the day before we went to the Cuban National Museum and we visited the grandmother, which is the big ship, which is in the museum now. It's a cabin cruiser. I think it was like 60-foot cabin cruiser that they had come over. They had gotten a hold of that. There was a bunch of revolutionaries, Cuban revolutionaries, training in Mexico. And they had all come over in 57 and landed on the beach. There's 63 of them had been on that boat. My son, Aiden, said to Castro, how did you decide which guys would come? Were they the ones who were most, fervent about communism? And Castro said, no, we just brought the smallest people because we wanted to fit as many as possible on. They were ambushed on the beach, and 11 of them made it up into the mountains to the Sierra Maestre. And from there, those 11 people created the Cuban Revolution. 3 years later, they marched into Havana on New Year's Day and took the country. It was really an extraordinary story. But one of those guys was a guy called Harry Ruiz, who was an engineer. He didn't like Batista. He wanted democracy. He had been very close to Castro, but when Castro had declared that Cuba was going to be a Marxist society, he had turned against him, like many of the people who'd been in the revolution with him, and gone over to the other side. He had fled to the United States, and then was part of this Bay of Pigs. Some of the other people were just they were people who were involved with the mob, which was running the casinos, or they were like bad actors from Batista's army. They were, officers who were like bad guys. They were like killers, torturers, those kind of. So it was a whole mix of people. But a lot of them were very idealistic. My uncle didn't want any part of it because he thought the U.S. cannot be involved in overthrowing the government of another country. That's not what we do as a country. So he was skeptical, and originally their plan was to have the U.S. Navy use amphibious vehicles to drop the men off, and he said, we're not going to do that. The U.S. government can't have anything to do with this. So they ended up getting a bunch of ships from United Fruit Company, which owned all the sugarcane fields in that had been nationalized by Castro. So they're the ones who dropped him, who dumped him on the beach. My uncle said, I want to make sure that you don't expect air cover from the United States military because you're not going to get it. And Dulles said, don't worry when we land over there. My uncle said, how's this going to work? Because Castro has an army, 200,000 men. How are you going to get 1,200 men to overthrow him? And they said, we have the whole thing wired, that as soon as they land there, the nation is going to rise up. We have people from every sector of the country who are going to rise up and overthrow him. So they were just lying to him. He also, he knew a lot about military operations. And he said, you're landing on a beach here. It's not like when Castro came and landed in the mountains where he could go hide. There's no place to hide here. It's a beach with a swamp. And they said, don't worry, we got the whole thing under control. So as soon as they landed there, and Castro met them, he knew they were coming, and they were dying on the beach, Dulles went back and said, we need air cover. And my uncle said, no. And my uncle later said to his aides, they thought that I was a young president who would be terrified of having this, this terrible failure. and would give them the air cover and send in the Essex, which was the aircraft carrier. And he said he wasn't going to do it. He took public blame for the Bay of Pigs invasion. But privately, he said to his aides, I want to take the CIA and shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. Then after that, he fired Bissell, Cabell, and Dulles. And he wanted to appoint my father to run the CIA because he recognized the CIA was a huge problem for our country. And my grandfather said, you can't do that. You can't have your brother as the head of the spy agency. It's got a bad look to it. The optics are wrong. And he said it'll be like Stalin and Molotov if they were brothers. They essentially were brothers. But you could turn that spy agency against the American Republic pretty easily, and you got to make sure to have some daylight between you and between the president, the executive, and the spy agency. So they brought in a guy called John McCone, who was a very pious Catholic, and he was a Republican conservative. And they were confident that he would end the monkey business over there. But in fact, McCone never knew what was happening there. Nobody ever told him what was really, happening at the CIA. And the indications are Dulles continued to run it from a distance. And when my uncle was killed in '63, I came home that day. The first thing my father did was to call the desk officer at the CIA and say, did your people do this? That was his first instinct. The second call he made was to Harry Ruiz, this Cuban who was at our house all the time. And Harry was then in Washington, D.C. with a famous writer who'd written a book about the Bay of Pigs, a famous American journalist. They were both in the hotel room, and my father said the same thing to him. Did your people do this? Was it the Cubans? The CIA Cubans. And then I came home early that I was pulled out of school. My mother picked us up. I was brought home with my brothers from Sidwell Friends. When I arrived at home, my father was walking in the lawn at Hickory Hill with John McCone. And we went down and hugged him, and McCone went back to the CIA. The CIA was only less than a mile from my house. So we rode our horses through the CIA every morning. My father took us on a horseback riding, 9 little kids, horseback riding at 6 o'clock every morning before breakfast. And we always rode through the CIA campus. And McCone would come to our house during the springtime and summer to swim every day at 4 o'clock after he got out of work. My parents were close to him, and McCone was the first one to arrive at the house. And my father took him for a walk in the yard and said, did the CIA do this? And McCone said, no, I don't know anything about it. But so anyway, that was his first instinct. We had Green Berets at the house all the time. My grandfather, my uncle was very close to the Green Berets. My uncle started the Navy SEALs. Mm-hmm. But he also... The Green Berets had been started earlier, but the Pentagon would not let them wear their berets. And my uncle ordered the Pentagon to change that rule. So there was this, we ended up going a lot to Fort Bragg. We saw we ran the obstacle courses there, did the zip lines, and then they came to our house, and in one of the pastures, they created this really hairy obstacle course. And we had Cubans at our house all the time. When we rode in the morning, we would ride to the houses of some of the Cubans because my father and my mother found homes for them when they came back to the country. And they made sure they got into schools. They made sure all of them could find jobs. A lot of them were put in the U.S. military. The ones, because my father, his job was to get all those Cubans out of jail. And Castro captured 1,200 of them. And my uncle was heartbroken and said, no matter what the cost, we got to get those guys out of jail. And so my father spent a year negotiating with Castro. And he sent 2 of his aides, John Nolan and Ray and John Donovan, who was this famous spy who had been at top of OSS. There's a movie about him that came out last year about a deal that he made to free a spy in East Berlin. But he was a famous spy. My uncle sent the two of them down to negotiate with Castro. They spent a year every weekend in Cuba, and they went all over Cuba. They went to Castro would go to baseball games every weekend. And so they would go to the baseball games with Castro. They became very close to him. And they said that when he walked in the stadium, everybody in the stadium would jump up to their feet and cheer. And they were looking at that and they said, this is not orchestrated. These people love him. And they told that to my father and my uncle, and it started opening their eyes about Cuba. And the last day when my uncle's life, he had an ambassador at Verdadero Beach talking with Castro about détente. And my uncle said, we don't care what kind of government you have. We want two things from you. One is get rid of any Soviet military in Cuba. Number two, stop your efforts to disrupt Latin American governments, Che's efforts, and to disrupt the Latin American governments that were part of the Alliance for Progress. And Castro said, we need to talk, but we need to do it when Che's not around. So my uncle had an ambassador with him at Verdadero Beach the day that he was shot, talking about détente and ending the embargo.
And they were making progress through that.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I wrote a book called Extreme Ownership, and it's about when you mess up, you take ownership of it. And that's an interesting fact. When your uncle, when the Bay of Pigs went down, there's some, and I forget the exact numbers, but there's some sort of report that came out that his approval numbers went up after the Bay of Pigs because he got on television and said, hey, I'm the senior guy, I'm responsible for what happened, this is my fault.
Yeah.
And his approval numbers actually went up when that happened.
It was the lowest point of his presidency, and he actually considered resigning at that time. He was absolutely heartbroken because here he was 2 months in office, and he made this, disastrous judgment call.
But having been in the military and having been around politicians and the Pentagon, I can see how they're thinking, wait, listen, if we just get over there, we get these guys on the ground.
We hit the beachhead.
Yeah, we hit the beachhead. Like, he's going to have no choice. Of course he's going to say yes. He's going to give us air support. We get ourselves a nice little war going on here, and we can do whatever we want to do, do whatever we need to do. You can see that. So for your uncle to say, nope, it's not happening. And again, how can you portray that? You can portray that as Kennedy let those guys onto the beach and didn't back them up. That's one way to portray it.
Yeah.
The other way to portray it is, Kennedy didn't get another war started by saying, look, I'm not going to do this. And unfortunately, I guess they didn't have a good enough relationship to where they understood your uncle and that your uncle was not going to appease what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and they really thought he was a traitor. The Miami station, particularly, which was the CIA's biggest station, it was run by a guy called Bill Harvey. And he hated my uncle after that, just despised him, and despised my father even worse. And it was the same group of people. It was David Atlee Phillips, who was the propaganda chief at the CIA. He did the 1954 coup in Guatemala, where they overthrew Jacobo Arbenz, the greatest democratic leader in the history of Latin America. Again, it was the United Fruit. The interesting thing with Dulles was the attorney for United Fruit and for Texaco. And so he was overthrowing leaders, whoever screwed around with Texaco or United Fruit, when he was at Sullivan Cromwell, and they were the attorneys for all these big corporations. And David Talbot's written the best book on Dulles, which is riveting, is called Devil's Chessboard. And he says in that book that Dulles was incapable of distinguishing between U.S. national interests and the mercantile interests of the corporations he had represented at Sullivan Cromwell. Well, that group of people in the Miami station were also part of this larger group with David Morales and Operation Phoenix, who were running the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War was completely a CIA enterprise. The CIA owned the provincial governments, and I think 60% of the provincial governments in South Vietnam were CIA agents who were actually running those provincial governments. So it was their issue. Well, my uncle, they tried to get my uncle to go into Laos, and he refused, and he negotiated a peace with the Soviets, which they considered treacherous. They tried to get him to go into Berlin in '62 during the Checkpoint Charlie confrontation, and he refused. He was able to peacefully negotiate that with Khrushchev, and then they started corresponding with each other, and they installed hotlines so they didn't have to go through the State Department of the CIA. They could talk directly with each other. I grew up in a house where there was a red phone, at my uncle's house, and we knew if we picked that up, Khrushchev would answer, because they wanted to be able to talk directly with each other, which is what we should be doing with Putin right now. And then my uncle, they really wanted him to go into Vietnam, and he refused to send combat troops. He said, I'll send advisors. These advisors were mainly Green Berets. They were helicopter pilots. They were mechanics. It was 16,000. It was fewer troops than he sent to get one black man, James Meredith, into Ole Miss. So that's what he had in Vietnam. And he heard that a Green Beret, on October 22nd, 1963, he heard that a Green Beret had been killed in Vietnam. And he asked Walt Rostow, he said to Walt Rostow, bring me a casualty list. And because they weren't supposed to be fighting, you know that. Mm-hmm. Their rules of engagement are don't participate in combat, but of course they do, because they can't resist it. So so he brought him back a casualty list, and 75 men had died over there. And my uncle said, that's too many, I'm pulling them all out. And that afternoon, he signed National Security Order 263, ordering all troops home from Vietnam, all U.S. military personnel out of Vietnam by 1965, with the first 1,000 coming home in December '63, beginning about 6 weeks later after the order. Well, 30 days after he signed that order, he was murdered. And then a week after that, LBJ, his successor, remanded the order. And then LBJ, after the Tonkin Gulf Institute, 9 months later, sent 250,000 troops over, which they had been asking Jack to do, and he refused. And then it became an American war. And then, Nixon came in and sent 560,000 over. 56,000 never came back, including my cousin, George Skakel, who died in the Tet Offensive. But, that's, like you say, it's all mission creep.
Yeah. You mentioned it quickly, but your dad and your uncle also went after the mob hard.
Yeah.
And that was no easy task.
Yeah, I mean, my father, during part of his, was shocked to learn about the mafia. And at that time, his employee, J. Edgar Hoover, was an interesting guy, right?
Okay. Yes, he certainly was.
Yeah. But one of the things he did is he loved gambling, loved the horse, loved the track. And he was going to... he took his partner, in the modern sense of the word partner, to on their vacations and weekends, he would take them to the horse tracks in California, which were run by Mickey Cohen's mob. And he was getting markers from the mobsters. So his position was the mafia didn't exist. And, he was furious at my father because my father was obsessed with the mafia. My father, when I was a little kid, there was a lot of police departments that realized the mafia was running their towns. One of them was the Los Angeles police, and they had an organized crime division. The New York police had an organized crime division, and they were infiltrating the mob, and my father would come home. He would go on raids with them of these card houses and gambling houses, and he would come home with these artifacts. And he gave me one night a pack of marked cards that they had confiscated, and he had a pair of red tinted glasses where, if you were wearing those glasses, you could see the patterns on the back of the cards, and if you memorized those patterns, then you knew what the cards were. But my father was in a war with Hoover during that time, and Hoover then, so he was trying to prosecute the mafia, and which he did. He had not only FBI but U.S. Marshals, and they were harassing Giancana. I think he did 650 prosecutions, including some of the guys who were involved in my uncle's death, Sam Giancana, Santos Traficante, who was the Tampa boss. Giancana was the Chicago boss, and Carlos Marcello, who was the boss of New Orleans and Dallas. And Marcello was an interesting guy. He was a Tunisian. He was only about, I think he wasn't even 5 foot tall, but he was absolutely homicidal. And my father deported him twice. At one point, he dropped him, had an airplane bring him to Guatemala, and then a helicopter, and they dropped him in the middle of the jungle barefoot because he was illegally in this country. He was not here legally. And he was actually in trial when my uncle shot. And a lot of the people who were involved in the assassination had deep ties to that New Orleans mob.
Yeah, it's and I usually say this when I'm reading from a book. I haven't said it yet, so I'll say it right now. There's so much detail in the book. I mean, the book is like 400-something pages long, and you go into so much detail, so much research, so much memory. So get the book for these details, but that you really lay out this kind of conflict that I think a lot of people don't understand, how you have different departments, different organizations within the government that are at odds with each other. And the most friendly of these is between, let's say, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Air Force. And they all, they're trying to get a little bit more money, and they're trying to get a little bit more manning. And so you have this sort of little rivalry where they're all competing. But it's all very much in the clear. It's all very obvious to the world that this is what's going on. So, the budgets are all in the open. But when you start talking about the FBI, you start talking about the CIA, you start talking about the marshals, and then you throw in the mob and you throw in the Cubans, it's mayhem. It's mayhem. And so that's what your uncle was up against, and brought your brother in as well to go against. But it's you have all these competing, and it's not really just competing for money. It's competing ideologies. And so you had J. Edgar Hoover, who, like you said, was an interesting person, and he's got his ideology that he's trying to protect and push, and that goes against what your uncle's trying to do in a lot of cases. And you brought up, and this is a huge part of the book and a huge part of your family's legacy as well, and that is the civil rights movement that's happening. I mean, this was like, again, it's mayhem. It's movies get made about these incidents. You talked about the Ole Miss, getting James Meredith enrolled at Ole Miss. I mean, what do you remember about that from a perspective of what's going on in the country? What does that look like?
Well, that was all happening at Hickory Hill. So my father would be, Hickory Hill was a satellite White House, and we had phones in every room with 5 lines on them, which nobody else had. I never knew anybody who had, 5 lines on their telephone. And they were directly connected to the White House switchboard, so they could literally get anybody in the country on the phone within minutes. But And there would be U.S. Marshals in our home. There would be the entire civil rights staff from the White House meeting in our living room or around the swimming pool and having lunch and planning these actions. What are we going to do? And I'd sit behind the couch and listen to them. My father, when important things happened, like when they integrated University of Alabama, University of Mississippi, or when they were fighting with the Freedom Riders, my father would write letters to each of his kids and tell them what was happening. He also talked to us every night at the dinner table, and he'd either talk about history. He was an incredible military historian, and he would talk about the battles that changed history, the Demosthenes and whatever, but, all of these great battles. And he would give us very, very vivid descriptions of those battles. But he also would talk about what was happening in the White House. And I have a letter at home that says, "Dear Bobby, today we federalized the National Guard in Alabama, and we got the six Negroes into the University of Alabama, and I hope these troubles are gone when you go to college." So, he wanted to keep us kind of updated, which his father had done for him on current events. And the story with my dad in the civil rights movement and my uncle, they grew up in Boston. And like having grown up in New England, civil rights was not an issue there. It wasn't even on their radar. They didn't know people they didn't know what was happening in the South. They assumed that, the blacks that they met, the very few that were in Boston and Roxbury, that, their lives were much like other immigrants, And, so they didn't, it just wasn't on their radar. And then during the 1960 election, they needed to win the South. Nixon and, the South was going to be key to the election. That's why they chose Lyndon Johnson as the vice president, because that was the way to win Texas. But they were also worried about the other deep South states, which traditionally had been always voted for the Democratic Party, with this called the Solid South. But during the Roosevelt era, whites in the South began defecting a little bit to the Republican Party, and blacks started voting Democratic. Some blacks, not a majority, but enough to change the elections. The few blacks who were allowed to vote, there was a voting bloc. But the whites were more important. And the only way you could hang on to whites in the South was by expressing an antipathy for civil rights, either indirectly or through dog whistles or whatever. So my father, who was the campaign manager, had made deals with 3 Southern governors, powerful governors, including Van Deventer from Georgia, that they would support JFK. But all of them had said, if you get involved with Martin Luther King, we're out, because we cannot stand that, take that from our own constituents. So my father was kind of avoiding King and made sure his brother avoided King. Nixon was doing the same thing. Now, Nixon had been very close to King. They had a strong relationship. And Republicans had traditionally been on the side of blacks in the South since Lincoln and the Civil War. So in October of 1960, a month before the November election, King gets arrested at a lunch counter sit-in in DeKalb County, Georgia. And he didn't even want to do it. He was pressured to do it by some young, guys, radicals, John Lewis and others from SNCC, Southern Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which is another group. And he reluctantly did it, and then he got arrested. And then he's in the DeKalb County jail at 4 o'clock in the morning. Cops come into this jail cell, drag him out. They don't tell him anything. They throw him in the back of the police car. They head south. He's saying, where I'm going. They won't talk to him. And he said that they brought him down into what he called cracker country, places in Georgia where you could easily lynch him and nobody would complain. So and what they were really doing, they bring him to a state prison, and they threw him in the state prison, but they didn't tell Coretta, his wife, where he was, and she was terrified. So she called Sarge Shriver, my uncle, who was always involved in the civil rights issue, and she said, I tried to talk to Nixon, who's then vice president, could have helped her. He won't answer my phone calls. And that destroyed King's relationship with Nixon, this incident. She calls Sarge Shriver and she says, can I talk to the president? So, Sarge then goes into my uncle's office and his aides are in there in the Oval Office. And Sarge says, I want a favor from you. I've never asked one before. Can I talk to you alone? Because he knew the aides would not let him make this call. So the aides all leave the room, and Jack then hears the story and says, yeah, I'll call her. So he calls Coretta. My father then, a few moments later, finds out about it, and he goes to Sarge Shriver angrily, and he said, you just lost the election. And my father then goes home. He's at Hickory Hill changing because he's getting on an airplane. And he starts thinking about it, that they arrested this guy for doing nothing, and now they moved him in the middle of the night. Now they might kill him. And he didn't know much about civil rights, but he hated bullies. And in fact, when he had played football for Harvard, and they had gone on the road, and he had learned for the first time that blacks could not stay, a black teammate of his couldn't stay in the hotel. And he had raised holy hell. And then at University of Virginia, he had invited this black statesman Ralph Bunche to speak there, and he learned about the segregation laws that he could not address an integrated audience. And he raised such hell at University of Virginia, and it was the first integrated audience in the history of the state at a state institution. So he had a sort of a sense of it. He just didn't have, the whole view. So on the way to the airport, he started steaming and thinking about it. He hates bullies. He gets to the airport, he goes to a phone booth, and he gets the DeKalb County sheriff on the line at home. And he says, this is Robert Kennedy. My brother's going to be president in a month. If anything happens to Dr. King, we will remember who you are, and you will not forget it. And then he calls the judge and says, has a similar conversation with him, and he gets Jack to call the governor. And Jack calls Van Diefner and says, can you get him out of jail? And Van Diefner says, I don't think I can. And Jack said, well, listen to what I'm saying. I want you to try, and then I want you to call me back and tell me what you have done. And the next morning, King was released. So King never made an endorsement, but his father, Daddy King, spoke, I think, at the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church that weekend on Sunday, and he had previously endorsed Nixon, and he changed his endorsement to Kennedy, and that word spread throughout the black community. And my uncle won the black vote, and because of that, he won the presidency, because it was the narrowest margin in the history of our country at that time. So I think that was one of the things that kind of cemented the relationship, and then they just became partners with King in the civil rights movement. They, they did the 1963 March on Washington with King. They handled all the arrangements, and that was the famous speech where King says, I have a dream. I have a dream speech. And then my father had a very close relationship with King after Jack died, and when King was killed, my father gave this impromptu speech to in the Black Ghetto in Indianapolis, and that was the only city that didn't riot that night. And it's attributed to the speech that my father gave. And before King died, my father and King collaborated on the Poor People's Campaign, which was to summons all the poor people in our country to Washington, D.C. And when the day that we buried my dad, we drove past these encampments. There were 10,000 men encamped on the mall in Washington, D.C. and who, both my father and King, who had died 2 months before, had summons there, and now both of them were gone.
Rewind a little bit. You talked about LBJ. You talked about Vietnam. One of the quotes from your uncle was, in the final analysis, it's their war, and that's why he had decided to bring everyone back from there. LBJ, I don't like LBJ. I guess if I'm allowed to not like someone that I've never met before. I don't like him, and I also throw into that basket McNamara. And in the book, you seem to shine a friendlier light on McNamara than I do. It seemed like maybe McNamara was trying to do his best to control LBJ, and just he felt like if he didn't kind of go along with what LBJ wanted, LBJ would just get rid of him and someone else would.
And drop a nuke on North Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's always a dilemma. And, it was a dilemma for a lot of the people who were criticized for staying with Trump, who said, no, I stayed there because it would have been so much worse, or other presidents, So I don't know. History, I think, history judges him like you do very harshly, and I think that. Did you see the movie Fog of War?
Yes.
And how did you think he came out of that?
I felt the same. I really did.
You looked terrible.
Yeah. When I look at the Vietnam War and the books I've read, and McNamara's Follies, I think, is what he lowered the mental, or the acuity score. So you basically had people that were mentally disabled being accepted into the military so they could fill the slots they needed. I mean, it was just a disaster across the board. And and the fact that they knew, halfway through the war, and that they weren't going to win, and they knew they weren't going to win, and they still lost another 20 or 30,000 men. So all those things make me really
killed 500,000 of them.
Yeah, and killed 500,000 of them.
After that, because they killed 1 million altogether.
Yeah, and the fact that LBJ, during his whole he was in the military, but he kind of got in as a political person, and he went on one operation, flying to bomb somewhere, and the plane. He got a Silver Star from this. The pilot of the plane that saved the plane didn't even get a Silver Star, and he got. So I have a grudge against those guys, I guess.
Yeah, I think he came from. I think my father and uncle brought him into the Defense Department because he was a good manager. He'd been the CEO of the Ford Motor Company, and he was. They wanted some Republicans in the administration. He had been a Republican. My father really liked him personally, and I, sort of grew up with him and his kids. What I would tell you, and I wouldn't differ with your judgment about him. I think, there's a lot of different ways, as you know, of judging, men and character, and you can never be completely sure, but there's a lot of bad evidence against him. My father called him every single night. I think I write about this in the book. Literally every night. And my mother says before he went to bed and said, "You got to publicly resign." And McNamara would keep saying to him, "I can't do it. If I do it, they're going to drop a nuke on Hanoi." So who knows?
Yeah. You also have the obviously you mentioned it briefly, but the whole thing that happened in Berlin, and then the big Berlin speech that JFK gave. Freedom has many difficulties, and democracy is not perfect, but we have never had to put up a wall to keep our people in. Then, like you mentioned, JFK gets assassinated. What's going on in your world when that happens? I mean, what's going on in the Kennedy family when that happens? How do things change? As anybody says, does it strengthen our resolve? I have a friend that's a ER doctor, and he always tells the story that if a family has problems and something tragic happens to the family, like someone gets killed, if the family has some fissures, it can either explode the family and they come apart, or it can actually make them tighter and stronger and strengthen their resolve. It would appear from the outside that it strengthened the resolve of the family when your uncle got killed. What did it look like from the inside?
I don't know. I'd have to think that through, because I think everything was happening all at once. First of all, my father was utterly shattered. He was bereft, and he was, he was staring out into space. He was trying to do his best to be a parent to us, and I think the one time that he kind of escaped from these very grim thoughts that he was having was when he was with us. Then he would play sports. We'd play football. We'd play in the pool. He started doing a lot of wilderness trips with us. Started doing a lot of mountain climbing. He climbed Mount Kennedy, the tallest unclimbed peak in the hemisphere. He took up whitewater kayaking, which we all learned when we were very, very young. This is at a time when people were not doing whitewater in our country, and then doing other kind of extreme sports. He also he went through kind of I think what it was a healthy sort of philosophical reconstruction, where he never left the Catholic Church or his faith, but he kind of had this very simplistic belief that that good was rewarded here on earth, that good would ultimately triumph over evil, and that good people got some kind of reward here on earth, a tangible reward. And his brother's death shattered all that. Anything he believed about, a beneficent universe was now gone. And he had to reconstruct a philosophy that was much more stoic in its nature. So he started looking for, outside of the Catholic faith. He read Shakespeare, he read the existentialists, he read the poets, he read a lot of the Greeks, and he immersed himself in the philosophies of Stoicism. I talk a lot about, my father. 2 weeks before he died, he gave me a book called by Camus called The Plague, and that book is and I've talked about this before, but that book is about and he said to me with kind of a special intensity, "I want you to read this book," and he would tell me that about poems or books all the time. But this time there was something about how he said it, and then he died 2 weeks later. And so I ended up reading that book several times to try to unlock the key of why it was so important to him. But the book is about a doctor in a quarantine city in North Africa where there's an unknown plague that is ravaging the city, and people are dying. There's a very high infection fatality rate. Nobody knows how to treat it. Anybody who comes into contact with sick people ends up sick, and almost all of them die. And it's the story of a doctor who is of a conversation that he's having with himself about whether he should leave his quarters and try to treat people. And he's almost certainly going to die if he does that. And there's nothing really good that's going to come of it, of course, because he doesn't know how to treat them. Nobody does. And so what's the point of doing it? Shouldn't he just take care of himself? In the end, he ends up going and doing his duty. And he consoles people. He gives them consolation. He ministers with them as he dies. And, and Camus was an existentialist, but he was kind of the legatee of the existentialists were of the Stoic philosophy. So, and the Stoics believe that that life is kind of meaningless. The universe is absurd. but that somehow through individual character and acts of courage, we can bring meaning and order to a disorderly universe. And their hero was Sisyphus. Sisyphus is cursed by the gods to push a boulder up a hill for the rest of eternity, and he's got to push it over. His mission is to push it over the edge of the cliff. But every time he gets to the very top, he pushes it all day. When he gets to the top of the hill, just before it rolls over, it rolls back on him, and it mangles him in some new way every day. And then it rolls all the way down to the bottom of the mountain. He has to go down there all night long, and then he comes back and pushes it up the next day. The normal person would look at that and say, this is a very miserable man. But in the view of the Stoics, Sisyphus was a happy man. And Camus wrote a book about him called Sisyphus' Smile, where you can see him smiling. Because ultimately, happiness comes from doing your duty, from putting your shoulder to the wheel, from undertaking the tasks, the unpleasantries of life, the difficulties and challenges of life, and doing the right thing. And that's the only source of happiness and order in the universe. Everything else is just, window dressing. But true happiness comes from hardship and from pushing from challenging an absurd and meaningless universe through development of personal character. So, I think my dad.
That's a very clear explanation, as if that's what your father was thinking.
Yeah.
After your uncle gets killed, and a few years go by, and he decides that he's going to run for president himself. That actually makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned this briefly, but I think it's actually worth reading, and that is so now. Fast forward a little bit, again, get the book, get all the details, but your dad's now running for president, and I'm going to go to the book. On April 4th, my dad was scheduled to give a campaign speech in the roughest part of Indianapolis' Black Ghetto, a place no white American politician would go as voters were sparse and safety concerns manifold. Just before he headed into the inner city neighborhood, he learned that an assassin had murdered Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis. My father staggered in anguish at the news. "Oh God," he said, "when is this violence going to stop?" The Indianapolis police chief warned him not to enter the neighborhood. When my father said he was going in, the captain withdrew his police escort. Most of the electrified crowd were unaware of the tragedy as he climbed on the flatbed to address them. The night was cold. "I have bad news for you. For all of our fellow citizens and people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and killed tonight." The crowd gave a collective gasp of horror. Then my dad went on to speak directly for the first time about the circumstances of Jack's death. His brother was killed by a white man. Speaking from the battlefield of his own psychic struggles, with a calm but breaking voice, he urged everyone, quote, not to be filled with bitterness, with hatred, with a desire for revenge. We could respond with violence and polarization, he said, or we can make an effort, as Martin Luther King did, to understand and to comprehend and to replace that violence, that stain of bloodshed that is spread across our land with an effort to understand with compassion and love. My dad's Indianapolis speech was not an artful, rehearsed, oratorical masterpiece. It was an anguished, visceral expression of shared agony. He had never spoken about his brother's death like that before. The crowd sensed he was doing something unusual and gave him their hearts. Indianapolis was one of the few cities with large black communities that did not explode in riots that night. 119 other cities were not so fortunate, and President Johnson deployed 75,000 soldiers to quell the violence. Casualties included 2,500 injured and 39 dead. From our boarding school in Rockville, Maryland, we watched smoke rise over the Capitol and troop trucks roll past all day. What the hell did that feel like in the country at the time? I can't imagine. It must have seemed like everything was just kind of hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, there's a story I think that I wrote in there about my father flew home and toward Washington, D.C. that morning, and it was just, burning heaps of rubble, southeast Washington, and my father sort of climbed over a big pile of a exploded building and was coming down this rubble pile, and there was a black woman standing in the street looking up at him through the smoke. And when she recognized him, she said, "Oh, it's you. I knew you would be here." So that was, I think that was, that was the place that he began to fill in the American psyche.
And then, I mean, you have LBJ drops out of the race, and then your father gets killed. How old are you at that time? 15?
I was 14. I was with him. I was not with him when he was shot. My little brother David was, and some of my other younger siblings were. But he was brought to Good Samaritan Hospital. I was woken up in my bed. I was at a boarding school in Washington, outside of Washington, D.C. I was woken up by the priest, and he didn't say what had happened. He just said, "There's a car waiting for you." I was woke up maybe 5:30 in the morning, and I was taken to the, I think it's Andrews Air Force Base, and then put on with some of my siblings, the older kids who were not traveling with my father, Kathleen and Joe, and myself. I'm the third of 11 kids. That we were sent out in Hubert Humphrey's plane, who was the vice president, to Los Angeles. And my father died that night, so I was with him when he died. And then we brought him back to Washington. We brought him back to New York, and it was interesting. I mean, he didn't have police protection. He didn't want protection from the LAPD because they were very racist, and in the black communities which were supporting him, they were hated. And then the Secret Service, he wasn't entitled to Secret Service that time. You didn't get it until after the convention. Whoever won the convention got Secret Service. The FBI, Hoover offered him FBI protection, but he thought that's just going to be Hoover spying on me and reporting to Johnson whatever I do, so I'm not going to do that. So he had the Oakland Raiders, the fearsome foursome. He had, these big linemen from the Oakland Raiders who were his personal bodyguard, and then, Rosie Greer, also Rayford Johnson, who was the decathlon. And then when he went on the road, he had this odd assortment of escorts. He had Black Panther Party, which was acting as his bodyguard, and the Hells Angels. And when we, which is, if you think of it today, it's weird. But I remember when we took off, they all rode their bikes out onto the runway, and they were kind of like escorting, US-2, which, of course today you couldn't get away with. But back then the runways were very accessible, and so you had about 100 bikers on the runway. And I don't think they'd ever understood how the plane engine worked, but when the jet took off, it blew a bunch of them off their bikes, and we were watching from the plane windows, and that was just one of these little things, vignettes that, in a very weird period. We flew him to New York, and we waked him at St. Patrick's Cathedral. I remember, I was one of the pallbearers who we brought him down, and it was Fifth Avenue was just jammed. People 8 or 9 foot, even the whole length of Fifth Avenue, that part of Fifth Avenue. And the coffin was very heavy, and we brought him down the steps there, and there was a crowd of blacks who were singing the battle hymn of the Republic, Glory, Glory, Hallelujah, as we came out. And this very, very large black woman stepped, in front of the coffin as we were trying to lug it down that staircase. And she collapsed on the stairs, and she was waving a handkerchief at the coffin saying, you've done your best, you've done your best. It was very, emotional. And, you can rest now, she was saying. And then we brought him to Penn Station, and we brought him down to Penn Station to Union Station in Washington. And as I say in the book, it was supposed to be a 2.5-hour ride, but it was 7 hours because there was a couple of million people on the tracks, and there was the whole panoply, the cross-section of the American experience, blacks and whites, and that we were going 1 mile an hour. The windows were all open on the train. The people on that train, Arthur Schlesinger later said, would have made the most interesting government in American history. There were poets and economists and, civil rights activists and Indian rights and Hispanic rights and, some of the great musicians and poets in the world at that time. And Coretta King was on there with us. But we were going 1 mile an hour, so when we went through those train stations, we could hear people singing. There were thousands of blacks who were in those train stations. They were singing that battle hymn of the Republic. And then we got to Washington. President Johnson picked us up in a convoy, and we went up the hill. We went, past the mall where the Poor People's Campaign. There were, thousands of poor men, and they all came to the sidewalk and stood, 8 or 9 deep, with their heads bowed, their hats, holding their hats to their chests, just standing there silent as we drove by. And we drove up to Arlington and buried my dad next to his brother under a small stone. And then 4 years later, I was in Boston. I was a college student, and I was studying American history and politics, and I came across demographic data that showed that those whites who had lined the train tracks, and they had voted strongly for my father in Pennsylvania and Delaware and New Jersey, Maryland. They had supported my dad in 1968. 4 years later, in 1972, they didn't vote for George McGovern, who was completely aligned with my father on every issue, but they voted largely, almost altogether, for George Wallace, who was diametrically opposed to everything that my dad believed in. He was rampant segregationist. His announcement speech that year, he had promised segregation now, segregation forever. He had stood in the schoolhouse door when my father, tried to get, Vivian Malone and 5 other blacks into the Ole Miss. And he was a bad guy. And, I later got to know Wallace very well. He made a big turn in his life after he himself was shot and was paralyzed for life. But he ran for governor successfully after that a couple of times. And I knew him when I was living in Alabama. But he was antithetical to everything my father believed in. And it occurred to me then, how could these same people who voted for the idealism of Robert Kennedy then go vote for the cynicism of George Wallace? And it occurred to me then, and struck me many times since, that every nation, like every individual, has a darker side and a lighter side, and that the easiest thing for political leaders to do is to appeal to our greed, to our bigotry, to our hatred, to our xenophobia, to push all the alchemies of demagoguery. And that my father tried to do something different, which was to get people, to persuade people to transcend their narrow self-interest and see themselves as part of a community, to see themselves as part of a noble adventure. to find a hero in each one of us and say, okay, we're going to take a risk, by trusting people, by being part of a community, by thinking that we're part of something that's larger than ourselves, that's worth devoting our lives to, making this country live up to its promise as an exemplary nation. And my dad was able to do that with people. And I think, there's other politicians throughout our history who have done the same thing. William Jennings Bryan did that, and a lot of other ones, Lincoln. I think that's the challenge, because the same people can go to a dark place. We all have the lighter angels of light and the angels of darkness. And, there's the old metaphor about each of us has a white wolf on one shoulder and a dark wolf on the other. And, how do you know which one is going to win the battle? And it's the one you feed. And if you feed them with good activity and good conduct and virtuous thoughts, and then the white wolf is going to get bigger. And if you feed them with hatred and bigotry and fear and self-interest, the dark wolf will win. I think the same is true for our country.
Yeah, I've never heard that metaphor of the nation having gone. I've wondered about that, what that actually was. So this traumatic period that we went through with the death of your uncle, Martin Luther King, and then your dad. And yeah, it's like I was talking about earlier, with a family that has something bad happen to it, it can either solidify their values and make them stronger, or it can turn them to the dark side. And yeah, that's the thing with voting for Wallace, as opposed to who's diametrically opposed to what your father believed in 4 years' time. That's a dramatic turn. I want to go to the book here for a second. July 4th, 1969. Up until that point in my life, in conformance with King Frederick II's prescription against the inebriation among falconers, which I had not talked about. You were a falconer, and you had started hunting with falcons and other birds. And this guy, King Frederick II, had all these rules that you were following. I had resolved to never use drugs or alcohol. In fact, I'd never even tasted coffee. However, I'd recently gathered from my favorite comic book, Turok, Son of Stone, that hallucinogens might allow me to see dinosaurs, which I greatly desired. Jeff O'Neill assured me that this was a near certainty. So I swallowed the LSD, which more than delivered on his promise. Buildings melted like wax candles, trees bowed and swayed on a windless night. Bright lights with long comet tails lent Hyannisport the cheery aura of Christmas in July. Still tripping, I rode into Hyannis with two older kids struggled in a Main Street diner with a plate of lively white noodles that squirmed and squeaked as I stabbed at them with my fork. I became suddenly appreciative of the impossibly complex choreography of minute movements required by my mouth and its various parts in order to chew and swallow food. Abandoning that endeavor, I looked up to see a picture hanging behind the counter of my father, Uncle Jack, and Jesus. All of them had their hands folded in prayer. Until that moment, everything had been a delight. My soul was happy with this strange new adventure, and I was laughing along with my friends. Now, things turned sour. I greatly admired all three of those fellows, and I doubted that any of them would have approved of my hallucinogens. A pall came over me. What was I doing? My father had been practically a teetotaler, a straight arrow. His personal life was beyond reproach. He had sacrificed his life to a higher purpose, and here I was high on drugs. I left my friends and walked the 3 miles back to Hyannisport, swearing I would never do drugs again. By then it was morning, and I was in a funk, wondering how I was going to explain my all-night absence and cope with my exhaustion. A few blocks from my home, I ran into a group of boys who prescribed me a line of methadone. And that snort miraculously solved all my problems for that day. So, thus begins a period of your life with drugs.
Yeah, so my what they call progression was very, very fast. Within several weeks, I was shooting heroin. And I did that from when I was 15 years old to when I was 28. And I got sober at 28. But, virtually all that time, I was taking drugs against my own conscience. So I was trying to stop. I was constantly making vows, making efforts to stop. But I couldn't do it. And the weird thing was, for me, that I had iron willpower in other parts of my life. I gave up candy for Lent when I was 13, and I never ate it again until I was in college. I gave up desserts the next year, and for Lent, I never had another dessert till I was in college. I was playing sports, I was playing rugby, and was trying to bulk up, so I started eating desserts again. And I felt I could do anything with willpower. And yet, this compulsion was completely impervious to anything that I threw at it. I could make a resolve and stay sober for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but then I'd be doing it again. And the most demoralizing feature of this illness, of addiction, for me was my incapacity to keep contracts with myself. I would tell myself at 9 o'clock in the morning, earnestly, sincerely, honestly, I am never going to do that again. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd be doing it. It was like somebody else had stepped into my body and was now manipulating the gears and driving the rig. And I had no capacity to bind that person with anything that I said earlier. And I struggled like that for 14 years. I'm not saying it was all bad, because I had a lot of fun during that period, and I did a lot of wild things. And but I was always trying to stop. And particularly toward the end, it became miserable. It's like dancing with a gorilla. It's really fun and exhilarating in the beginning, and then you realize that you're dancing until the gorilla tells you he's ready to stop.
Yeah, you end up, and again, a bunch of this is the stuff from the book. You get kicked out of a couple schools. You get arrested with your cousin in 1970 for marijuana possession. You end up you graduate in 1972 from high school. You go to Harvard. You graduate from Harvard. You end up getting your law degree from University of Virginia. You get sworn in as the assistant district attorney for Manhattan. You get married. You fail your bar exam, which is interesting. How'd you fail your bar exam?
At 1 point.
Okay, fair enough.
659 out of 660. The weird thing about heroin for me is that I was very bad in school when I was a kid. I had ADHD, and the voice of the teachers just sounded like a foreign language to me. I couldn't understand anything. I couldn't sit still. My mind was racing all the time, and I couldn't read. I just could not sit still in my head or physically. I was always moving. And when I started doing narcotics, I went from the bottom of my class to the top of my class. So I was either the first or second in my class at every school I went to after I started doing narcotics. And it allowed me to get into Harvard. It allowed me to flourish. And if it still worked, I'd still be doing it. It stopped working for me, and it also was destroying my life in other ways.
Well, yeah, most people don't get off that train. I mean, most people don't get off the heroin train alive, right?
I don't know most, but I would say that's probably a good guess. That and particularly these days, I think with the advent of the age of fentanyl, you're much more likely to die than you are to get sober. And I had this I had I was lucky. I was, I had in 1983, at the end of 1983, when I went to a rehab and I had a spiritual awakening that freed me from addiction. So it's almost like, for me, it was like a miracle, like almost as if I could walk on water. It would be that shocking because I had really tried. And then suddenly it was just lifted. It was like as if it never had happened, as if I never had the compulsion. And I had, I knew that I wanted to have the only thing that was going to save me was a profound spiritual realignment, that I had to change in some fundamental way the person that I was, because I was an addict, I was a junkie. And if I didn't change in a very, very fundamental way who I was, that I was going to either be white-knuckling it for the rest of my life and fighting the impulse, which would have been a miserable existence, or I was going to find some way to make myself into a normal person, just a guy who wakes up in the morning and is not thinking of heroin all day and cocaine. And I had a couple of things happen to me. One is, first of all, I'd read the lives of the saints, because we did that every night when we were kids. So I knew that there were templates, there were examples of people who, throughout history, who had these very decadent lives, like St. Augustine was one, till he was 30 years old. His mother was St. Monica, and she prayed for him every day till he was 30, and he was a whoremonger. He was living with prostitutes. He was a sex addict. He was a total alcoholic. And at the age 30, he transformed. He became the most important figure, and one of the most important figures in the history of Christianity. Saint Francis of Assisi, the same thing. He was, he led a rather debauched life. He was a soldier, and he was a party guy. He was a musician, and he was a party guy. And then he had this spiritual transformation. Saint Paul had the same thing. Everybody knows at Damascus. But I also had a personal experience because I had a friend. Two of my brothers died from this disease, David and Michael, in ways that were as a direct result, ultimately, of this disease. One of them had an overdose, the other in a ski accident. But one of them, my brother David, had a friend who was one of his best friends who had the same level of addiction that I did and that David did. And took drugs with the same enthusiasm and compulsion and, recklessness and out of control. And he became a Mooney. So he joined the Unification Church and became a follower of Reverend Sun Myung Moon. And he didn't want to take drugs anymore. And he would still hang out with us, but he would be chattering about his new life, and we could take drugs right in front of him, and he was indifferent to them. And I used to think about him, and I think to myself when I was getting sober, I think I'd rather be dead than be a Mooney, because that's the kind of narrow, view that I had of life at that point. But I wish somehow I could distill whatever it was that gave him this imperviousness to the compulsion without turning into a religious nuisance. And at the same time, I picked up this book by Carl Jung. And Carl Jung was, one of the fathers of modern psychiatry, and Freud was his mentor. But Freud wanted him to be his successor, but he had a big difference with Freud. Freud was an atheist, and Jung was a deeply spiritual man. His father had been a preacher. Interestingly, his father never had a genuine, authentic spiritual experience, and was just kind of very, very good at repeating at rote the shibboleths and sort of consensual, language and vernacular of religious beliefs, and he was very good at it, but he never believed it, and he ended up. And meanwhile, Jung himself began having genuine spiritual experience when he was 3 or 4 years old. His biography is extraordinary because he has perfect memory. And he was having dreams then that were, very significant, but also these other spiritual things that happened to him. And I'll tell you one of the things that happened in this book. Jung spent a lot of time thinking not only about mental health, but also of how to induce profound spiritual experiences. And the book that I read is called Synchronicity, and synchronicity means a coincidence, essentially. It's one of these things that happens to us, like if you're talking about somebody that you haven't thought about in 20 years, and the phone rings and it's that person on the phone. And these kind of things happen to us all the time, right? And we can either dismiss them and say, oh, that's just a coincidence. But he would put significance into them. And he thought this was a way that God broke his own rules that he set up when he put the universe in spinning. The rules of mathematics, the rules of science, the rules of biology, and that God was, and the rules of chance, and God was breaking those rules to come in and kind of tap us on the shoulder and say, I'm here and I'm watching stuff, and I'm interested in you particularly. I'm showing you these kind of little miracles where the rules of the universe are shattered. So he ran the biggest sanitarium in Europe, and he's sitting with his back to the window, and he's talking to a female patient, who's sharing a dream with him, and he was very big on dreams. And the dream is about, the central fulcrum of the dream is a scarab beetle, and which is a creature that has these profound kind of spiritual significance. It's very common iconography on the tombs, the hieroglyphics, on the obelisks and the tombs of Egypt. But it's almost unknown in Northern Europe, where he was. He was in Zurich in Switzerland. And so he's talking to her, and she's telling him about this scarab beetle dream, and he's hearing this ping, ping, ping on the window behind him. And it's irritating him, but he doesn't want to turn his attention away from his patient. So he maintains his posture for a while, but then it became so exasperating to him that he gets up and he throws the window open, and a scarab beetle flies in and lands in his palm. And he turns to her and says, "Is this what you were talking about?" So, and those kind of things happen to him all the time. In his biography, which is called Dreams, Memories, and something else, which is, if anybody wants to read about Jung, they should read his biography. They should not read Synchronicity, which was the one that was much more difficult to read. But so he saw these as divine interventions, and what he tried to do is he tried to reproduce that phenomena in a clinical setting. So he would put one guy in one room, another guy in another room, and he'd have them flip cards. And then guess what the other guy had flipped. And he believed that if he could beat the laws of percentages, the laws of chance, the laws of mathematics, that way he would have proven the existence of a supernatural force, because this was beyond the laws of nature. And if you could beat the laws of nature, then you could say there's something out there that we cannot explain through the laws of nature, and that was the first step in proving the existence of a God, which he was a very spiritual man, but he was also a very faithful scientist. So he's trying to use these tools to prove the existence of God. Well, he fails. He can't do it. And he says in the book that he could not use empirical tools or scientific tools to demonstrate the existence of a God. But he then said this. He said, having seen tens of thousands of patients come through his sanitarium, that he could prove that people who believed in God got better faster, and that their their recovery was more durable than people who did not. And that statement had a profound impact on me, much more profound than if he had said that he had proved the existence of a God, which I would not have believed, right? But what he was saying is, it's irrelevant if there's a God up there. If you believe in him, your chance of getting sober are much higher than if you don't believe. And for me, I had already made a vow to myself that I was going to do anything that improved by even 1% my chances of staying sober. So, I made an intellectual decision. I'm going to start believing in God. And then I confronted, the universal dilemma, which is how do you start believing in something that you can't see or smell or touch or taste or hear or acquire with your senses? And and Jung answers that question. He says, fake it till you make it. Act as if that the compliance will precede the evidence. That once you start complying and living like you're somebody who believes, pretending you believe, you'll actually start seeing evidence that will put that supposition beyond any reasonable doubt. So that's what I did. I just said, okay, I'm going to pretend there's a God up there, that he's looking at me the whole time, and that everything that I do is kind of a moral choice, has a moral dimension to it. And I began breaking and that I had to behave myself even when I didn't have an audience, and even when I didn't have eyewitnesses. So I started breaking my day down into about 40 different decisions. And each one has a moral implication. When the alarm goes off in the morning, do I get out of bed immediately, or do I lie in bed for another 15 minutes with my indolent thoughts? Do I hang up the towels when I go? Do I make my bed? That's the most important thing every day. Even when I'm staying at a hotel now, I make my bed, which is ridiculous. It's crazy to do that, but I do it because it's part of building character, which is what we're doing here. We're not here to build a pile for ourselves, and whoever dies with the most stuff wins. We're here to build character, which is the only thing that is enduring, that's durable, that will survive our own lives. And you do that by making the bed even when you don't need to, by doing the right thing even when somebody's not looking at you. So do I put the water in the ice tray before I put the ice tray back in the freezer? When I reach into my closet and I pull out a pair of blue jeans and all those little wire hangers fall on the floor of the closet, do I go in there and say, because what I used to do is say, hey, I got a lot to do today. I am too important for that job. That's somebody else's job. And I'd shut the closet door. And I left a lot of those closed closets all day long, for other people to do, right? And So now I go in there and I hang them all up, even if I'm in a rush. When I put the shopping cart back where it's supposed to go, and I remember when I first got sober, my life had gotten very, very small, which is what happens. You get isolated, you get small from addiction. And when I got sober, my life started getting big very quickly, and I was running through National Airport, and I was late for a plane. It was mission critical. I don't even remember what it was, but the apocalypse was going to happen if I didn't make that plane. And I was late and was already going to miss it. And as I was running, I was putting a piece of dentine in my mouth, and I wrapped the wrapper up, and I was running, and I threw the wrapper into a garbage can and make a perfect arc right into the center swish of the can. But I noticed through the corner of my eye that it must have hit something in there and jumped back out. I was like, well, that's God's fault because I made the shot, right? So I come running. But then I got about 40 or 50 feet down that terminal, and it just started eating at me. And I put on the brakes, and I went back and put that little piece of garbage back in the can. And I still made my plane, But the most important thing that day was, that I did was to do that. That little task is the most important thing I did on that day, because the whole challenge with life, and both sobriety, but also life, is how do we stay in that posture of surrender, of humility? How do we stay there even when the cash and prizes are flowing in and people are telling you how great you are? And you got everything going for you. And that's when I want to say to God, thank you, God, I got it from here, and take the wheel and drive the car off the cliff again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gotta watch out for that one. How long did the spiritual awakening take? Like, how long were you in rehab for?
I had it from when I made that decision. I'll tell you what happened to me. I went out, I finished that book, and by the time I finished that book, I had made a decision. I'm going to turn my life over to God, okay, whatever that means, however I find Him. And so I made that decision. And then I close that book, and I go out, these rehabs, they have a lot of volleyball, and we went out to play volleyball. And during that volleyball game, a ball, somebody hit a ball on a very, very powerful punch. It went way up in the air, and then it came down and it hit the top of the post where the net was tied. And it started up again, and I said out loud, so everybody heard me, I said, that ball's going to get hit by a Mack truck. Oh, and the ball goes up again on this kind of errant flight. It lands right dead on the center of a chain link fence, and it topples over the other side onto a driveway, and it rolls down the grade about only 40 or 50 feet into the middle of a thoroughfare. And a big 18-wheel diesel with a bulldog on the hood comes and pops, and it goes bang, a big resounding pop. And everybody there just looked at me and said, how did you know that? It was just a moment, but I was like, okay, this is, and I had just finished that book about synchronicity. So I said, I felt like, I was being tapped on the shoulder, and I said, I can either just say that was a coincidence and walk away, or I can see God in it, and I can be grateful and thankful and joyful, that I got to see it so soon. And now I see those things every day in my life. I rely on them. And as long as I stay in that posture of surrender, I have miracles in my life all the time. And it's like, my life before I figured this all out was all activity and no progress. I had a lot of ambition. I was like a big truck, that has headers and the pipes that are spitting fire and smoke, and the engine revving and the wheels spinning, stuck in a ditch going nowhere. But a lot of energy going into it and a lot of activity, getting stuff right to the end of the goal line and never getting across. And all of that. And now, when you connect to that higher vibrations, to that spiritual side, and it's almost like you can put down the oars and hoist the sails, and that you're being propelled. And it's like judo, because if you apply the effort toward your spiritual condition, then it pays off in all these other ways that just don't, in the reality that we live in, they don't seem connected, but they are. If you can stay in that high vibration, just good things happen.
So you get sober, and then you kind of...
Let me give you another metaphor just while I'm thinking that just occurred to me. When I was a kid, sometimes I'd pick a flower, like a rose that was still in the bud, and then try to unfold it. And it never looks right. And a lot of times you have to just learn to be still. You do your job, which is watering the flower, but otherwise you leave it alone. And, I remember when I got out of the rehab, I read a line from Isaiah that said, be still and know that I am God. And that had a huge impact on me, of learning to be still is so much, because my life before was, including drugs, it's about, feeling discomfort and then having to fix it somehow. And, growing up is about learning to live with this discomfort and just experience it like dark clouds on the horizon, that it's going to come through, and that you just have to experience it and let it keep flowing, and there's nothing to do about it, and learning that, learning to be still, learning to be indifferent to pain, learning to be indifferent to pleasure, to desire. Those should be ultimately the ambition of an enlightened, of a spiritual enlightenment.
Now, your next phase in life, which is a long phase, is this environmental war you go on, or environmental support, and trying to clean up the Hudson. It starts with the Hudson River Fishermen's Association, which eventually became River Keepers, which became all kinds of keepers in a variety of different things across the world. I mean, the amount of work that you did in that is epic amount of work. And you talked about this when you were on Joe Rogan's podcast. You went into significant amount of detail. And by the way, if anyone hasn't listened to that podcast, on the podcast when you were on with Joe Rogan, and also when you were on with the All In podcast, you really kind of laid out your history when it comes to the environmental piece, with the whole vaccine piece. You go into incredible depth on those. So that's a great, I don't want to have you rehash all that stuff right now. But that's what you do for the next, I guess it's the next like 20 years, basically. Actually, more than 20 years.
Almost 40.
Yeah, 40 years of these lawsuits. You're a lawyer. You end up in these incredible legal battles, protecting the environment, going after big companies and industries that are destroying the environment. And that's what you're focused on for years and years and years. You sued Monsanto, and it's too many to name. There's too many to name. 2020 comes around, and actually, COVID hits. I got. If you go and look at your Wikipedia page, which I got a good kick out of, your Wikipedia page says, quote, known for advocating anti-vaccine misinformation and public health conspiracy theories. So that's just part of it. And what's really crazy, and I mean, of course, Joe Rogan has talked about this a lot, the kind of things that people were being banned from Twitter for saying have now been completely proven to be true. There's all kinds of things like that. You wrote a book, The Real Anthony Fauci, about Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the global war on democracy and public health. You wrote another book called The Wuhan Cover-Up. So you've written these books. You were crusading against those, this sort of just vaccination for, and again, I want to point out the fact that you're not anti-vax. There's all kinds of vaccines that you support. There's just vaccines that you don't support. April 19th, 2023, you decide that you're going to run for president. And to the best of what I can suss out right now, you go back to this Albert Camus theory of you got to do your duty. Is that a good assessment?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a good summary of those years. And I hit a place where all the signs were telling me that this is the place that I can be most effective in my life. So I had toyed with the idea of running for political office earlier in my life. In the 90, when it would have been, when Hillary was, it would have been around 2006 when Hillary was appointed to Secretary of State under Obama. What year would that have been? Anyway, when she was, I thought about running for the Senate seat, which was my dad's seat. Mm-hmm. In New York State, my numbers were better than anybody else in the state. And a lot of people had pulled me then, and I was working on the Hudson. I was on TV all the time. People really had an affection for my dad, who had been senator from New York. So it would have been a kind of an easy run for me to run for United States Senator of New York. And I was going to do that the year that Hillary ran, but I had family issues that time that kept me from doing that. And then, and so I helped Hillary take that seat. I did advertisements for her. I did a lot of work for her. And then when she left and to go to the State Department, David Paterson, who was the governor of New York, called me and offered me the job. He got to appoint her replacement. So he said, I want you to do it. And I said, give me 24 hours to think about it. And I had some of the same family issues at that time that made me just say no. And at that point, that would have been the easiest way to political office, just an appointment without ever having to run. But at that point, I kind of was, any thought of ever running for political office was, I felt like I was too old because, not that I lacked energy, but you have to be, particularly the U.S. Senate, you don't get a chairmanship of a committee till you've been there for 3 terms, which is like 18 years. You have to be there for a long time before you get any power. And so it's really a young man's, game, or young woman. You need to get in there a little earlier in life if you're going to be effective at it. And I didn't need the attention. A lot of people may run and just say, I'll use a bully pulpit, but I already had as many microphones as I want. I could go on TV anytime I wanted. So I didn't need attention, and I didn't, I'd been in politics, I could call any politician in America and they'd answer the phone. I could call the president, get him on the phone. I could call virtually any business leader and get him on the phone. So being in the Senate was not going to add to my life, my effectiveness, and it caused a lot of misery because you have to go and live in Washington, and my family was in New York, and and I was happy doing what I'm doing. I was effective at it. It was fun. It's fun going. For me, I love being in a fist fight. And, I was in every fist fight at that time, whether, name a corporation that was polluting, and I've sued them. I brought over 500 lawsuits, successful lawsuits. I've lost plenty too. But, if you're not, people who say they've never lost a lawsuit are not taking difficult ones, and I was taking anything. I was trying to figure out a way to sue anybody who messed with the environment. And I tried a lot of novel stuff that didn't work, but mostly I was successful. And so and I was having fun, and I got to do what I wanted to do. I didn't have, press questioning me. I had a wild life. I was a heroin addict. I rode freight trains across the country and I'd been arrested. I had all kinds of stuff that, are not, I didn't want to explain to people. So, I was happy, and I didn't have to explain to anybody about my personal conduct, and so anyway, it was off the shelf for me. And I started thinking, when I saw this censorship, which I never believed the Democratic Party, moving to censor political opponents and everybody being okay with it, I saw this explosion of chronic disease in our country that was just being covered up. Diabetes today, we spend more on diabetes than we do for our national defense. This is crazy. When I was a kid, a typical pediatrician would see 1 diabetes case in his career. And today, 1 out of every 3 people who walk into his office, kids, is pre-diabetic or diabetic, and nobody's explaining this to us. When in my generation, 70-year-old men, autism rates are 1 in 10,000 today, right now, 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in every 34 kids, 1 in every 22 boys, and nobody's explaining this. Why did food allergies disappear? Why did I not know a single person? I had 11 siblings, 70 cousins. I knew nobody with a peanut allergy when I was growing up. Why do 5 of my 7 kids have food allergies? Why does this entire generation have autoimmune disease? Why are we the sickest nation on the planet? Why do we have the highest COVID death rates? We had 16% of the COVID deaths. We only have 4% of the world's population. Somebody needs to explain that. Why are people getting awards for this? And the intensity of the cover-up of why nobody's talking about it. And then, I saw the Ukraine war and the Democrat and Republican parties become the parties of war. Nobody's asking the questions like with Iraq. Nobody asks, why are we at war in Iraq? Saddam Hussein didn't bomb the World Trade Center. He didn't have weapons of mass destruction. Why are we in another country's business, and why do we spend $8 trillion over there and, destroying the one country that was the bulwark to Iran? And now Iraq is a proxy of Iran, and that's why this attack on Israel happened, because we destroyed the one, obstacle between the mullahs in Iran and the hegemony across the Mideast. They had Israel's one and Saddam was the other. And Saddam had a country that was fully functioning. It had electricity to 100% of the population. It had, it was better operated than any country in the Mideast. It had been our ally for many years. And Saddam was not a good guy. He was a horrible, tyrant and torturer and murderer. But so is MSB. So are, a lot of them, right? And what were we doing? Why was the press not asking real questions about it? The lessons we were supposed to have learned from Vietnam about not getting into wars of choice. So I saw all this stuff happening, and I felt like I was in a unique position to be able to stop it and to be able to change the direction of the country. And then I saw the Democratic Party go to war against the American middle class, and there's a whole my kids' generation, none of them are going to get into a home. There's something wrong with that. And, we've spent $8 trillion on wars since 2020, and we've killed millions of people, and all unnecessary, and we're less safe, and we're here, Americans are less safe abroad, where our country is depleted in power. We got a $34 trillion debt. It's gone up another $1 trillion in the last 100 days. To service that debt, we now pay more than we do for our military. Within 5 years, half of every dollar that's collected will go to service the debt. 10 years, it could be 100%. And, that's not tenable. And nobody's talking about this. Nobody's trying to do anything about it. So I just felt like, okay, I'm going to start talking about this stuff. And the only way to fix it is to run myself. So that's what led me to this place.
And obviously the Democratic nomination didn't work out. Speaking of mafia, right?
I almost did a spit take.
I mean, yeah. Well, I got a friend named Tulsi Gabbard, and they kind of did the same type of thing to her.
Yeah, they did the same to Tulsi. They did the same to
Bernie Sanders. Yeah. So that's a little mafia scenario. So now you're running as an independent.
Yeah.
Now, how do you win?
Well, the first challenge is getting a VP, because I can't get signatures in half the states without having a vice president. So, the other parties don't have to get vice presidents till August, but I have to get one now. And there's a lot of advantages they have. They don't have to collect signatures. I have to collect 1 million signatures. They're automatically on the ballot. They get Secret Service. I don't, because the president decided that he didn't want me to have it. And so I have to spend a lot of money on that. So those are all challenges. I'm going to announce the VP within 2 weeks. So on the 26th of March in Oakland, we will announce the VP. Within we then can start collecting signatures in about half the states, and we will complete those states within 6 weeks. And I'll get on the ballot everywhere. And then, my big challenge, I'm beating President Trump and President Biden in Americans who are under 45 years old. So I'm beating them in all young people. I'm beating them among independents, and independents for the first time are the biggest demographic in this country. So this is the first election in history where self-identified independents, registered independents, are a larger party than either Democrats or Republicans. The independents now 43% of the voters, 27 are Democrats, 27 are Republicans. So it's huge, and I beat President Trump and President Biden among independents. I'm tied, a three-way tie with Hispanic voters, and my popularity with Hispanics is getting higher all the time. I'm the most popular candidate, highest favorability rating by far. I have a 52% favorability rating. I think 20 points in the black. In other words, 20 points net favorability. So when you measure my favorability, nobody else is even, 5 points. I'm 15 points ahead of anybody on favorability. The one demographic that is a challenge for me is baby boomers. And if you think about it, I should be most popular with them because they're the only ones who remember Camelot and they lived through the Kennedy era. I also was really popular with them when I was the environmental champion. But they get their news from ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, and MSNBC, and the New York Times and Washington Post. And, if I was living in that ecosystem, I'd have a really bad opinion of myself. So I asked my son Connor, who incidentally was in Ukraine. He fought in Ukraine for Special Forces Unit. He joined the Foreign Legion and fought for 3 months during the Kharkiv offensive. And thank God he made it out alive. But I asked him the other day, he's very well informed, he reads everything, he listens to podcasts. I said to him, have you ever listened to or have you ever seen an evening news show on TV? And he said, no. Never. You have a whole generation of kids who are getting their news from places like this, from podcasts, and those guys are on my side and they're supporting me. So my big challenge is breaking through the baby boomers.
Yeah, that is a very strange place to be, where the generation that should know you the best is not on board. And yeah, you're right. It's because they're not on board with the new forms of media, and they're being fed whatever's
to them,
out.
I'm a wacko, anti-science, anti-vaxxer, crazy person, conspiracy theorist.
check, and check. Well, I would advise people. You just did a State of the Union, or I think you called it How I See the State of the Union, or the State of Our Union, something along those lines. Yeah. It's on your YouTube page. That's a really good piece to go check out. You, like I said, you were on the All In podcast. You've been on Rogan's podcast. You've been on Theo Von's podcast a couple times.
Yeah.
And they put his back up because they took him down for a while. And so there's so much information out there about you. And I would recommend people go and listen to those, because they can learn more about you. Clearly, the books that you've written, there's great information. The book that I covered today, American Values, fantastic book to read. And then, like I said, the Wuhan cover-up, and then the real Anthony Fauci. Those books are filled with information that you might want to check out if you don't understand these things, or if you have questions. So I think that's probably gets us to a pretty good spot. Does that get us up to speed?
Yeah.
People can find you, Kennedy24.com. You're on Instagram. You're on what I call Twitter X.
That's a good thing, because there's no way to talk about it if you don't call it Twitter or tweeting.
Yeah, so Instagram, Twitter X, and Facebook, you're at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You got a YouTube channel, which is at Team Kennedy 24. Echo Charles, do you have any questions?
No questions. Just I did notice that you're in a lot better shape than most politicians I know. Is that like, are we working out every day? Is that
I'm at the gym every day.
You haven't seen? There's a video of him at you remember we were up at Venice Beach recently, Muscle Beach?
Yeah.
He's up there at Muscle Beach.
Okay.
No shirt.
Doing it?
Getting after it.
That makes perfect sense to me. Yes. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. We got to get on the ballot in California right now. People can go. We need 75,000 people to sign up for our political party, which is We the People, and they can go to Kennedy24.com/California. And we need 75,000 to sign up, and then we're on the ballot there.
Okay, well, I'm sure we can definitely make that happen. Robert, any other closing thoughts you want to cover?
No, I just want to thank you for your service. And, we talked beforehand that I had represented a lot of the SEALs during COVID who were non-compliant with some of the mandates. And anyway, it's a real honor to be with you. And, thanks for everything that you've done for our country.
Well, I appreciate it. And, thanks for your service and the sacrifice of your family, especially your Uncle Joe, who gave his life. And your Uncle Jack and your father, both of them served in the Navy. All three of them actually served in the Navy and gave their lives for our country. So thank you for what you've done, your family's done. Thank you for what you've done for our environment. And thank you for what you are trying to do today to help fulfill the true promise of America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jocko. Thank you, Echo.
Sure.
And with that, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has left the building. Echo Charles.
Yes, sir.
How was that for a historical review?
Good. Yeah, good. Yeah, so a lot of us on Kauai, if you grew up on Kauai, you're not quite as privy to all that. A lot of this was probably a lot more familiar just from general knowledge to you than it was for me. So, yes, to kind of, in a way, go down memory lane and, in my case, get privy to all the back info. Very helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. And yeah, you're right. For me, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the podcast, growing up in New England, you're going to hear about the Kennedys.
Yeah.
And you're going to hear, like I said, you're going to hear the good, you're going to hear the horrible, and everything in between.
Yeah.
The Catholics that I knew from Massachusetts, bro, these people, I mean, they love the entire Kennedy family, can do no wrong.
Yeah.
The Protestants that I knew growing up, other end of the spectrum.
Other deal, can do no right.
The conservative Republicans, bro, like
not even close.
No. And it's so interesting because now we're so much more aware of how things are, how the media manipulates things.
Yeah.
There's so much. We could be unpacking the entire media view of the Kennedy family. You could just unpack it for years. It would take years of, what the conservatives would put out about them, what the Democrats would put out about them, what the liberals would put out about. Everybody's got they're gonna spin it.
Yeah.
And so it's very difficult to look at and figure it all out.
Yeah. I always thought that big red flag as far as like convincing someone about someone, if someone's going to say something about someone else, like a big red flag was always if it was like a name calling, like he's a XYZ, he's a Nazi, he's a whatever, he hates this, like all reading their mind and stuff, like, or he's anti, actually anti can be accurate sometimes, but just the whole name calling in general, which is just it's pretty much all the time now. You can notice it when you're really looking for it. It's like, bro, it's just name calling. Anytime it's name calling, I feel like, no. Yeah, you're suspect. Because there's probably like way more to it. Yeah. In fact, I would say that might even be an indicator.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess the way I look at things in general is, I talk about this a lot at Echelon Front as well. You want to look at a target. If you're going after a target, if you're assaulting a target, you want to see it from as many different perspectives as you can. And so it's the same thing when you're looking at an issue or you're looking at a political figure. You want to see that political figure from as many different perspectives as you can, because what you see or what this other person sees, if you only listen to what one other person says about a topic or an issue, you're only going to see that one perspective. You have to see things from as many different perspectives as you can, and you have to keep an open mind when you do that. So when you're reading something about a particular topic, you need to do it with an open mind. Then when you read the counter argument, you need to read that one with an open mind. And what you're going to end up with is not some solid 100% like, okay, well, this is what I now believe. What you end up with is a broad picture of the possibilities that could encompass this particular issue. Could be this, could be that. And you've got to be aware of all those things, which is a very different approach to take, because most people, especially if you go on to online social media, everybody's an expert about everything. And when they make a statement, they're making the statement of what they believe to be the capital T truth, capital T. Like the thing is, boom, and they're going to say it. Instead of saying, well, that's an interesting perspective. I will put that into my calculus of how I view this particular issue. People don't do that. So this was, for me, it's good to hear a first-person account of a lot of this stuff and a very well-researched book. And even then you go, okay, well, there's his perspective. There's going to be other perspectives that we could come up with and go, oh, there's a counter to that. Oh, well, here's another view of, and we didn't get, there's one of the things that I always heard about the Bay of Pigs was, and it's very similar to what he's saying, that's why I didn't think it was worth bringing up, but is that the Cubans that were saying, hey, don't worry, when we get to Cuba, when the freedom forces get to Cuba, there's going to be, all the Cubans are going to be on our side. Well, all the Cubans that were saying that were in America. That's why they were saying it. And all the Cubans that didn't think that were in Cuba. And so when you went down there, you're like, oh, well, we thought everyone's going to be on our side. Oh, no. That's what you think. So I always heard that. Now you take Dulles and you put, what Robert said today is like, oh, their spin was like, hey, listen, we just don't want to we'll tell them that everyone's going to be on our side, and we'll just start a little war here, and we'll be able to beat them. So we'll be okay.
No fun.
And so, very interesting to hear all these different perspectives and learn more in an open-minded way. So that's what we're doing. We're also, you noticed that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in pretty good shape. What was he, 69 years old?
70.
70 years old.
Wait, unless he didn't have his birthday.
Yeah. So he's something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty
legit,
good shape.
just rolling around. So, you know how, so I was going over this with my daughter. And she was like, what did she say? She goes, oh, yeah, you get shorter when you get older or whatever. And I was like, yeah. And we were talking about someone in our family, one of the elders of our extended family, we'll say. And he goes, oh, yeah, she walks around like it's almost like she's trying to be short. You know how people, older people, they start hunching over. I was like, yeah, that's true. I was like, yeah, well, you figure, your muscles and your structures, they get fatigued, right? And like if you notice older people, even if they're not that old or whatever, they'll start walking super flat on their feet, and then younger people, they got this pop in their step, little pep, but it's like a physical like bounciness in their steps. And she's like, yeah, that's true. RFK popping his step, 70 years old, where we at? And I noticed it, and then after we went over that, I started really just paying attention and being like, man, that can kind of add youthfulness just to your whole appearance if you got that pop in your step. I think some people, they just have it naturally when you stay active, and I think he was one of those guys. That's what it felt like.
He put down that go, didn't he? And he was hyped in the break. He said he's gonna have to put a seat. You said, hey, you want another one? He goes, no, I already need to feel like I need a seatbelt on. So that's what we're doing. We're staying in shape. We're keeping that pop in the step.
Yes, sir.
How are we gonna do that? We're gonna work out. Yeah. We're gonna get after it. JockoFuel.com. Fuel your workouts. JockoFuel.com. We got everything that you need. We got a clean energy drink. By the way, his assistant there, Stephanie, or maybe she's not an assistant, I don't know. She's his chief of staff, let's say. She was like, oh, I'm an ingredient reader. And I go, read up. And she goes,
I noticed that, bro. I noticed your confidence.
Yeah,
when you
I was
said,
like, read up. And she said, I can't eat natural sweeteners. I go, there's none in there? She goes, oh, Monk fruit. Oh, okay. Yeah, she was fired up. So very cool. Yep, that's what we're doing. Clean energy, clean protein, joint warfare for your joints, super krill. We got it all going on. Greens.
Oh, by the way, my mom came in, visited for a few days or
How
whatever.
many greens did she steal from you?
No, she didn't steal any greens, but she mentioned the greens. She mentioned it again. She told the exact same story. And you know how like when you tell a story that you heard from somebody, and then after a while you're like, I hope I told that story completely accurate. Right, it was the exact same story, word for word. She's like, I've been into greens since I was freaking a kid, and all this stuff. And you just accept the fact that greens just don't taste good. It's just part of the healthy lifestyle. It's like you got to eat some stuff that doesn't taste good. That's how it is. But these greens, they actually taste good, and I was really surprised. I was like, yes,
she's in the game.
They do.
JockoFuel.com. Go get yourself some good fuel for your system. Also, you can get it at Wawa, Vitamin Shop, GNC, Military Commissaries, AFES, Hanford, Dash Stores in Maryland, Wakefern, ShopRite, HEB down in Tejas, Meyer, Harris Teeter, Lifetime Fitness, Shields, small gyms everywhere, jiu-jitsu gyms, CrossFit gyms, powerlifting gyms. If you want to get Jocko Fuel to your clients, email jfsales@jockofuel.com. JockoFuel.com. Go get some. Also, you're going to be training some. Also, you're going to be training some jiu-jitsu. And we talked about, and there's so many categories we could have gone down, but RFK Jr. has been in a crusade for the environment. And I was going to start talking about the environment, start talking about clothing manufacturing, start talking about what clothing manufacturing in other countries does to the environment. See, we have environmental laws. Some of them are attributed to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There are environmental laws that are in place in America so that we have to take care of an environment, as we should. So when we make clothes in America at OriginUSA.com, at Origin USA, when we make clothes here, we protect the environment. Not like what they're doing overseas when there's no rules, no laws. The only law overseas that they have is the lowest possible price, which means we're going to destroy the environment. So don't get your clothes from a chemical spewing, environment destroying, slave labor owning company. Get your clothing from OriginUSA.com. Jeans, boots, jiu-jitsu gis, jiu-jitsu rash guards, t-shirts, joggers.
Yes, sir.
Jackets, hunt gear. Did you get a puffy jacket yet?
No. Oh, I got a big box from Origin.
Oh, you didn't open it
that
yet?
I haven't fully explored, and it's big.
Oh,
so,
okay. Yeah. So we got everything. You don't need to go to www.destroytheenvironment.com or www.slavelabor.com. Don't go to those. Go to www.originusa.com and invest in freedom. That's another thing he talked about today. Look, we didn't talk about it on the podcast, but bringing manufacturing back to America. Look, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants to do that. I want to do that. He's running for president. I'm building companies that manufacture here in America. That's what we're doing. You want to support it. So there you go. OriginUSA.com.
Yep, very true. Also, Jocko has a store called JockoStore.com, also known as DefCore.com. If you want a shirt, hat, hoodie, all this stuff with discipline equals freedom, good, all these things that are representative of the path is where you can get it. I'm telling you, it's good stuff. So actually, I told you my mom was visiting, and it was my mom's friend's son or brother.
Okay.
Anyway, and they had met or whatever, and they're in the game, we'll say. And they're like, hey, and the guy was like, hey, they do good work or whatever. The Discipline Equals Freedom shirt, man, they do good work because it's my favorite shirt, not only because it says Discipline Equals Freedom, but how it fits. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's that quality stuff right there. Don't worry, I got you. Anyway, you want to represent, that's where you go. That's where you get it. Shirt Locker.
Let's talk about it.
Shirt Locker. New design every month. People have been liking and giving me feedback on the latest one, Sugar Coated Lies. Here's the thing. What we don't realize, that Sugar Coated Lies is one of the OG sayings. and it's in reference to donuts and
100%.
how donuts trick you, and
They're lies.
They're lies. And you say, hey, your willpower is not going to be defeated by a donut.
I would hope not.
I hope not. Right. That was the whole message right there. But yeah, in the event of, some newcomers who maybe missed that OG saying, that's what it is. That's the explanation.
It's in this book. He talks about the whole, and he mentioned it today, where he's basically like when he's addicted, he's taking orders from this other thing.
Real. That's real.
So sometimes that other thing is heroin. I hope it's not.
No.
Sometimes it's a donut.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a donut, dude. Shouldn't be heroin either.
No.
But give yourself orders. You're the general. You're in charge.
Yeah.
Don't listen to that guy over there.
That's funny because it kind of does. And you know how when you're, how they say, and there's all these different behavior helpers, right? Behavior modification helpers, where it's they'll say, hey, don't do this. If you have a problem with donuts, right? The kind where if you see a donut, it's really, really hard for you to resist a donut, then don't keep them in the house. That's I agree. And it's a helper.
I agree.
And here's the thing. That works for a reason, or actually for a few reasons, or whatever. So you can literally, and so one of them is don't go shopping when you're hungry. That's an old school one, right?
Problem, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, if you have let's say this affinity and this love in your heart for the taste of donuts, and you're full, you just ate dinner, had a milk, and you're kind of full, right after, and then you go shopping and see the donuts, bro, it's whatever.
I think it's good. If we're gonna go extreme here, I'm gonna say have a good day. Work out in the morning early, get a run in, get some jujitsu done, go home, eat.
Yeah.
A lot, by the way. Steak, milk, greens, creatine, and then go shopping.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll be just overflowing with discipline.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's just one part of it. So you don't even have any desire really, and if you do, just because of the what do you call it, how much you like it or whatever, it's not at its full peak. In fact, it's at its lowest peak.
Yep.
So now you just got this, for you to do that it's almost impossible to just betray your whole self that,
You're not getting donuts.
No, you're not getting donuts.
So
nonetheless,
don't get donuts.
This shirt, this current shirt from the Shirt Locker is just a small little reminder that a donut is not stronger than your will.
There you go. Hey, here's another thing. Another little tie-in. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talks about factory farming and factory processing of meat, big giant corporations. We don't like that. Not good for you, not good for the country, not good for the environment, not good for anything. That's why if you want some steak, which you should, by the way, get your steak from primalbeef.com or from coloradocraftbeef.com. These are small, nice little farms where we have control over the whole process. So go to primalbeef.com or coloradocraftbeef.com and check it out. Get yourself some good steak that supports America. Supports America. Supports the small ranches out there. The small farmers. That's what we're doing. So check it out. coloradocraftbeef.com. They got meat sticks, by the way, at coloradocraftbeef.com. Did they send you any?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, of course.
They're really good. They are, let's face it, they're kind of replace, in general speak for general person, they replace a Snickers bar. You know what I'm saying? They replace a Snickers bar. Because you could be, look, when you want a Snickers bar, you don't want a steak, right? You just want a snack.
A little something.
Right? A little something.
Sure.
Well, a Snickers bar is about the same as a meat stick from Colorado Craft Beef. So
how is it the same, you think? Or would you say just because it feels that snacky?
Yeah, it's a snack thing. It tastes good. It's gratifying because a Snickers bar is gratifying. Now, it's not going to be a Snickers bar isn't as gratifying for as long because it's just like sugar, and so you burn through that pretty quick.
Yeah,
those beef sticks, dude, they're freaking. They are gratifying for an extended period of time.
Yeah,
like they make you feel satiated.
Sure. So it's like, what's the slogan? Freaking Colorado Craft Beef Sticks satisfies you.
Yeah. They try and say Snickers satisfy you, but let's face it, Snickers satisfies you for about a half an hour.
Yeah, it doesn't make you want more Snickers.
This is what I noticed about Colorado Craft Beef Sticks. is if you like. Sometimes because you know me, you know my eating habits. You know, like I don't really like to have a big lunch, but sometimes I'm hungry because I lifted and I ran. Maybe I even surfed.
Oh hell yeah!
But I'm a little bit more hungry, and so maybe the handful of nuts or bowl of nuts that I might have doesn't do it.
No.
Then I have one of those beef sticks, and all of a sudden I'm kind of like not hungry for a long time.
GTG.
Yeah, which is pretty awesome.
Yes,
So
sir.
check those out, and also subscribe to the podcast, and also go to jockounderground.com. You know, we're talking about Theo Vaughn's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they took his podcast down when he had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on.
Why?
I think they were talking about the vaccine. They were talking about COVID. I don't know what they were talking about. I forget.
Who took it down?
YouTube, amongst others. I don't really know. Right. But listen, that's why we have the jockounderground.com. So we won't have that happen on that channel. So if something's going to get taken down, not going to get taken down from there, because the only people that can take it down from there is Echo Charles. So it ain't coming down. And that's why we have it. And look, it costs $8.18 a month if you want to support it. If you can't afford that and you still want to have freedom, just email assistance@jockounderground.com. We'll take care of you. We just want to make sure that information, that there's freedom of speech. And on that platform, it's guaranteed. It's 100% guaranteed. So there you go. Also YouTube, subscribe to that. Also Psychological Warfare. Also Flipside Canvas. Books covered today. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., American Values. He also wrote The Real Dr. Fauci. He also wrote the Wuhan Cover-Up. Check those out. I've written a bunch of books. So if you want to get the books that I've written, you can check those out as well, especially the kids' books. Yeah. Get the kids' books. The kids need these books. You should be able to square yourself away, whoever you are. But your kids, those kids, your neighbors, your niece, your nephew, the kid around the block, they might not be able to do that. They need more guidance than you. Get them these kids' books. They will help them immensely. Also, we have a leadership consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com for details. We actually have a battlefield coming up in Gettysburg. And there's another thing in the book. Talk about touring these battlefields, these Civil War battlefields. If you want to learn about leadership, it is outstanding to go to those battlefields and check it out and learn the lessons from the battlefield. I'll be there. Leif will be there. We'll walk around. JD will be there. Jason Garner will be there. We'll be getting after it. So if you want to go to those, check it out. echelonfront.com. Go to events. Also, we have an online training academy because leadership is integral in every part of your life. When you talk to your kids, when you talk to your wife, when you talk to your subordinates, when you talk to your peers, when you talk to your friends, when you talk to your boss. Leadership, that's what all that is. And you need to go to the gym every day to stay in shape, and you need to go and work every day to maintain and sustain and improve your leadership. So go to extremeownership.com, take some of our courses. There's free courses on there that you can take. Just go take those. Just go take those. At a minimum, go take those. The Framework of Extreme Ownership. Go take that course. Learn how to take extreme ownership. That's what we're doing. And there's a couple other courses on there for free. Check those out. Also, if you want to help service members, active and retired, you want to help their families, you want to help Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got a charity organization. If you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to americasmightywarriors.org. Also, check out heroesandhorses.org. Also, Jimmy May's got an organization called beyondthebrotherhood.org. Check all those out. And if you want to connect with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., if you want to support him, go to kennedy24.com/California if you want to register, and he needs 75,000 of those. So get on there, make that happen. Also, he's on Instagram, Twitter X, Facebook at Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and he's on YouTube at Team Kennedy 24. Go check out his State of Our Union if you want to get a feel for what he's thinking and where he's at. If you want to connect with me, I'm at jocko.com. I'm also on social media. I'm at Jocko Willink. Echo's on social media. He's at Echo Charles. Third Measure is on social media.
Dang, Third Measure made the cut.
They made the cut. Okay. At Third 3RD Measure. That's where it's at. If you want to see some scraps.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
That's
we'll
what
call
it
them
is.
scraps. Yeah. scraps, some post-apocalyptic possibilities.
Okay.
Kind of a thing.
Any forthcoming? Anything we need to know about?
Nope.
Okay.
Nothing you need to know about at this time.
Hey, if you do go there, don't do an infinite scroll.
Yeah.
Infinite scroll through your life. Addictive. It's addictive. Don't let that happen. Watch out for the algorithm. And of course, we get to talk about elections and presidents and democracy only because of our brave men and women in uniform. So thanks to all of you that are out there in uniform right now protecting our freedom and our democracy and our way of life. And also thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, as well as all other first responders. Thanks to you as well. You keep us safe here at home. And everyone else out there, I'm going to leave you with a quote from John F. Kennedy, who was a lieutenant in the Navy. He was also president of the United States. And he said, quote, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of his interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility. And in the final analysis, the kind of government we get depends upon how we fulfill those responsibilities. We, the people, are the boss. And we will get the kind of political leadership, be it good or bad, that we demand and we deserve." End quote. That's it. We are responsible. It's on us. So pay attention. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko out.
Wake that ass up in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club. Of course, we got our sis, Teslin Figueroa, with us this morning. And we got a special guest in the building, 2024 presidential, running for 2024 president, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Welcome, brother.
Thank you for having me, DJ.
How you feeling?
Very well, thanks.
Good.
I apologize for my voice, which is particularly bad this morning, but I have a disorder in my voice that makes it sound screwed up. So, I just want to say that at the outset so people understand.
Okay.
What's the disorder, if you don't mind us asking?
You know what? I had a really strong voice, like exceptionally strong voice, till I was 46 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got hit by a neurological disorder called spasmodic dystonia. And it may or may not have been related to a flu shot. But anyway, it makes my voice tremble like this. And and it was much, much worse like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I went to Japan to get a surgery where they put titanium bridge in my throat, and my voice has been getting better and better ever since. But today is one of the days which, unfortunately, it's kind of a little bit weak today. So
why not cancel all appearances?
Well, it doesn't. My voice actually, the more I use it, the better it gets. So the worse you'll hear it is right now. By the end of this podcast, it'll probably be pretty normal.
Okay. Now you said,
or at least you'll be used to it.
Okay. Now you said maybe because of the flu shot.
Yeah.
Now, so when it comes to other shots, whether it's COVID shot, are you extra careful because you don't? It's a scary thing because
no.
If it was because of the flu shot with me, I don't know if I would be taking any more shots.
Well, I didn't take any COVID shot. I mean, and people know that. Mm-hmm. But I never realized, I got into kind of the vaccine injury issue because I was reading these mothers who believe that their kids have been injured by vaccine came to me again and again, literally hundreds of them, and told me they were all the mothers of intellectually disabled kids. They all believed their kid had been injured by the vaccine and that the doctors were ignoring them. The regulatory institutions were saying they were crazy. But I knew my wife. I had a kid who had 29 hospital visits before he was 2 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He had severe allergies. He was anaphylactic to almost everything. And my wife would know before when he was at the very beginning of his allergic reaction, she could put her hands on him and she could know he was wheezing. And I would look at him. He seemed completely normal to me, but she had this maternal instinct. And it saved his life on many occasions because we were about 6 minutes from the hospital. And if we had been 8 minutes, he would have been dead. So when these mothers were coming to me and saying, we know what happened to our children, I was like, even if everybody's saying they're crazy, I know that mothers know something the rest of us don't. So I was not ready to just dismiss them. And one of them brought me a big pile of scientific studies. She found my home at Cape Cod. Her name was Sarah Bridges. She was a psychologist from Minnesota. She had a son who had been perfectly normal till he was 2 years old. He exceeded all milestones. He then got 9 vaccines in one day, and he got autism. He had a classic. He had a 104 fever that night. He had seizures, and then over the next 3 months, all of his speech disappeared. His capacity to make eye contact, to point his finger. He lost his toilet training. He began manifesting stereotypical behavior, head banging, stimming, which is hand flapping, and spinning things. And he got the autism diagnosis. She got $20 million from the vaccine court, and she didn't want it to happen to other kids. So she brought me a pile of scientific studies, 18 inches deep, and she found my house. She put them on my front porch. Then she rang my doorbell. And when I came out, she said, I'm not leaving here till you read these studies.
Oh, so she did get paid. You said she got $20 million?
She got $20 million.
Wow.
For lifetime care, this kid. I read science for a living. I litigate I've brought over 500 lawsuits. Almost all of them involve scientific controversies, mainly environmental stuff. Like I brought the Monsanto suit. I brought that suit that is the subject against DuPont for PFOAs. That's the subject of a movie Dark Waters, which Mark Ruffalo starred in, and many, many other suits. And all of my suits involve some kind of scientific controversy. So my job is to read science critically, to understand it, and then to be able to deconstruct it and to cross-examine experts on the stand and make their stories fall apart. So I know how to read science. I'm comfortable reading it critically. I started reading through these scientific studies, and before I was just reading the abstracts, which is the summary of the study at the beginning on the first page. And before I was, 3 or 4 inches deep in this pile, I was like stunned because I was seeing that there was this huge delta between what the scientific establishment, the medical establishment, and the pharmaceutical industry were telling us about vaccine safety and what the actual peer-reviewed science was saying. It wasn't the same. And then I started calling people, and I called Francis Collins. I called because of my name, because my family's had a long
Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy. And because my family and my uncle was chair of the Senate Health Committee for 50 years. He wrote the budget for these agencies so I could get these guys on the phone. And I began calling them up and realizing that they were either unfamiliar with the science or in some cases they were just directly lying about it. And that kind of started me down this wormhole. But I never suspected I had a vaccine injury. And then 3 years ago, I got this disease, I got this injury in 1996. 3 years ago, I was preparing a lawsuit against the flu shot companies. And I had to go into their manufacturer's inserts where they have a list of all the listed side effects, proven side effects, or suspected side effects. And I saw that on almost all of them, that this disease, spasmodic dystonia, was one of the side effects. And I used to get a flu shot every year. And for the first time, I thought, oh, my God, because whenever I went to a doctor about this disease, they'd always said, did you have a trauma in 1996 that caused this? And I was like, my life is a trauma. I don't know how to, I can't think of anything particular that happened that year. But then when I read these studies, I thought, oh my gosh, this is one of the listed side effects, one of the top side effects, and that maybe this could be. There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove it one way or the other, but it's a possibility, and ironically, that this may also be a vaccine injury.
It's interesting because context matters because you are considered a conspiracy theorist for your thoughts on vaccines, but it makes sense. I mean, based off everything you just said, it's like you have a reasoning behind it.
What I say to people is, you shouldn't believe me. Don't believe what I say. You need to look at the science yourself. You can't believe the CDC because they're owned by the pharmaceutical industry and the FDA. The FDA said that opioids were safe and effective. And now we got 106,000 kids dying every year from fentanyl, and that is double the number that we lost during the 20-year Vietnam War. So, it's all happened because FDA conspired with, the Sacklers and Purdue Pharma and Johnson & Johnson and lied to doctors and the public and said, OxyContin is not addictive. That's what they said. Mm-hmm. So the doctors were writing, the doctors believe what CDC says. And they got our whole nation addicted to drugs, our whole generation of kids. So what I say is, don't believe me. We live in a democracy. You have the responsibility to do research yourself, unfortunately, and you can't believe your doctors because they're believing CDC. Mm. You need to actually say to your doctors, have you looked at the listed side effects of that vaccine? Have there been any studies that actually show that people who take it are better off 5 years later than people who don't? Mm. And he will not be able to answer that question.
When doctors prescribe these medications, aren't they prescribing it in dosages, though, as opposed to people who might be using it recreational that get addicted?
Well, when I was a kid, I got 3 vaccines, and I was fully compliant. But today's kids, my kids got 72 vaccines, 72 doses. And what happened is, in 1986, in 1979, there was a new vaccine called the diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis vaccine that was added to that schedule. That vaccine was causing brain damage or death in 1 in every 300 kids. The CDC was telling the public it was 1 in a million. But then NIH did a study with UCLA, and they were shocked. And they discontinued that vaccine in this country. In Europe, it's still given by Bill Gates to 161 million African children every year. But they won't give it to anybody here. But because of that vaccine, people started suing the companies. Reagan signed a statute that gave complete immunity from liability to any vaccine companies. So no matter how grievous your injury, no matter how negligent their conduct, no matter how toxic the ingredient, how shoddy the testing, you can't sue them. That caused a gold rush where, the companies, the pharmaceutical companies were saying, hey, now we got the greatest product in the world. It's a product we don't have to do any advertising because the government is mandating 76 million people take this. Mm. If you get it on this schedule, it's worth $1 billion a year. And there's no liability if you hurt people. And that's the biggest cost for every other medication. So there was a gold rush to put all these new shots on the schedule. And that's what happened in 72 now, or in 86. In 89, the new shots started arriving. And that year, we started seeing an explosion in chronic disease in this country. So prior to that, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. By chronic disease, I mean neurological diseases like ADD, ADHD, speech delay, tics, Tourette's syndrome, ASD, and autism. Autism went from 1 in 10,000 in my generation to 1 in every 34 kids today. And you had peanut allergies suddenly appear. You had all of these autoimmune diseases suddenly appear, juvenile diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease. You had obesity, go from 13% to 42%. And there's a lot of things that happened in 1989 that could explain that. Right? There's about 11 things. And, there's glyphosate from Roundup, which started to become ubiquitous. PFOA flame retardants, which are in all the furniture, our children's pajamas and everything around that same time. And then there's neonicotinoid pesticides, cell phones came along, all of these things that could be contributors. Nobody knows which one it is. And that vaccine schedule that went from 3 vaccines to 72 vaccines. Wow. Nobody knows. And unfortunately, NIH will not study that, or they can easily identify what the exposure is. We know that we have the highest chronic disease rate in the world. So nobody has it. We have the highest vaccination rate, the highest chronic disease rate, but we also use more chemicals than almost anybody else. And it could be, our kids are swimming around in a toxic soup.
GMO food.
GMO foods, right. And GMOs are always accompanying chemicals because the GMOs, are designed to allow the plant to accept more chemical contamination. All of these things are happening, and what NIH ought to be doing is telling us, doing the science. It's got $42 billion. It's got 56,000 scientists it funds every year. It ought to be fun to figuring out what is causing this chronic disease. Now, during COVID, we have the highest death rate on Earth. So we have only 4.2% of the world's population, but we had 16% of the COVID deaths. Why did that happen? Why were black people in this country dying at a rate of 3,000 per million population? And in Haiti, which is impoverished and sick, they were dying at a rate of 14 people per million population. In Nigeria, 15 blacks per million population. Why did black Americans have 200 times the death rate of Nigerians and Haitians? Why don't we have the answer to that question?
It's probably a combination of things, because all the underlying conditions that we already suffer from.
High blood pressure, heart chronic disease, chronic diabetes, asthma. I think 1 out of every black children, urban kids, has asthma now. My brother had asthma, and he was told when he was a kid that this is a disease, his doctor told him, that will never have a cure because it's so rare that nobody will ever study it. Well, now 1 out of every black children in urban areas has asthma. And all these other diseases, and of course, blacks have, obesity rates, they have highest diabetes rates, and they also have the worst medical care. Mm-hmm. So, maternal deaths in this country among black women is 3 times that of white women. Why is that? And it has nothing to do with education. In fact, black women are the most educated demographic in America, per capita. So why is it that a black woman with a college education has 1.6 times the chance of dying in childbirth as a white woman of any class? So why is that happening? It's happening because there's structural racism in the medical establishment, like there is everywhere. So. But a lot of it has to do with the fact that we just have the biggest chronic disease burden of any country in the world.
So I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Kennedy.
Let me just add one thing, because I don't want to leave a misunderstanding. Mm-hmm. There's other reasons that Nigerians and Haitians do better. One is they have a much younger population, and COVID was killing old people. But that doesn't explain everything. Mm-hmm. I need to say that just to not, to say that there's other variables too that have nothing to do with chronic health. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. You had mentioned, you said there was really no proof that the flu shot, did what, your experience, which I appreciate you saying that, because I wanted to make sure that people heard you say that even though there's no proof, it sounds like what you're saying is we should just ask more questions. And then you also mentioned, don't believe you, ask your doctor. So what do you say, or read the research on your own? Folks are not scientists. So what do you say to someone like Catherine Lord, who, the School of Medicine at UCLA, that says there's absolutely no evidence that vaccines cause autism, or, your critics that that say that all of these vaccines have been safely studied. So to the person that's just listening out there that, they're saying, read the research for yourself. How do they know, the layperson know what they're reading? Or what about when their doctor says that these things have been proven safe? What do they do next? And then my second question is, what would you have done differently if you were president of the United States?
On COVID, well, let me answer your first question. I haven't had Catherine Lord on the stand, but I've had Catherine Edwards on the stand, who is her colleague. And Catherine Edwards, when we got her on the stand, and I tried a case where we called her about a year ago in Jackson, Tennessee, and I asked her specifically the question, has the relationship between autism and any of the vaccines that are given in the first 6 months of life ever been studied? Because the Institute of Medicine says they haven't. The National Academy of Sciences said they haven't. And Catherine Edwards, after a lot of questioning, and finally said, yes, none of them have been studied. So, we need to do now, the CDC did a study in 1999, an internal study by a guy called Thomas Verstraeten, who was a Belgian researcher that they brought in because they were worried that autism epidemic was being caused by vaccines. They looked at the biggest database in America, which is called the Vaccine Safety Data Link. It's all the data from the top 10 HMOs, so there's millions and millions of Americans in there. They looked at 400,000 children and they compared children who got the hepatitis B vaccine, which is given to every baby as soon as they're born in the hospital, in the first 30 days of life, and they compared those to kids who had not. In other words, they got it later or they didn't get them at all. And what they found was there was an 1,135% elevated risk for autism among kids who got them in the first 30 days than kids who didn't. And the relative risk for smoking cigarettes for 20 years and getting lung cancer is 10. This was 11.35. So they knew immediately what was causing it, and they had a big meeting secret meeting in Norcross, Georgia, at a Methodist retreat center called Simpsonwood, where all of the leaders of the vaccine industry and the academics and the heads of the regulatory agencies gathered, and they spent 2 days. I got the transcripts of those meetings, published them in Rolling Stone, and they're talking about how this science is definitive. It is bulletproof. And then they spend a day talking about how to hide that from the American public. I'll tell you, I want to get to your other question, but there's a lot of, because the regulatory agencies are controlled by the pharmaceutical industries, there's a lot of dishonesty and information chaos. Early in the pandemic, I knew Hank Aaron. In fact, I went to Cuba once with Hank Aaron to meet Fidel Castro. And Hank Aaron agreed, CDC asked Hank Aaron to publicly get the shot, to make Black Americans feel comfortable with the safety of the shot. So he went to Emory University at a big press conference and he took the shot on stage. 17 days later, he died. And I published a notice on a posting on Instagram saying that Hank Aaron's death was part of a wave of deaths immediately following the COVID vaccine in elderly people. This was true, well documented. In fact, CDC later admitted publicly that people were getting myocarditis and stroke and dying within a certain period of getting the vaccine. So the New York Times then did an article that said Robert Kennedy is a conspiracy theorist because the Fulton County coroner has declared that Hank Aaron's death was unrelated to the vaccine. Oh, I was saying, and that article was picked up all over the world, and that's when I became a conspiracy theorist, and Instagram took down my account. Oh, I was saying to myself, how does the coroner know this? How do you know whether the heart attack that he had or the stroke or whatever killed him was or was not caused by the vaccine? So I wanted to know the test that made that definitive determination So I called the Fulton County coroner and got them on the phone, and they said, we don't know what the New York Times is talking about. We never saw Hank Aaron's body. There was no postmortem. There was no autopsy at all. The family buried him. And I wrote a letter to the New York Times saying, you need to do a correction on this because the Fulton County coroner never saw this body.
What?
Never.
Are you telling me that they hold on?
That's crazy.
So they didn't do an autopsy?
They never did an autopsy.
Wow.
But that's what they do. They just assure people, if you're a doctor and you see it happen in front of you, they will take you off of YouTube. They'll take you off if you report that.
I know this interview getting flagged on YouTube. Guaranteed.
Yeah. So, Mr.
Oh,
King,
yeah,
what do
we
you-
shouldn't have talked about
That's
this.
okay. No, we don't care.
Oh, I
Yeah, what-
apologize.
So what do you say
Nobody's
then?
gonna ever see this show.
Yeah. What do you say then? If 81% of the population has, and just to be clear, I think it's up to each individual if they, if they feel comfortable with the vaccine or
That's
not.
how
But
I
just
feel.
wanted to-
That's how I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to get some facts out. But what do you say? If 81% of the population has received at least one dose, and then there's some numbers that saying allergic reaction is about 5 cases per 1 million. I think with anything there's some type of reaction. So if the numbers are not in the favor, are you saying that because they're not reporting that and they're not being true in the numbers, or are you open to the idea that there is some reaction, but not in a volume of numbers? Or are you just saying we just need to do more research and study on it? And I still want to know what you would do as president.
And I'll get to that. And Peter McCulloch today, who's the most published cardiologist in the history of the profession, of his specialty, published an article this morning saying that there are, and we all seeing these athletes dropping dead on the field like never before. Musicians in concert dropping dead. Young kids dying of heart attacks and strokes, which we've never seen before. And you look at the insurance industry data, you look at all of the mortality data, and we're getting excess mortality numbers now since the vaccine that are much higher than we've ever seen. So, but the problem is we don't have a surveillance system that can link. So when those cardiac arrests happen, they're not reported in the papers. They're never reported as a potential vaccine injury. Nobody ever looks at it. And we don't have a surveillance system that works. We don't have a system that says that can actually, and CDC admits this, and the one system they had, VSafe, the COVID vaccine, about 2 weeks ago, they quietly took it down. They don't want the science out there that will make that link in the public mind. Now, let me answer your question about what I would do. And I agree with you that, people should have their own choice. I'm not anti-vaccine. What I want is I'm pro-science. We should have good science, the best science. People ought to be able to make informed choices about what to do with their lives. If you want the vaccine, God bless you. My wife took the vaccine. Half of my kids took the vaccines. Not particularly because they wanted to, but because it was they couldn't have worked without it. They couldn't have gone to school. But it's their choice, and I don't begrudge anybody making that choice. But I think we all ought to have the best information possible, and right now we don't. What I would have done, I wouldn't have locked down society. In fact, like I said, everything we did was wrong. We had the worst protocols in the world. We had the highest death count of any nation on earth. So we should take whatever we did and say, let's never do that again. And
you think that was because of the administration that was in power at the time?
I think part of it is the chronic disease. Mm-hmm. I think part of it, and it was Biden and Trump. So, Trump gave us warp speed. Trump gave us the lockdowns. Trump locked down 3.3 million businesses. And, what did that do? It shifted everything to Amazon, which was censoring criticism of the lockdowns. 41% of the Black-owned businesses that were closed during COVID will never reopen. Mm-hmm. A lot of those businesses had 3 generations of equity in them. 3 generations of sweat equity, of currency. I drove through Lee Harvard, which is one of the poorest districts, and urban districts in Cleveland. It's all Black. And it was a booming area 5 years ago. Today, every single one of those stores is boarded up. And, you know, I talk to people every day in the African-American community whose businesses were wiped out and had, you know, and that's what happened. All of the pandemic protocols prior to this pandemic, for 100 years, the pandemic protocols have said again and again, you do not lock down all of society. You isolate the sick. You protect the vulnerable, but you let society function because you will kill more people with lockdowns and do more damage to your society. We shifted $4 trillion in wealth from the working poor and the middle class to the super rich in this country. We strip mined the black community of its equity during this pandemic. And, you know, how do you rebuild that? Now, that is the big issue for our country. How are we going to rebuild equity with the working poor in this country?
I got one more question about the vaccine. Then I want to talk about your actual run for presidency because we already know YouTube gonna flag the hell out of this. So, but the Barrington Declaration, you ever heard of that?
Yeah, and they say the same thing I said, which is you don't lock down a population, and you look for therapeutic drugs. You know, we have this incredible internet.
I thought the Barrington Declaration was a bunch of doctors who didn't want to do all that.
They didn't want it.
Yeah.
And they were the smartest doctors in the country.
And they've all been like a lot of their careers
they
have
were
been
all
ruined.
censored. They were all shut down. They're because they were talking against the orthodoxy. They had to be silenced. They were heretics against the religion, and they had to be burned, destroyed, silenced. And that's what happened. And I think 56,000 doctors signed that thing.
Yeah. And they were talking like how you were talking. So
exactly.
Yeah.
But Mr. Kennedy, and then this is just one last step because I do want your opinion on this, and then like I said, we can move on. I was looking at some information on how young people 20 to 30 between the year 2000 and 2016, the heart attack rate increased 2% every year of that year. So this is before COVID. The diabetes and hypertension and all of those things played into effect. Are you considering those numbers as well?
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what I've been saying. We're making these kids sicker and sicker. There's a study that came out last week that showed kids in this generation have 4 times the rate of rectal cancer, 2 times the rate of colon cancer as kids who were born prior to the vaccine schedule. And I don't believe that all of this is happening for vaccines. So do not misunderstand me. There's a lot. Our kids are swimming around today in a toxic soup. The food that we're giving them, particularly in poor communities, is poison. It's not nutrition. It's like crack. You know, it's sugar and it's chemicals, and there's the nutritional value of it is horrible. So we are making our kids sick, and we're making them sick from a whole lot of different things. And what we ought to be doing is looking at the science and saying, why are our kids the sickest kids in the world? Why do we have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world? The biggest cost today in our budget is medical. $4.3 trillion we're now spending, and about almost 90% of that is chronic disease. And, and no other country has this. It's us. We need to be actually doing the science. We used to have the gold standard scientific research institution of the world. NIH was revered all over the world. And today it has devolved into just a mechanism for creating new pharmaceutical drugs. So the research they're doing now is to develop new profit-making products for the pharmaceutical industry, which they collect money on. And they get royalties.
What you just said is why they'll never do any intense studies, because you're fucking up the church's money.
Yeah.
When you talk with the pharmaceutical companies, the medical industry, the food industry, like, come on.
Exactly.
So you're not saying it's just the vaccine. You're just saying that's one of the, because when we look at overweight, obesity, they talk about smoking cigarettes and vaping is increased for heart attack for young folks.
Of course.
All of those things, not just the vaccine.
Of course. And I don't think it's just vaccine. I think anybody who says that is not dealing with reality. And also, high fructose corn syrup. That is poison. And, it's causing the obesity. Clearly, it is linked to the obesity epidemic. It's linked to the diabetes epidemic. If you're going to drink Coca-Cola, drink a Mexican Coke, because they don't have it in it. Everybody should avoid high fructose corn syrup.
Now let's start with the campaign. So let's talk about some of the things you stand on. lowering taxes, healthcare, and all that. So how do you, propose to do some of the things that you want to, get into play?
That's a huge question, and we could spend 3 hours here. But let me just tell you one of the things I'm going to do as soon as I get into office. Right now, one of the big issues is equity and particularly in the black community. There's the equity the black community by 2030 will have virtually zero equity. Through a series of different policies, going back to the mushroom loans in 2008, which were tried out first in the black community, the equity, the housing has been taken away, which was if you have a house, you can get a loan and you can build a business. If you don't have a house, you have no access to capital. It's very important to get homes into those communities. There's a bunch of issues that are across the working class in this country are important. Child care is critically important. Good health care is important. But housing is probably the most important issue in terms of building wealth in poor communities. So 2 years ago, the average cost of a house in this country was $215,000. Today it's $400,000. And the interest rates you're going to pay on that house have gone from 1% to 7%. So you're paying 10 times as much for that house you were 2 years ago. I have 7 kids. They're all between 20, 35 years old. They should be moving into their own homes. But I don't know any of them or any of their friends who are actually buying a home now. And one of the reasons for why did the price of housing go up? Well, one, because of the inflation, because we spent $8 trillion on wars and $16 trillion on COVID, which we didn't have. So they print money, which caused the price of everything to go up. More importantly, there's 3 giant corporations, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, which own collectively, they own each other. So it's really one giant corporation. But they also own 89% of the S&P 500. They own everything. They've now decided to buy every single family home in America. So if they stay on the current trajectory, they will own 60% of the homes in this country, single family homes, by 2030. They literally are trying to buy everything. And the head of it, Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, is on the board of the World Economic Forum, and what they've said, we want this great reset, which is you will own nothing and you will be happy. Well, they're on their way to making sure that we don't own anything. So you all probably have heard of people who are about to buy a home, and somebody comes in at the last minute with a cash offer and snatches it out of the market.
Right.
And it's usually an LLC with an ambiguous name. But if you trace that up, you'll find it's owned by BlackRock.
Wow.
And because they have a huge bank book, the cost of money and interest to them is tiny, which means they can outcompete your children. Your kids do not have a chance to buy that home because they can't outcompete BlackRock.
And what in this administration did you see that made you say, I have to run? What didn't you like?
The things that pushed me over the edge were the war, Ukraine war, and COVID. I just saw that the total mismanagement that was occurring in those areas. And I watched what was happening to working people in this country just getting crucified. But let me tell you what I'm going to do, because you asked me what I'll do, so I'll be very quick. One thing, I'm going to try to change the tax code to make it unprofitable for those companies to compete against your children for housing. Number 2, I'm going to make a mortgage available to Americans at 3% interest. And I'm going to do that without raising the debt. And the way I'm going to do it, if you have a rich uncle who will co-sign your mortgage, you can get a very cheap mortgage because the bank is basing the interest rates on his credit score rather than yours. Oh, I'm going to give everybody a rich uncle. I'm going to say Uncle Sam is going to co-sign this new class of mortgages and guarantee them at 3%. That will lower the cost of mortgages by $1,000 to every American in an average home, by $1,000 a month. And it will allow them to outcompete BlackRock. And I'm going to guarantee those, I'm going to finance those mortgages by selling tax-free bonds on the open market. So it won't be sold, it won't be financed with federal tax dollars and contribute to this incredible debt that we have.
Right.
But that, and I'm going to give the first 500,000 of those to teachers, and those will only be available to first-time home buyers who will live in that community, who will work in that community, starting with teachers, because we need to create housing for teachers to keep the best teachers in our schools. So that's one of the things I'll do.
Hell yeah.
Mr. Kenny, can I go back a little bit because I appreciate you recognizing the income gap, the wealth ratio between African Americans and everybody else. You also mentioned equity is important, and I thought it was interesting that you mentioned how cash offers were able to outbuy us with homes. Can you explain to me why? I know you support reparations, but you are against cash payments being a part of that package. Is that my understanding?
Well, here's my issue. First of all, I fought for reparations for indigenous people, for Indians, for 35 years. I represented them in many, many lawsuits and treaty negotiations in Canada, the United States, and fought for reparations. And I think there's a clear moral case for reparations for blacks in this country who are the descendants of slaves. Mm-hmm. There's two impediments to that. One is that, the slavery did not end the structural racism against blacks and the destruction of
Jim Crow, you had the war on drugs.
Right? And I grew up in a Jim Crow state. When I grew up in Virginia, blacks were not allowed to marry whites. I had a guy, a handyman who worked for my family, was a World War II vet. Blacks were not allowed to fight in World War II, but he had been in the Seabees in the Pacific. He had seen combat. He was 6'5", an incredibly dignified, smart man. And I loved hunting and fishing when I was a kid. And he and I would go all over the state of Virginia and do that. And whenever we stopped at a restaurant, I had to go in, buy the food, and come out, and we would eat it together in the car. He picked me up one day and asked me to come downtown to Salona, to the little village that's in the town that we lived in, to buy shoes for him because he was not allowed in the shoe store. And so I went in, bought the shoe size he wanted. He tried them out on the curb. If they didn't fit him, he could not return them. And that in that day, blacks were famous for having corns on their feet and sore feet, and that's why, because they were, once they tried on a shoe, they could not. They had to take that shoe, whatever they tried it. Well, I saw it. It was 300 years of that. And, that's why I favored affirmative action, because you can't correct that in 50 years of finally allowing blacks to get into college. I also favored affirmative action because whites have an affirmative action program, and it's called Legacy, which is only really available to whites, and it has nothing to do with merit. Oh, I favored those things. Now, the recent decision, the Harvard decision by Justice Roberts, has made clear that any race-based reparations that are just based on race and based on that structural racism that took place since the Civil War would be illegal, unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment. There's still, however, an argument that blacks who were subject to slavery in this country could still be entitled to reparations in the same way that the Korematsu case allowed Japanese to get reparations after the internment camps in World War II. After the Civil War, blacks were promised 40 acres and a mule, and many of them were given that promise, but it was immediately taken away from them when Lincoln was killed and Andrew Johnson took over. Virtually all of that land was stripped from blacks. So you can make a good argument that those reparations are forthcoming. Mm-hmm. There's a bigger political impediment, which is that you need legislation to do that, which means you have to get it through Republican and Democratic controlled houses.
It's never going to happen.
And it's not going to happen. And a lot of, people like, I had ancestors who fought in the Civil War. There are a lot of people on the north side, 350,000 people who died in the Civil War trying to get rid of slavery. And they would, those people could legitimately claim, well, we already made our sacrifice. Why are you coming after us? There's people in this country and parts of this country that never had slavery. And they can complain. So that's all I'm saying, that there are they're just impediments. And what I say is that, my focus because of that has been on two things, which is how do you build businesses in black communities? Because, people are trying to get rid of structural racism and racist feelings in kids by training them. It'll never happen. There's structural racism. It's part of our hardwiring. We are tribal. People are tribal. They look for differences in other people, whether it's race, whether it's a uniform, whether it's religion or whatever. But our minds are like cell phone, looking for a tower. We're always looking for differences that we can make, and you're not going to get rid of that. The remedy for that is an independent, strong, confident, wealthy black community where kids have a confidence and that even if they meet white racism, it's not going to impede them. They're going to be able to stand up to it.
Yeah.
In order to do that, you need banks in those communities. You need flourishing businesses. You need independence. This is what I've been doing for 35 years, sitting on the board of Bedford-Stuyvesant Restoration, which is one of the most successful efforts in the country to build black businesses locally in a black neighborhood, and I know how to do that. The
Yes, sir, but I just want to do a follow up to that because that's true. That's one of the things. And I know you went on record when you worked with the tribes saying that they decided, how they wanted to use those funds. And I guess what my pushback here is, one, I don't believe that it'll never happen. It's happening on the local and state level, all of the country now. Some cities are giving out cash in addition to other programs. So I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with the California Reparations Task Force that, put out a study, a 1,200-page study, which included 100 programs that you're talking about in addition to cash, because you still need cash for the down payment for the home. You still can buy a house cash, as you mentioned, that's causing us a lot of problems. And just advocating for loans only, putting people further in debt, doesn't necessarily always contribute to the wealth gap. So my question is very clear on whether you believe it'll happen or not. Are you against cash reparations in addition to all of the other programs as well?
No, I wouldn't be against it, but let me just point out something to you. When a politician does not have the courage to do something, he creates a commission. And, it's easy to create a commission that makes these recommendations. All I'm saying here is I'm a practical person, and, the idea of going from legislation that creates these recommendations, a commission set of recommendations to actually legislation and a remedy to these injuries, if you're betting on that, and you're dealing with reality, I don't see that it's going to happen. And so what I focus on are things that I believe I can change to make things better. And the two things that need to be changed is our education system, which is crippling a generation. It's a crime against a generation of black children, and we've got to fix that system. And everybody can get behind that, and politically it is doable. The other thing that we can do is to build opportunity for black neighborhoods to actually build businesses, and I know how to do that, and you can do it through empowerment zones, through tax credits, through loans, through direct grants, through education, because there's no accrued business knowledge in those, and there's no accrued income or inheritance money. And that has to be made available. So I believe, yes, we can do that grants. But if you're saying we're going to call it, we have to call it reparations, and it has to come in this form, I'm just saying to you, as a practical person I'm not a politician, but I've been around politics my whole life, and I know what's feasible and what's not. And I know that when a politician wants to pretend they're doing something, when they really don't have any intention to do it, they name a commission. I don't need a commission to know how to fix this. I don't need it because I've been doing it my whole life.
So basically what you're saying is you don't think this country will ever pass legislation for cash reparations on a national level, but you're focused on the things you can actually do and get done for black people.
Exactly.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is that it's not just cash, it's additional programs. And all I'm saying is to allow the descendants of those who were enslaved to have voice in that. And I know, you've had conversations with that before. So I just want to ask you, is anybody on your team that is a reparationist, that is actually a descendant of anyone enslaved? All I'm saying is they should have voice in deciding, how we should be repaired, whether
Yeah.
you think it's realistic or not. Is anybody on your team that is a descendant of someone enslaved that is advising?
In fact, I've got two of the people on my team here today. Champ, who you guys know, and Jamel Holly. Champ is running as a delegate for me, but Theo Wilson, who's from Chicago and who's really respected civil rights leader and who's a very, very strong advocate for reparations. And I go back and forth with him. I mean, I have a lot of people on my team who don't agree with everything I say, but we fight about it, and we we try to figure things out. So I have these discussions with all the people on my team, the same that I'm having with you. But Theo is a lot meaner than you are about it. So I take a lot of flack, but I think we're all trying to figure out, how do you make this work? There's kids today who cannot wait. There's kids in schools in Compton, in Detroit, in Bed-Stuy and other neighborhoods around this country, and they can't wait for us to get a slow political process. There's an emergency going on. There's a fire. We're sending $140 billion to Ukraine. We could fix every black school in this country. We could give every one of these kids computers. My wife, who spends a lot of time going into black schools in neighborhoods like Detroit, she was in Detroit recently, and the school that she visited in Detroit had no fire alarms that worked. It didn't have a PA system that worked. It didn't have clocks in the classroom that worked. There were trash cans in the aisles because when the roof leaks, to catch the rain. And there's not a single computer in the school. These kids are, this is not the legacy of slavery. This is dooming them to a life. It's like it's like keeping people in shackles forever. This kind of education. It is an emergency that is as bad, in my view, as anything that's happening in the Ukraine. We've spent $8 trillion on useless wars over the past 20 years. If we spent that in this country, we could send every black child to the best college in this country, getting whatever remedial education they wanted. And that's what I want to do. I want to take that money, back from the military and start building Americans, and particularly in black neighborhoods and without calling it reparations, we can do it.
I got a couple more questions for you. How does your family feel about you running? Because a lot of them support Biden.
Yeah, a lot of them support Biden. Look, I have a big family. I at the Cape, I think over 4th of July weekend, there's 107 cousins.
Yikes. Who did the cooking?
I think it was DoorDash. My family was raised where my father's father, my grandfather, Joe Kennedy, did the same thing. Every night there's 11 of us. We come home and we talk about what we're going to argue about over the dinner table. And people take different sides and we argue about it. And we fight about stuff. But we all love each other. And my family, 5 of them work for the Biden administration. And Joe Biden's been an old friend of my family. If you look at any photo of Joe Biden, there's a statue of my father on the shelf behind him. So, there's a long relationship. They don't agree with me on the war. They don't agree with me on censorship. They don't agree with me on COVID. I can love them anyway. And, we need that all over our country. We need to be able to dispute and argue about things without hating on each other. And, my family is an example. I love my family. The people who don't support me, I love them just the same. And, I understand it. I have compassion for people and kindness. And that's what, that we all have to learn to talk to each other with respect, with congeniality, without hating each other.
You think Biden, do you think he's fit to be president?
I don't think he's a strong president. And I think we need a strong president right now.
Why is he not strong?
I don't think he understands the implications of a lot of his policies. I think his policies are, he's surrounded by this group called the neoconservatives or neocons who are very warmongering, who want to go to war with China. They wanted this war with Ukraine. I don't think that they're being clear to him that this war could have been easily negotiated and settled with no bloodshed. My son went over there and fought. My son, without telling me, went to Ukraine, joined a special forces unit, was a machine gunner in the Kharkiv offensive. And, you know, I have great compassion for the Ukrainian people, but we are not serving their interests. We've killed 400,000 of them through our negligence as well as Putin. And I think Biden believes what he says about this war, and he's just wrong about it. I think he's surrounded by people who are not telling him the truth. And I don't think that he doesn't seem to have the energy or the curiosity to actually look at the other options.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, in June, you had mentioned somebody had asked you what was the most harmful when you compare 4 more years of Biden versus another term of Trump. And you said at the time you couldn't answer that. Do you still feel the same way? Do you see them being equally as harmful? Or
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm scared that Biden is going to get us into a nuclear war. Would I ever vote for Trump? No. I couldn't bring myself to do it.
So what would
and
you
also,
do?
my wife would divorce me.
Okay.
Damn.
So what would you do? I guess
yeah,
obviously
yeah,
run for president.
Yeah, nuclear war versus fascism.
Yeah.
What's the choice? I mean, what do people have? I mean, obviously you're running for president.
yeah,
so
that
you're
choice
giving
is-
them another
the cho-
choice.
the choice
Yeah, the
is-
choice is you. But
yeah.
what do you tell the person? Like, what do they do if President Biden becomes a nominee? You know, how do they make that choice?
Yeah, I don't have a plan B. I'm planning on being the nominee.
This is the
so-
plan. Okay.
Okay, this is his plan. There's no plan B.
You know,
Okay.
I want to ask you about something that people sweep under the rug a lot. You had a public issue with drugs, right?
Yeah.
How should we be thinking about Hunter Biden in regard to President Biden? Because of
Well,
his
I
drug
don't
problem.
know. I mean, I was, like you said, I was a heroin addict for 14 years from right after my dad died. I took some LSD. I had actually took the pledge when I was a little kid. We lived in an Irish, Catholic enclave, and a lot of the people my age it was a tradition because we understood that alcoholism and addiction affected Irish disproportionately, though we were more inclined toward it than other races. And so there was a tradition that you would take the pledge and that you would you got a pledge pen and that you would swear you'd never take a drink. And I took that seriously. And when I was 15 years old, so the summer after my dad died in 1969, I took some acid. I actually did it because we had the comic books that would come to our house, to come to our little town once a week on Tuesdays. And my favorite comic book was this comic, Turok, Son of Stone, which was about these 2 Indians. And the week before this happened, they had taken peyote and they had hallucinations, and they'd been transported back in time to see and seen dinosaurs. And I was coming home from a party where an older brother friend of mine had been drafted to go to Vietnam, and he unwillingly was so there was a goodbye party for him, and I was coming home from that, and this older boy picked me up hitchhiking, and he offered me some LSD, and I said, will I see dinosaurs if I take that? And he said, well, you might. And I took it, but I had a very fast progression, and my progression, I was taking heroin within a couple of months of that.
Hold on, before you skip to the heroin, did you get to Jurassic Park?
I went to Central Park.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to 72nd Street in Central Park. That was the time when, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's a movie called China Syndrome. Oh, no, it's called, I forget the name of the movie, but it's where they stole all the heroin from the French mafia. And the New York police then stole that heroin and sold it on the street. And the price of heroin went down to $2 a bag at that point. And that's when I found it, and it was very cheap and available. It was a preview of what happened when they made OxyContin legal, essentially. There was a lot of people in my generation who were picking it up. I picked it up. I got addicted. I was addicted for 14 years, always unwillingly. I was, taking drugs without my own permission, always trying to stop but unable to. And But, you know, and so I understand addiction. I understand Hunter Biden's, you know, I have compassion for whatever he has. I can't diagnose him, but it seems like he may have an addiction problem. And but I don't, you know, I don't know what to think about all the other stuff, the Ukraine stuff, and I don't know what to think about his father's involvement and all the aliases. A lot of that stuff is troubling.
Do you think if Donald Trump didn't have all the corruption he had around him, you think we'd be paying more attention to the corruption around the Bidens right now?
I mean, that's a good question. What do you think?
I think so.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a president who had 91 criminal charges or whatever it is and 4 indictments, I think we'd be paying a lot more attention to the corruption around the Bidens.
Yeah. I think that, you know what, here's what I do, because I say, I try not to, I'm trying to talk about issues that will bring people together.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't really talk a lot about, you know, Biden's legal problems or Trump's legal problems, because I don't really have anything good to add to that. I don't have any solutions, and they just inflame people, and they, you know, we revert into this tribalism, and, you know, I'd rather try to find things that bring people together.
Now,
so with that said, I'd love for us to be brought together, but I do want to ask, you know, with the recent anti-Black shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, and the realities, you know, what Black Americans are still dealing with, and some people saying that white supremacy exists or doesn't exist or it's a unicorn. What's your position on that? And would you propose an anti-Black hate crime bill?
Yeah, well, as Attorney General, and you know, this is happening all over, and you know, and the police issue is an issue. I mean, you know, Eric Gardner, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Walter Scott, you know, on and on and on. All of these people who lost their lives. You know, what is it? Tamir Rice, an 11-year-old kid who with a toy gun who was just, you know, shot down. We're seeing this everywhere, and it's institutionalized. And yes, I would support that. And we're also seeing a rise in anti-Semitism at the same time. Oh, I would support that, but more importantly, I would appoint an attorney general who would make it a priority. Mm-hmm. That any time that there's, you know, there's hate crimes or police abuse their discretion in a way that, you know, that is racially based, then I'll prosecute them very, very aggressively.
Now, how can people support you if they want to support you?
They go to Team Kennedy 24. No. Team Kennedy. It's Kennedy 24, thank you.
Kennedy24.com.
Yeah, Kennedy24.com and sign up. We already have 160,000 volunteers signed up. You know, we're looking for delegates, and particularly in New York, from the Black community and from other communities. And they can, you know, so sign up, become a volunteer, and do it. We have more volunteers, probably, I don't know, 5 or 10 times more than any other candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of political intensity.
I do want to ask one more question. What do you say to people who say you're just a Democrat in name only?
I say, show me one issue that I am different on, and my father, Robert Kennedy, my uncle, John Kennedy. You go through every issue that they believed in and check the box. And that's where I am. I mean, the Democratic Party has changed a lot. I would say I'm the last Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
The Democratic Party used to be anti-war. It used to be skeptical of the military-industrial complex. I mean, Martin Luther King, you know, died as a peace activist. My father died as a peace activist. My uncle John Kennedy was killed as a peace activist. And, you know, we were the party that was skeptical that we should have these continuous wars all the time. We were the party that was against censorship. Now we're the party of censorship. But, you know, I've been an environmentalist, one of the leading environmentalists in the country my whole life. I'm pro-choice in every way, you know, whether it's any medical intervention, whether it's, you know, medicines, or whether it's abortion. So, you know, show me where I departed from the Democratic Party. You won't be able to. My issues are the core issues that Democrats have always stood for.
We appreciate you for joining us this morning, and good luck with everything.
Thank you, DJ. I sure appreciate it.
All right. It's Robert Kennedy Jr., and we appreciate you, 2024 presidential campaign. And don't forget, you can go to, what is it again, Kennedy24?
Kennedy24.com.
Kennedy24.com. It's The Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Wake that ass up early in the morning. The Breakfast Club.
All right, joining us now once again to talk about the border, maybe a little energy, a little Bitcoin, is independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Mr. Kennedy, good to chat with you again. We appreciate you coming on. You recently visited the southern border as well. I think much less of a scripted, sort of staged thing as we probably saw today. What's the reality at the border?
It's actually surreal, Brian. I've been down there twice. The first time I spent almost 3 days down there. And I watched between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, 300 people just walk across the border, and the Border Patrol is relegated to processing them and then bringing them to the Yuma airport, putting them on planes to any destination they want in the United States. And if they can't pay for the flight, the Border Patrol pays for it and then gets reimbursement from FEMA. There's 8 million people that have crossed illegally, but it's all anointed by the federal policies right now. We've adopted this catch and release program rather than the catch and return program, and we've abandoned the Migrant Protection Act, which kept asylum seekers in Mexico while their asylum claims were being processed. It's infrastructure issues. There's a problem. There's problems with personnel, but the biggest problem is a policy problem that could be reversed by the Biden administration literally overnight.
Talk to us more about this, because you are a lifelong Democrat. You're running as an independent, and that's why it's so important to get your view on this. Okay, you also live in Southern California, so you see immigration, both legal and illegal, pretty much every day. And you probably heard my sort of off-the-cuff reference coming into this piece, Robert, which is that the border bill, while it may be critically important for funding border operations going forward, tell our audience right now that it has nothing to do with what has happened, correct? It is a political sort of red herring.
Yeah, you mean listen, I've watched in New York City. I heard the report, earlier on preceding my piece where I forget what the reporter was saying, but she was your financial reporter, saying that the immigration has actually helped inflation in this country, but that ignores the actual direct impacts of this huge influx of immigrants on our social service systems, on our social safety net, and on local economies. New York City is cutting police by 5%. They've cut the fire by 5%. They've cut sanitation and education by 5%. They have encampments for migrants on their playing field so that kids, who could not play their sports during COVID now can't play their sports because there's migrants on the playing field. It's insane to try to make the argument that this is a good thing for our country. And by the way, we need to show compassion to immigrants, and we need to have wider gates so that we can get legal immigrants into this country to take those 9 million jobs that the manufacturers need. The illegal immigration, there's no way that you can make an argument for it. It is all right. We have the Mexican drug cartels running America's immigration policy. Who can say that that's a good thing?
Well, that's why I think
there's not. And I talk to the immigrants. The immigrants aren't, the people who are coming over have been exploited, extorted, robbed, raped. They come over here, they're exploited by they can't work legally. They're exploited by unscrupulous employers who are paying $6 or $8 an hour, and those employers, contractors in New York City, are competing against union shops. So they're lowering the returns to labor in our country. They are reducing. They are lowering salaries in this country. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and that's why we're covering it on CNBC, Robert, is that it's an economic story as well. Don't have to believe us, believe you, believe me, whatever. You can believe the mayor of New York, the mayor of Chicago, the mayor of Denver, and other cities. They're the ones that have said that as well. I want to turn to some other topics while I have you here because energy, all right, you are pro pausing natural gas exports. You are pro banning fracking. I'm a little surprised by that, given your extensive and admirable environmental record, because don't you worry that if we don't produce it, other countries like China, India, they're just going to use coal and burn nastier stuff?
Well, my position on fracking is that fracking should have to internalize its own costs. I was in Dimock, Pennsylvania. This week, you have a whole town that's been poisoned. That's getting, the people in that town, literally every single person in that town needs to buy bottled water, and the companies aren't helping them with that. And the roads are being destroyed by these fracking trucks that weigh 40 to 90,000 pounds. These are little rural roads. It has absolutely devastated that community, and the water is horrendously poisoned. So what I say is, it's not an outright ban on it, but let's make them internalize their costs. They're getting subsidized by pollution. I'm against the export. I'm against the export of liquefied natural gas because it's bad for manufacturing in this country. The same reason the steel industry here, all of the smokestack industries are against exports of our frack gas. We do not have the kind of long-term frack gas resources that the industry originally projected. The actual reserves are much, much lower. The wells are going dry very, very quickly. So we need that frack gas here at home to give our industries an advantage in the international marketplace. Let's manufacture things with that, that we can then export. But not to export the raw gas is only enriching the gas companies, and it's hurting everybody in America.
But Robert, if I'm the economic or environmental minister or the president of Germany right now, and I'm listening to what you're saying, and I've covered this extensively, I've been over there many times, I've talked to them, I've been on the ground, they're freaking out because they need our gas.
Yeah, they're freaking out because we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline and we deindustrialized Germany. And that's a whole different issue. I mean, what are we doing in Ukraine? Let's make peace over there. Let's get Russian gas back into Europe so that we can reindustrialize Germany, reindustrialize Europe. But let's keep our gas at home and use it for manufacturing and reindustrialize America. Let's rebuild our industrial base at home. That's the best way to do it, with cheap frack gas that we can outcompete the world. Germany, is making a choice to boycott Russian gas, and
they're still getting it via liquefied natural gas. We don't know who blew up the Nord Stream. I know a lot of people suspect the U.S., and that's what you think as well.
Yeah, of course we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. But listen, for us to liquefy the natural gas and put it on and send it over to Europe is costing, I think it now costs like $10 or $12 per thousand. And for us to use it here, we can make it here and use that gas for $1 or $2 per thousand cubic feet. And it gives our industry a huge advantage over the rest of the world. Why are we allowing these companies to do the unpatriotic thing of exporting that gas to Europe and giving those industries advantage over homegrown American industry? Let's keep it here. For many years, since 1975, the export of crude oil from this country has been prohibited by law. And the reason we prohibited it is for that reason. We want to keep it here at home to give U.S. manufacturers an advantage in the international marketplace so we can build things, we can employ people, we can reindustrialize our economy. And this is the way that we need to do it. We should not be, these companies are imposing these enormous costs on local communities from which the gas is extracted. Like I saw, there's people in Dimock who have fire coming out of their faucets when they turn them on. Their children are poisoned. We've declared these areas national sacrifice zones. That sacrifice should pay off with more jobs in this country, not just enriching the shareholders of these gas companies and then rebuilding industry in Europe. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the energy, well, there's a huge energy conference in Houston in a couple of weeks, Robert. Maybe you should pop in. We'll be there at CNBC as well. Very quickly, I want to end on Bitcoin and kind of a more fun note. A lot of serious stuff going on. Bitcoin, you said you spoke at a conference, you bought it, you bought some of it for your kids last year. You more than doubled your money if you're still holding. Are you still holding? I mean, let's just have a little fun here to end the segment.
Yeah, I am. I am. I'm still holding. My kids are very, very happy about it.
Yeah, what's Bitcoin's real role? There are members of Congress, both parties, I believe, that think it should be banned.
Yeah, I mean, they want it banned because they're being paid by BlackRock and Morgan and all the big globalist banking monopolies that are making money on inflation and making money by the Fed printing money. But American people, the American middle class, is getting rolled, and the off-ramp from that, from the money printing machine is Bitcoin because it is hard currency. And we need to make it transactionally available to the middle class. We need to make sure that people who want to protect themselves against inflation can have this, but also that they have transactional freedom. That the government is not, able now to digitalize our currencies and like they did in Canada. Yeah. And when the truckers disobeyed, when the truckers protested peacefully, their bank accounts were shut down. Well, and they couldn't pay their mortgages. They couldn't pay for their children's education. The government could control their speech by controlling their transactional freedom. And, transactional freedom is as important as freedom of speech. And you only get that from Bitcoin. We're not going to get that, as long as the government controls our digitalized currency.